Chapter 1. With her daughter, her sister-in-law came to the door. Yang Cheng. Knock, knock. A loud knocking sound startled the residents of the building. Shin Mo, come out here. A hot-looking beauty stood outside the door, arms crossed, her overdeveloped breasts standing out proudly, almost touching the iron door. Behind her, two little girls are hiding, pulling the corners of their clothes and sticking their little heads out, looking at the iron door with anticipation. Who is it? Does she want people to sleep? She's knocking on the door so early in the morning. At this moment, a man's voice is heard inside the house, accompanied by footsteps. Thud, thud. You're the landlord, right? I just paid the rent last night. Creak. The iron door opened, and a man rubbed his eyes with both hands, his fluffy hair sticking out like a hedgehog. Hey, who are you? Shin Mo opened his hazy eyes and saw that it wasn't the landlord at the door, but a strange, hot beauty. His plump breasts made him unable to help but swallow, and an inexplicable evil fire arose from his abdomen. He quickly covered his crotch. Rascal! The beauty frowned when she saw Shin Mo's reaction, thinking to herself that this was the person she was looking for, and that his first impression was a direct failure. Shin Mo was wearing a large vest and shorts, and his eyes were fixed on the towering twin peaks. Yi Ching couldn't help but take a step back, protecting the two little girls behind her. Dabao, Erbao, don't look. Hearing Yi Ching's words, Shin Mo realized that there were people behind her, a pair of twin little girls. Suddenly, an unbreakable connection appeared in his heart, and Shin Mo puzzledly touched the back of his head. Ahem, who are you looking for? Seeing that it was a strange beauty, Shin Mo was sure that the other person had knocked on the wrong door. Now he just wanted to go back to bed and catch up on sleep. Are you Shin Mo? Yi Ching looked the man up and down, carefully. Physically, he was not bad, about 1.75 meters tall, with a big vest and a body full of muscles, and a handsome face under messy hair. Overall, he was above average, but in Yi Ching's opinion, still not good enough. Yes, I'm Shin Mo. Shin Mo nodded with surprise, not expecting that they were really looking for him. Get out of the way. After confirming that they had the right person, Yi Ching pulled the little twin girl and barged past Shin Mo and walked into the house. At this time, the residents on the third floor were all alerted, and they crowded in front of their own doors to watch the show. What's going on? Shin Mo was sure that he definitely didn't know this beautiful woman. She brought the little twin girl in, so she couldn't be trying to blackmail him, which was a common phenomenon in society nowadays. At first, he was a little worried, but then he thought that he had just paid the rent yesterday, and now he was even poorer than he looked. Shin Mo walked outside, gave the onlookers a fierce glare, and then turned to close the iron door. I really don't know what she's thinking. It's a miracle that he's still alive, but will he really be able to take care of the two girls? When he entered the house, he saw the scene in the living room, and Yi Ching looked worriedly at her two nieces. The house Shin Mo rented was a one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment with very simple furnishings. There was only a small dining table and a few chairs in the living room, which were very worn out and could be seen to have been bought at a second-hand market. What's this beautiful lady's name? Yi Ching ignored him and walked straight into the bedroom. What are your names, you two little beauties? Shin Mo, who had extended his hand, awkwardly touched his nose, before focusing his attention on the twin little girls. He. One of the little girls blinked a few times, looked at Shin Mo and smiled, revealing a mischievous smile. Don't ask, they're both your daughters. Yi Ching, who had just come out of the bedroom, finally relaxed a little from her cold expression. It seemed that the other party was passable in terms of hygiene. Erbao, you've always wanted to ask what your father looks like, and he is your father. Yi Ching waved at one of the little girls and pointed at Shin Mo. What? Beauty, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You're ruining my reputation. I can't believe this is happening to me. Next she's going to say I'm her husband, right? As he thought this, Shin Mo once again looked the other person up and down. A great appearance, coupled with a right body, was barely acceptable. The evil fire that had just subsided once again surged forth. Isn't it great looking? Yi Ching came over with a smile on her face. Shin Mo nodded, and quickly swallowed. Pervert. Walking up to Shin Mo, Yi Ching suddenly lifted her knee, making intimate contact with someone's little brother. Ow. The little brother, which had just raised its head, was taken care of intimately. Shin Mo hugged his crotch with both hands and jumped up and down, while moaning from time to time. You want to extinguish my lineage. After a while, Shin Mo recovered and glared at the other person with a face full of anger. You won't be able to have any offspring. Yi Qing walked over, picked up Air Bao, and took De Bao's little hand. You're just saying what you think I want to hear. That kick had calmed Shin Mo down completely. He didn't even have a girlfriend, so where did he get such cute twin daughters? 4 years ago, at the Soho bar. Yi Qing looked calm, standing face to face with Shin Mo, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. 4 years ago. Soho bar. Shin Mo's thoughts suddenly opened up, and he could never forget that encounter. Are they my daughters? This time, he carefully examined the twin girls and quickly found some similarities. He had hidden these in the depths of his memory, for fear that he would one day forget. 4 years ago, on the day of the thesis defense, he was expelled from Yangcheng University. The thesis he had written with such effort, which he had prepared a year in advance, was ultimately defined as plagiarism by the university. In front of the entire graduating class, the university's senior management directly discussed the results on the spot, and Shin Mo became the first student in the history of Yangcheng University to be expelled for his thesis. Under the watchful eyes of the school security guards, he slunk back to his dormitory, packed his things, and left the university. Not long after, he received a text message from a classmate with whom he usually got along well. Shin Mo stared at the text message with his eyes wide open. He could not believe that his own work had been stolen by someone close to him, his girlfriend of 4 years at university, Shang Xiaolu. By the time he found out, it was already a foregone conclusion. No one would believe him if he told anyone, and he would only be laughed at even more. Stealing his own work, Shang Xiaolu was taken seriously by a supervisor and she went straight on to do a master's degree. That night, Shin Mo went to a bar alone to drink alone. He wanted to numb himself with alcohol, hoping that when he woke up, it would all be a dream. A college student about to graduate, walking out the school gates, not having a diploma meant nothing. Shin Mo knew only too well that all decent jobs were out of his reach. Thinking about this made Shin Mo's mood even worse. He drank alone for an hour, and in the middle of the way, a beautiful woman joined in, and he drank even more enthusiastically. A few hours later, the two stumbled out of the bar and found a nearby hotel. Shin Mo only had intermittent images in his mind of what happened afterwards. When he woke up in the morning, his back and waist ached, and he was alone in the room. The dazzling red flowers on the bedsheet confirmed the crazy night last night. Images once again flashed through his mind, and Shin Mo tried hard to remember the other person's appearance. Chapter 2. For 4 whole years, the system went online. What are your names, you two little beauties? Shin Mo crouched down and asked again. At this time, the feeling in his heart became even more obvious. He had clearly just met the twin little girls for the first time, so why did he feel this way? I'm De Bao, and I'm called Shin Yun. She is Bao, Shin Yu. De Bao broke free from Yi Qing's hands and ran to Shin Mo, answered sweetly, and then asked in return, Your name is Shin Mo? De Bao, have you heard my name before? Hearing Shin Yun say it so fluently, Shin Mo reached out to rub her hair, but in the end, his hand stiffened in midair. Mom told De Bao that she should follow her aunt here and find someone named Shin Mo, and that I would live with my sister and me. Are you really my father? De Bao lifted his little head, not at all flustered, his big eyes wide open, looking at Shin Mo with anticipation. How did she know my name? Shin Mo remembered that neither of them had ever told the other their names, so she must have found out about his name afterwards. The thought that he had been remembered by a beautiful woman, and that she had given birth to such cute twin daughters, made him feel happy. If I'm not wrong, I'm your father. Shin Mo lowered his head, looked at De Bao, and said with a hopeful look on his face. He felt that there was no need for the other person to play with him. He had no money, but he was still passable looking. What did the other person want from him? De Bao, how old are you? Shin Mo was also full of expectations and couldn't help but ask. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, Dad, De Bao is 3 years and 2 months old. De Bao first opened his right hand, then bent 3 fingers, and finally extended his left hand, also bending 2 fingers. Hearing what De Bao said, Shin Mo carefully calculated the time, and it just happened to match. Suddenly having a pair of cute twin daughters, Shin Mo's heart began to pound. At this time, he really worried whether it would be a dream. Ding! The system has detected that the host meets the activation conditions. Congratulations, host, you have your own daughter. The Almighty Dad system is now online. Ding! The system is now binding to the host. As long as the host takes good care of his daughter, spoils his daughter, and makes his daughter happy, various random rewards, vocational skills, precious items, and chances to win prizes will not be a problem. By obtaining popularity points as a dad, the host can exchange them for various skills to make himself stronger and stronger. Ding! Please take responsibility and be a competent father and take care of your daughter. The Almighty Father system has been successfully bound. A novice gift pack is awarded. Do you want to open it now? Ding! The host will automatically open the gift pack by default. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a bottle of delicious seasoning. The mechanical sounds that kept popping up in his head made Chin Mo suddenly confused. Damn it, after all that noise, he was rewarded with a bottle of seasoning? He was told that he would become stronger, but with just a bottle of seasoning? After the system appeared, Chin Mo was in a daze for a short period of time, and even when Yi Ching spoke to him, he only responded vaguely. Dabeo, I'm leaving the two treasures in your care. If anything happens, I won't let you off the hook. I still have things to do back at school. Yi Ching looked at the time. She didn't notice the expression on Chin Mo's face. After warning him, she crouched down and put the two children in her arms. Both of her breasts were so squeezed that they were deformed, and at this time Chin Mo had no eye candy at all. Dabeo, Erbao, you have to be good and listen to me. Auntie, don't worry, Dabeo will be good. Dabeo responded crisply, with her back turned to Yi Ching and her eyes rapidly spinning. Come on, give your aunt a kiss. Boo! Boo! The two kissed Yi Ching on the cheek, then ran out of her arms and surveyed the living room, their eyes shining with curiosity. I hope you've made the right choice, sister. Yi Ching glanced at Chin Mo before leaving, shook her head, then turned to open the door and walked out. Hee, sister, auntie's gone. Humph, no more pinching of cheeks, auntie's a bad person. Yi Ching's departure was a great event in the eyes of the two children. Erbo was not as active, but the smile on her face showed that she was very happy. A moment later. Hey, where did she go? Chin Mo, who had come back to her senses, noticed that Yi Ching was no longer in the room, only the two children left behind. Are you really daddy? Erbao skipped around Chin Mo, her face full of wonder. Looking at the two lively little girls in the system he had just obtained, Chin Mo immediately had a new idea. Yes, we'll live together from now on. Chin Mo crouched down, extended his hands, and looked at Erbao with a smile on his face. For the past 4 years, she has been working hard in the big city alone. Now that she has a pair of cute twin daughters, she wants to try something different. Daddy! Erbao stands still, tilts her little head, bites her right fingernail, and watches as Chin Mo twirls around. After just a moment of hesitation, she runs up to her. Be careful, don't fall. Seeing Erbao running, Chin Mo was afraid that she would fall, so without getting up, he took 2 steps forward and held Erbao in his arms. When Chin Mo picked Erbao up, a feeling of being connected by blood welled up in his heart. He couldn't be wrong about this feeling. A bright smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and he reached out and rubbed Erbao's hair. Erbao, where's mommy? It was impossible not to feel nervous about having 2 daughters out of nowhere, but as soon as she heard her eldest daughter's cheerful laughter, Chin Mo felt an indescribable feeling. Mommy, Erbao didn't know either. Erbao looked carefully at Chin Mo, and this was her own daddy. She muttered to herself, I have a daddy too. Daddy, Big Treasure is hungry. Just then, Big Treasure ran over, sweating profusely, and hugged Chin Mo's thighs and shook them. Hungry? You haven't had breakfast yet? It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. The appearance of her daughter made Chin Mo feel no sleepy at all. He first brought a towel to wipe Big Treasure's sweat. Gulyolu. At this time, Chin Mo's stomach also rumbled. Last night, he was only concerned about drinking, and didn't eat much of the side dishes. No. Dabeo and Erbao both shook their heads at the same time, feeling sorry for themselves as they touched their stomachs. You little sisters-in-law, what's going on? You didn't even prepare breakfast and you sent Dabeo and Erbao over here. Next time I see her, I'm going to give her a good spanking, okay? Calm down now. Chin Mo recalled Yi Ching's figure and appearance, and some images came to mind. Images. Images. This is wrong, I can't think about it. Chin Mo quickly patted his face to drive away the images in his mind. Daddy, what's wrong? Chin Mo's actions made the 2 daughters feel uncertain and they asked in confusion. Nothing, just now Daddy was swatting mosquitoes, you weren't hungry, now Daddy will make you breakfast. After saying this, Shin Imo walked towards the kitchen. Chapter 3, If you want to eat something, eat from McDonald's. Dad, Bao wants to eat from McDonald's. Shin Imo, who had just taken a few steps, stopped in his tracks and looked at the two sisters with a puzzled expression. What the hell is McDonald's? Is it from abroad? Over the past 4 years, he had kept changing jobs in order to earn more money to support the family, and had no time to pay attention to anything else. In his opinion, Bao was probably referring to a new product when she said McDonald's. Bao, what is Golden Arch? But he still asked, and the sight of his two daughters now melted Shin Mo's heart. Daddy, you're so stupid, you don't even know Golden Arch. Bao said, while gesturing with her small hand to form the letter M. Unfortunately, this was the first time the two had communicated, and after Bao had gestured a few times, her little face crumpled up, and the next second she was about to cry out. Hee, Baba, Bao means McDonald's. Seeing that Bao was about to burst into tears, Bao, who was standing nearby, blurted out the answer. McDonald's? Over the past 4 years, one of Shin Mo's jobs had been to work as a handyman, so when he heard Bao's words, he immediately remembered the letter M in McDonald's, and coupled with the gold color, it is the Golden Arch. Ha ha. Seeing that her father finally understood what she was saying, Bao laughed again. She rubbed her little face with her hands, making a little flower face. Daddy, Bao wants to eat grilled chicken wings, not spicy ones. Bao held out her little hand, wanting Shin Imo to hold her and go out. Bao, wait a minute. Shin Imo really wanted to refuse eating these unhealthy foods so early in the morning, but this was the first time she had met her daughters, and they would be living together from now on. If she didn't go now, her daughters would definitely be unhappy. There was also an even more important point, and that was her living expenses. However, she would leave some according to her daily needs, and send the rest back home. Walking into the bedroom, she pulled open the drawer and looked at the 5 Red Bulls inside. Shin Imo hesitated a little. This is his living expenses for the next month, which also includes the funds for buying ingredients every day. Daddy, Bao is hungry. Hearing her daughter's voice, Shin Imo quickly took out all 5 Red Bulls and put them in his pocket. Okay, Daddy will change and go out. Half an hour later. It smells good. Bao and Bao both sniffed, their eyes shining with gold as they looked into the restaurant, their mouths watering. Gurgle. Entering McDonald's, they sniffed the aroma in the air, and their stomachs gurgled. Pretty girl, clean up here. Today is Sunday, and there are many people eating here. Shin Imo was lucky, and as soon as he came in, he saw a table of guests get up, so he hurried over to take their seats. Daddy, Bao wants this. As soon as he sat down, Bao pointed at the menu and shouted. Hiss, 88. Seeing the price, Shin Imo felt a little heartbroken. This was his living expenses for a few days, but seeing his daughter's expectant eyes, he nodded. Buy it. This is a set meal in a bucket, a set meal for 2 people. Bao can only eat a little, and at worst, for the next 2 days, she will eat what's left over from her daughter's meal. Daddy, Bao wants this and this. Seeing that Bao had bought it all, Bao didn't lag behind, pointing at the menu and ordering. Bao, okay, if we order more, we won't be able to finish it all. In comparison, Bao's order wasn't expensive, but it was large in quantity. In just a short while, it would add up to more than what Bao had ordered earlier. Shin Imo quickly whispered to stop her. Okay, but Baba, Bao wants everything that she just said, otherwise, Bao will be unhappy. Afraid that Shin Imo would change her mind, Bao grabbed Shin Mo's arm and pouted. Okay. Daddy is so good, unlike Mommy and your auntie. Both girls shouted sweetly at the same time, and then the two sisters lowered their heads and whispered, not noticing Shin Mo's face at all. If her sister-in-law finds out, will she skin me alive? From the words of her 2 daughters, it was not difficult to deduce that these junk foods were forbidden for their daughters. Shin Imo, who was feeling guilty, quickly looked around. Handsome guy, are you sure you want this? Seeing the order that Shin Imo had placed, the beautiful waitress glanced at it. A grown man with 2 daughters, could he really finish all this, which was the amount for 4 adults? On the one hand was his wallet, and on the other were his 2 daughters. This was Shin Mo's first time being a father, and he had to make his daughters happy. 158 yuan, please. Considering that Shin Imo had 2 young children, the beautiful waitress did not let him go to the front desk to pay the bill, and she reluctantly took care of it for him. Thank you. Shin Mo took out 2 Red Bull and reluctantly placed them in the hands of the beautiful waitress. "Handsome man, your daughters are really pretty." Before leaving, the beautiful waitress looked at the 2 girls and praised them, instantly dispelling Shin Mo's depression. "Thank you." Seeing the envious expression on the beautiful waitress's face, Shin Mo felt that the money was well spent. Ring ring. Do, vibrating. At that moment, the phone that Shin Mo had placed on the table vibrated. Unknown number. As soon as she saw that it was an unknown number, Shin Mo hung up directly and then looked at her 2 daughters with a silly smile. Do. The phone that had just been hung up rang again, attracting the attention of her 2 daughters, who were whispering nearby. Seeing that it was the same number again, Shin Mo clicked to answer and hung up on the caller. "Daddy, why didn't you answer the phone?" Dabeo asked with a wrinkled nose as she picked up the phone with her small hand. "Dabeo, there are a lot of bad people out there who try to trick people over the phone, so Daddy can't answer strange calls. For strange calls, Shin Mo generally doesn't answer, unless it's the bank calling or something about a game. In short, they're all harassing calls. In today's society, where there are serious leaks of personal information, some people seize this opportunity to desperately call and sell them products. Liars, Mommy told Dabeo before that you can't believe what they say, or you won't see Mommy again." Dabeo nodded after hearing this, looking like a little adult. Ring ring. Do, vibrating. The phone rang for the 3rd time, and the other party seemed unwilling to give up, wanting Shin Mo to answer the call. "Daddy, is it a scammer again?" Dabeo held the phone in both hands and shook it a little. "Yes. I just said that I can't answer this call," so Shin Mo nodded helplessly. Dabeo is not slower than him. She hung up the phone as soon as Shin Mo nodded. Daddy, did Dabeo do the right thing?" After hanging up the phone, Dabeo took credit for it and handed over the phone. "Dabeo, you're so smart." Shin Mo took the phone and gently tapped Dabeo's upturned nose. "Daddy, stop it, Mommy said I can't tap your nose, or Dabeo will get ugly." Dabeo pouted, blocking his small mouth, and said with a face full of displeasure. "My sister is right, in the future, you can't point at our noses, or else Erbo will get angry too." Erbao, who was next to him, chimed in. Ding dong. Just as Shin Mo was about to speak, the sound of a text message went off, and as he opened the message, his face gradually changed. "Good for you, Shin Mo, how dare you hang up on me several times in a row. I'll show you when I see you next time." Chapter 4, Shin Mo waited, wanting to teach you a lesson. "Daddy, it's delicious, why aren't you eating?" Ding. The system has detected that the host has purchased food for his daughter, and has activated the system's assistance function. From now on, any money spent will be related to his daughter and will be returned twice. The beautiful waitress just brought the food that Shin Mo had ordered, and the mechanical voice in his head sounded. His outstretched hand hung limply in the air as he tried to get 2 cups of soy milk for his 2 daughters. Ding dong. A crisp text message sounded, and Shin Mo glanced at his phone, his breathing quickening. XXX Bank, on June 11 at 8:45 p.m., transferred 316 renminbi to your savings card account with the last digit 5438, with a current balance of 316.12 yuan. As soon as the system's voice finished, the phone received a message about the bank transfer. Shin Mo calculated that it was exactly twice the amount he had spent at McDonald's. He now regretted having spent less just now. If he had spent all 500 yuan, wouldn't he have had an extra 500 yuan? Haha, I'm rich now. Shin Mo suddenly let out a strange laugh at the thought of the future, startling his 2 daughters next to him. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Dabeo asked, gripping Shin Mo's arm tightly and looking terrified. Dabeo and Erbao, I'm sorry, it's all Daddy's fault. Hurry up and eat the chicken wings, or they'll get cold and not taste good. Seeing the worried looks on his daughters' faces, Shin Mo hurriedly apologized and tried to comfort them. If there had been a mirror in front of Shin Mo at this moment, he would have seen how scared he looked. Dabeo is fine, as long as Daddy is fine. Children's attention spans are short, and as soon as he heard that cold chicken wings weren't tasty, Dabeo quickly picked them up. Ring ring. Ring vibration. Shin Mo's phone rang for the 4th time. He looked at the number, which was the same as before, and this time he didn't hang up, but answered the call. Shin Mo, you finally decided to answer the phone. As soon as the call connected, a soprano voice came from the other end. Miss Yi, I'm sorry, I was busy and didn't have time to answer the phone. He had hung up on Yi Qing 3 times in a row, so he could imagine her expression now. Shin Mo could only tell a lie with his eyes open. Really? Now mobile phones are so advanced that they hang up automatically after ringing once. Where can I buy one like that? Shin Mo was suddenly exposed as a liar. He gave a bitter smile and then asked, Yi Ching called you in a row, so there's no doubt it's about your 2 daughters. Miss Yi, is there something urgent? If you don't remind me, I'll almost forget what I came to talk about. It's like this, I came in a hurry and didn't bring the clothes of my 2 daughters with me. I'm calling to tell you that while there's still time, you should go buy some clothes for them, and I'll bring the clothes of my 2 daughters over in a few days. Upon hearing Yi Ching's words, Shin Mo's face turned black. He had felt strange before, but now he had finally discovered the problem. It was impossible for the mother of 2 children to come here without any luggage. The only possible problem was Yi Ching. Cough cough, she forgot such an important thing. She is worthy of being the sister-in-law of the 2 children. Shin Mo couldn't help but sneer, you're the sister-in-law of the 2 daughters of the eldest and second eldest sons, and you can't even feed yourself, so where do you get the money to buy clothes for your 2 daughters? What, Shin Mo, you have a problem with that? You're being rude, do you really take yourself seriously? Is it that you don't have the money, or you just don't want to spend it? Hearing Shin Mo say this, Yi Ching's eyes were filled with anger. If she wasn't tied up at the moment, she would definitely come over and teach him a lesson. Although she couldn't teach Shin Mo a lesson now, Yi Ching didn't let up in her words, and the words that came out one after the other made Shin Mo unable to respond for a while. Are you done? Shin Mo responded indifferently, and now he was not the same as before. With the protection of the system, he was not afraid of not being able to make money in the future. Besides, money spent on his 2 daughters was well spent. I'm done. Hearing Shin Mo's indifferent voice, Yi Ching froze for a moment. Beep. The beep from the phone indicated that the other party had hung up on her for the 4th time. Yi Ching had just come back to her senses when she froze again. Yi Ching, are you ready? Everyone is waiting for you. Just then, a beautiful woman appeared next to her, gave her a gentle tap on the shoulder, and looked at Yi Ching with a strange expression on her face. What did you say? Yi Ching, who had come back to her senses, quickly suppressed the expression on her face. I said, Miss Yi, everyone is waiting for you. If you don't go in, the opportunity you have worked so hard to get will be wasted. Right, business is important. Look at me, is my hair messy? Yi Ching quickly straightened herself up. She had just been angry and her hair had gotten a little messy. It's fine, it's good, hurry up and go in. The beauty nudged Yi Ching and took her hand, walking towards the inside. I was so angry just now that I forgot to ask how the girls are getting along. I guess I'll have to wait until this is over to go visit them. Yi Ching was really worried about her 2 young nieces, who were leaving their older sister for the first time to live with Shin Mo. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't delay her own affairs, and she had finally managed to get someone else to take care of her children, so she could get to the interview. If she succeeded today, she would become a university teacher herself. After Yi Ching entered the interview room, Shin Mo had already come out of McDaniel's with her 2 daughters. Daddy, where are we going now? Dabeo and Erbao each grabbed Shin Mo's hands and swung their arms while walking. Wow, whose daughter is this? She's so cute. As the 3 of them walked along the sidewalk, they immediately became the center of attention, attracting the stares of passers-by. Young man, I really envy you for having 2 beautiful little princesses. An old man couldn't help but stop in his tracks and greet Shin Mo when he passed by. Hello, Grandpa. Seeing someone talking to their father, Daba immediately shouted sweetly, and Erba was not far behind. Thank you, Grandpa. The behavior of her 2 daughters made Shin Mo understand that they had received good parenting. Thinking about this, Shin Mo's smile became even brighter as he responded to the old man. You're too kind, sir. It's all thanks to their mother. After this little incident, Shin Mo wanted to meet the mother of his 2 daughters even more. To be honest, he really had failed. He still didn't even know the other person's name. Yet she had given birth to such a pair of lovely daughters. It seemed that he needed to work hard. At this time, Shin Mo set a goal in his heart, which was to let his 2 daughters live a good life. Really? Then you're very lucky, young man. The old man looked at Shin Mo from top to bottom, then looked at the twins again, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 5, Going Out Shopping, the Daughters Buy Clothes. Burp. Dabeo burped after walking for a while. Hee, what are you doing, sister? Seeing Dabeo burp, Erbo was like discovering a new continent, and asked curiously. Their mother was very careful about what the two of them ate at home, and would not let them overeat. Now that they were free from restraint and eating their favorite foods, they had overeaten. Burp. Before Erbao could finish laughing, she herself couldn't help but burp. Looks like I need to pay more attention in the future. Shin Mo also noticed a problem at this time. Usually, her two daughters followed their mother and considered everything, no matter how big or small, in a positive light. They had only been with her for less than half a day, and already they were eating junk food and she wasn't even controlling their portions. Once her sister-in-law finds out about this, she will definitely find out too. Daddy, where are we going now? Dabeo can't walk anymore. After walking for a while, Dabeo stopped walking. This was the first time they had walked such a long way. The two sisters pitifully held out their hands, asking Shin Mo to carry them. Here, Daddy, let me carry you on my back. Shin Mo crouched down, letting Dabeo lie on her back, and then picked up Erbao. This is a physical job, and for Shin Mo, who was taking care of her children for the first time, it was a severe test. For inexperienced people, holding a child for a long time can cause sore arms. Now Shin Mo was holding one in her arms and another on her back, and she couldn't even change hands to rest for a while. Giddy up, Daddy. Dabeo clasped Shin Mo's neck with her hands and started moving around on her back. Dabeo, be careful, don't fall. Shin Mo quickly used her hands to support Dabao, afraid that she would fall. Fortunately, her previous work had all involved physical strength, otherwise she really couldn't withstand the two girls' antics. Daddy, Erbao wants some too. Seeing her sister like this, Erbao covered her mouth, a little upset. If Dabao and Erbao keep causing trouble, you won't be good children. Daddy will take you to buy clothes, okay? If things go on like this, nothing will get done, and accidents are likely to happen. Shin Mo looked at the time and realized that she had to hurry and buy clothes for her two daughters. After this was done, it would be noon when she got back, and then she had to cook lunch, put the eldest and second daughters to bed, and go out to buy goods. She would have to be at the stall by 4 p.m. Not much time was left for her own arrangements, otherwise she would have to borrow money from someone else tomorrow. When I was alone before, I had plenty of time. I slept until I naturally woke up, saving even the money for breakfast. Then I made lunch, continued sleeping after eating, got up at 2 to go out and buy goods, and was all ready at 4 after all this, just in time to set up the stall at the university town. Daddy, is Big Treasure a good boy now? The two daughters could clearly feel the tone of Shin Mo's voice, and one of them shut her mouth and the other quietly lay on her back. Well, both Dabao and Erbao are good children. Even though this was the first time he had brought children along, Shin Mo knew instinctively what to do to entertain them. Welcome, handsome. What can I get for you? Shin Mo found a shop nearby that sold children's clothing. The money he had on him didn't allow him to go shopping in a mall, so he could only buy a few cheap clothes on the spot. Later, when he earned more money, he would go to the mall and buy some for his daughters. I want to buy 2 outfits for my 2 daughters. He didn't know when Yi Qing would bring the clothes over, and if he only bought 1 set each, it would definitely not be enough, and at least 1 extra set for changing would be needed. Okay, handsome, your 2 daughters are really pretty, I'll go find them right now, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The moment Shin Mo walked in, the boss already gave him a good once-over. Seeing the clothes on Shin Mo's body, he knew that the average person's entire outfit would cost no more than 200. But the twins next to him were different. He could tell at a glance that the clothes they were wearing were from a brand he recognized, and that each piece cost several hundred yuan. This young man was in stark contrast to the twins' father. If the boss hadn't heard the twins call him dad, he would have gone to call the police. Boss, don't you need to try them on? Seeing the boss take out a few clothes, compare them to his daughter a few times, and start packing, Shin Mo asked with a puzzled look on his face, you don't need to try on clothes before buying them? Handsome guy, you can rest assured. With my more than 10 years of experience selling clothes, they will definitely fit. If they don't fit, I'll give you another set when you come back. The boss patted his chest and said, folding the clothes skillfully. Boss, I'm a resident of the neighborhood, so don't fool me. Shin Mo had never bought clothes for her child before, but she had bought clothes for herself, and she had tried them on several times before finding the right fit. Young man, don't worry about this, Boss Lu has a great reputation in our area, and if he says something, he's never wrong. Shin Mo's exchange with the shop owner also involved several customers nearby, who gave him a thumbs up. Handsome guy, don't look at me, we're not stooges. For this kind of small business, if we did that, we wouldn't be able to open a shop here, would we? Hearing the praise from the customers around him, Shi Nemo nodded and made a decision after thinking about it. Boss, how much is it? A total of 264 yuan. I'll round down the decimal places for you and take an integer. Boss Lu heard this and quickly said with a smile. 260 yuan. Shi Nemo repeated after hearing the number, thinking to himself that children's clothes are really expensive for such a small amount of fabric. Handsome guy, this is a fair price. I'm only charging this little amount because of the two cute little girls. If it were normal. Mr. Lu didn't say anything else, but his meaning was clear, the price was too low. Okay, let's pay. Shi Nemo only believed half of what the other party said. He was also in business himself and knew that they could make something sound good that wasn't. He did some careful calculations and realized that 2 outfits and 4 pairs of underwear for each of his daughters really wasn't that expensive. Cash or credit card? Credit card it is. The money in the bank card is enough to pay for it, and Shi Nemo doesn't want to pay in cash. Now Shi Nemo only has 658 yuan in total, and after buying clothes, there will be nearly 400 yuan left. If the system doubles the refund, that will be more than 900 yuan. Just going out for a trip and earning 400 yuan is more than double the reward from working hard for half a day. What's going on? After paying the bill, Shi Nemo walked back with his 2 daughters, but he didn't hear the system's voice in his head. System, what's going on? Shi Nemo tried to communicate with the system, but there was no response. The mechanical sound of the system rang again. Ding! Warm reminder, the money returned by the system is not allowed. Chapter 6, Second Treasure is hungry, and the money returned from spending is gone? Shi Nemo was still hoping to get rich from the system's auxiliary section, and every day he would take his daughters out shopping and reap the rewards. At the very least, at first it was a few hundred, after a week it was tens of thousands, and after half a month it was several 100,000. The money returned by the system is not within the scope of what is allowed. It seems that only money earned by oneself is allowed. If I do this. Shi Nemo was not discouraged by this incident. On the contrary, his eyes lit up, and he already had a new idea in mind. Dabao, Erbao, what else do you need to buy? With an extra bag in his hand, Shi Nemo could only hold the hands of his 2 daughters as he walked. Daddy, are you really buying things for Dabao and Erbao? Hearing Shi Nemo say this, Dabao stuck his finger in his mouth, biting his nails as he thought about it, keeping his eyes on the passing shops. Really, but we can't buy anything too expensive. Daddy doesn't have much money right now. He made it clear to his 2 daughters beforehand, so that they wouldn't be disappointed if they couldn't afford it. He wasn't sure if they understood what he meant by too expensive. Daddy, I want that one. As they passed a toy store, Dabao stopped and pointed at a toy in the shop. Okay, let's go buy it now. Shi Nemo smiled and led his 2 daughters into the shop. Once inside the store, the 2 girls pulled away from Shi Nemo's hands and ran towards their targets. Hee, Daddy, this is great, Erbao wants this and that. Shi Nemo picked up the toy that Dabao wanted, and as soon as he saw the price on it, his face instantly changed. 138 yuan. A doll costs over 100 yuan? Now that his 2 daughters are in the store looking for their favorites, he can't help but feel a pinch in his pocket. Hurry up and go over there. If this continues, the 3 of them will have to stay and work for someone else. Dabao, Erbao, that's enough. Let's buy 2 of each. If there are too many, we won't be able to carry them back. Next time, Daddy will take you out to buy them again. The only thing he could do now was to keep his 2 daughters calm. He quickly put away the toys that his daughters had pointed at, quickly calculated in his mind, and then handed them over to the shopkeeper. Then he took the hands of his 2 daughters and walked towards the counter. Young man, your daughters are so cute, why don't you buy a few more? It's not easy to see a customer come in, and the shopkeeper definitely hopes that the customer will buy more. It's still easy to do business with children, as long as the children are spoiled, most parents will give in. No, that's it. Boss, do the math. If not for the presence of her daughter, Shi Nemo really wanted to talk to the shopkeeper further. Okay, let me do the math. The shopkeeper seemed to sense a change in the customer's tone and stopped talking, taking out a calculator and doing the math. Young man, that's 335 yuan in total. Let's round it up to 330 yuan. Cash or Union Pay? The shopkeeper took out a large bag and put the toys in one by one. Hearing that 4 toys would cost more than 300 yuan, Shi Nemo's mouth twitched. Children's money is really easy to make. Why didn't I think of opening a store before, so that I wouldn't have to keep changing jobs for more than 3 years. Cash. Shin Emo took out the last of his possessions and counted out 330 yuan, then kept an eye out for the system's prompt sound. Okay, young man, it's 330 yuan, and you're welcome to come again. Ding. The system has detected that the host has purchased a toy for his daughter, spending a total of 330 yuan. 660 yuan will be returned immediately. Please check your account. Ding dong. After the system's prompt, the familiar sound of a text message also sounded. XXX Bank Construction Bank, on June 11 at 10:30, a transfer of 660 renminbi was made to your savings card account with the last digit 5438, and the current balance is 874.12 yuan. Young man, is there something else? Seeing Shin Emo standing still and not responding to him, the shopkeeper asked with confusion. It's nothing. I wish you good business, boss. Shin Emo gathered his thoughts, put on a big smile, took the big bag, put the clothes he had bought earlier in it, and turned to leave the toy store. Daddy, where are we going now? The two children found that they were much happier when they were with their father. When they were with their mother, they were not allowed to do this or that, and they could not eat this or that. But not when they're with their father. Not only can they eat the roast chicken wings from Golden Arch, which they've been craving, they can also go shopping for toys. The reluctance they felt before about going out with their mother has disappeared in the face of these sugar-coated attacks. Go home. Now they're carrying big bags and have two kids tagging along, they can't go anywhere, let alone set up their stall in the afternoon. Daddy, Erbao is hungry. It smells so good. What is it? 12 noon. Shin Emo is still busy in the kitchen. Erbao walks in and rubs his tummy. Before, when he was alone, he would just grab something for lunch, stir-fry some vegetables or pork belly. That was a meal, it was cheap and convenient, so far, Shin Emo doesn't know many dishes. Now that he has two lovely daughters, he can't do the same as before. They need nutrition. Soup is indispensable, and a nutritious and easy-to-make dish is chicken soup. An hour ago, he started to make chicken soup, and now the living room is filled with the aroma, which attracted Erbao over. Erbao, wait a little longer, it will be ready soon. Chicken soup is Shin Mo's specialty, and he chooses this every time he wants to drink soup. Okay, Bobby, hurry up, or Erbao will get too hungry to walk, and won't be able to play with Bobby. In contrast, Erbao's curiosity about something is only moderately keen. The toys he buys are not interesting after half an hour, and Debao is still playing on the bedroom bed. Okay, Dad knows, I won't let Erbao starve. Go play with your sister for a while, and when the chicken soup is not hot anymore, Erbao can drink it. Shin Emo looked at the time and thought it was about time. After more than an hour, the soup had absorbed the flavors. Erbao nodded, took a step, then looked back at Shin Emo. After walking a distance that was hard to believe, it took a few minutes to get there. She kept watching until Shin Emo started to ladle the soup into 2 bowls. Dad, are you done? In less than 2 minutes, Erbao poked her little head out of the bedroom. Almost done, Erbao, just wait a little longer. Seeing her daughter like this, Shin Emo patted his forehead and quickly took out a small basin, added a little cold water to it, and placed the bowl on top. Erbao couldn't drink this bowl of chicken soup, so she couldn't think about cooking. As for the first child, she will put it aside to cool, and give it to her to drink during mealtimes. Okay, hurry up, Bobby. Next, every 2 minutes, Erbao would ask, which made Shin Emo laugh out loud. Erbao, come over here and sit here, and watch Bobby cook, okay? Walking around like this, Shin Emo was worried that Erbao would fall, so he moved a stool and carried Erbao up on it. Clap. Good, Erbao, watch your father cook. Erbao was happy to sit on the stool and clap his hands. Looking at Shin Emo up close, Erbao did not do what he had done before, with his hands supporting his little face, staring at his father's movements with curiosity, and occasionally laughing. Chapter 7, It really tastes bad, but Mom's is delicious. Erbao, have some soup. With limited cooking skills, Shin Emo ended up making a few side dishes, including steamed eggs, which require very little cooking skill. Usually, when Shin Emo oversleeps and doesn't feel like eating out, he'll just fry an egg and call it a day. Daddy, give me a hug. The stool is not very high, but Erbao was too lazy to get down by himself, so he stretches out his little hand and waits for Shin Emo to come over with a smile. Fine, I'm your father. Shin Emo quickly washes his hands and, without even serving the food, comes over to pick up Erbao. Let's go, first we'll go get your sister to wash her hands together. Children should wash their hands before eating. This is something Chi Nemo learned at the last minute in the morning, spending half an hour searching online for parenting tips. You have to wash your hands. As soon as she heard the words wash your hands, Erbao pouted. If you don't wash your hands before eating, worms will get into your stomach and bite holes in it. Erbao doesn't want the worms to get in, so does that mean she doesn't have to wash her hands? Erbao rolled her eyes and said something so quirky that Chi Nemo couldn't respond. Has your mother ever told you to wash your hands before eating? Unable to explain herself, Chi Nemo had to bring up her daughter's mother. She has, and even your sister-in-law has said it. Erbao tilted her little head, put her fingers in her mouth again, and tried to bite her nails. Erbao, biting your nails is not allowed, because worms hide inside. Just when she was at a loss for words, Erbao's current behavior was also a bad habit. Chi Nemo couldn't understand why she didn't stop it, as she had been so good at teaching her other two daughters. If there are worms inside the fingernails, then there must be a lot of worms inside Erbao's stomach, right? Erbao looked at her fingers, and suddenly tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Erbao, don't cry. As long as you don't bite your nails in the future, wash your hands before eating, and drink more soup, the worms will all go away. Chi Nemo had never experienced a child crying, and now she was about to cry when she saw her daughter, and she was suddenly at a loss. Daddy, Dabeo is hungry. At that moment, Dabeo walked out of the bedroom, her little hand feeling her tummy. Hey, Erbao, what's wrong with you? Dabeo quickly noticed that her younger sister's eyes were red and her little mouth was pursed. This was the way Erbao looked when she was being scolded by her mother at home. Erbao has worms in her tummy. As soon as she saw her sister, Erbao's tears flowed. Erbao, did you bite your fingernails again? Mum said that's not allowed. Upon hearing her words, Chi Nemo knew what was going on. It seems that when she was at home, she did pay attention to these things, but she was unable to correct Erbao's bad habits in the moment. How is she doing now? Is she still the same as before, and can I still recognize her? For years, one night, and she was drunk at the time, so Chi Nemo can barely remember what she looks like. He's really worried that he won't recognize her if she were to stand in front of him. Daddy, what should I do? Dabao saw her younger sister crying and could only turn to her father for help. Sister, Daddy said that you shouldn't bite your hands anymore, wash your hands before eating, and drink more soup so that you don't get worms. Chi Nemo had just said too much, and Erbao couldn't remember it all at once, so she could only say something general. Daddy, is what Erbao said true? Dabeo walked over and took Chi Nemo's hand, asking her, as she didn't want to see her sister cry. Well, Daddy didn't lie to Erbao. Chi Nemo put the bowl on the small dining table and, with a face full of love, rubbed Erbao's hair. Daddy, Erbao wants to drink 2 bowls of chicken soup. Erbao couldn't help but want to bite her nails again, but she resisted. She glanced at the bowls on the table, bit her lip, and made a difficult decision. Okay, Erbao will finish this bowl first, and Daddy will serve you again. Drink more soup, it's good for you. Chi Nemo couldn't be happier, so of course she couldn't say no. Daddy, Dabao also wants some soup. The two sisters rarely drink soup, so she would be overjoyed if she knew. Daddy! Erbao took a sip with the spoon, and she found that the chicken soup didn't taste as good as her mother's. Now she regretted asking for an extra bowl. What's wrong? Seeing her daughter frowning, Chi Nemo quickly ladled herself a bowl, and without paying attention to the high temperature, she tried to take a small sip. There's nothing wrong with it. Chi Nemo looked up in puzzlement. He had tasted it before turning off the heat for fear that something might be wrong, and now he tried it again. The taste was the same as before, no change. Daddy, it's not delicious, it's not as good as Mommy's. Erbao put down the spoon and stuck out her tongue. Compared to Mommy, she definitely can't compare, and she can count on 2 hands the number of times she has made soup in the past few years. Is it really that delicious when Mom makes it? Chi Nemo also wanted to know more about her, at least her name, so that she wouldn't be referred to as she every time. Now that she had heard her, she wanted to know more. Dabeo, what's Mom's name? Mom's name is Yi Qian. You don't know Mom's name? Erbao put down the spoon and looked at Chi Nemo a little surprised. Cough. How could Dad not know Mom's name? This was a test to see if the 2 daughters could remember their mother's name. Seeing that his 2 daughters were so sensitive, Chi Nemo originally wanted to learn more about Yi Qian, but it seemed that today was not possible, and he could only wait for a chance in the future. Daughter 1, Daughter 2, drink more soup. After lunch break, Dad will take you out to set up a stall. Both of his daughters sat still, so Chin Mo could only think of another way. You have to coax children more. Would it be fun to go out and set up a stall? As soon as Chin Mo mentioned something new and exciting, Bao's eyes lit up and she looked at Chin Mo with wide, sparkling eyes. It's fun, but Bao and Bao have to finish their soup first, and then Daddy will take you out, otherwise you'll just have to stay at home. Chin Mo's rented house wasn't very big, only a few dozen square meters, and after the two girls had explored it, their curiosity had worn off and they just wanted to go outside and play. You have to finish your soup before you go out. Bao's little face crumpled up. Looking at the chicken soup in front of her, she was a bit resistant. Her mother made it so tasty, but now her father's chicken soup. Not only do you have to drink the soup, you also have to eat. If any of you doesn't eat, I'll send you to your aunts. After some self-analysis, Chin Mo felt that neither of her daughters wanted to stay with Yi Qing. Daddy, Bao will drink it now. Bao doesn't want to go to your sister-in-law's, she's so mean. Under the combined influence of these two factors, the two daughters picked up their spoons and fought with the bowl of chicken soup in front of them. Daddy, can Bao just drink one bowl? Chin Mo had already finished eating, and it took the two daughters a while to finish a small bowl of chicken soup. Usually, he only thinks about making more money, so he eats quickly, finishing in a few minutes with 2 or 3 bites. If you don't want to drink the soup, then Daddy will give you some rice. You have to finish eating before you can go. Chin Mo served his two daughters half a bowl of rice. Children don't eat much, and after drinking a bowl of chicken soup, they are almost full after eating half a bowl of rice. Good, Daddy, you can't lie to Second Treasure. You have to take Second Treasure out then, because Second Treasure doesn't want to stay inside with nothing to do. In the past 3 years, both daughters have stayed by Yi Qing's side, and in terms of quality of life, Chin Mo on his own is far inferior. Children at this age still like to go outside and play, and that's why both daughters were able to stay the first day. Chapter 8, Preparing to go out and sell spicy soup. 4 p.m. Daddy, this is a car too, it's so ugly. Chin Mo prepared all the ingredients he needed for the day, and then took his two daughters with him as he pushed his BMW-style tricycle out to the street. The place where he rented a room was on an island, and it took half an hour to get to the university town of Yangcheng. Chin Mo had calculated that if he left now, he would arrive at the time when there was the heaviest foot traffic. A broken tricycle that takes half an hour to ride is Chin Mo's secret to keeping fit. When Dad makes money in the future, Bao and Bao can also ride in a car. Chin Mo pedaled the tricycle hard and pointed to a passing car. Dad, Bao has ridden in this car before, and Mom has one. Dad, when can we have one too? After a simple modification of the tricycle, Chin Mo made room for 2 small stools, and Bao and Bao sat inside. As soon as he heard that they were going to buy a car, Bao immediately stood up. Cough cough, Bao, be careful, don't stand up, sit down, it's very dangerous. Chin Mo coughed a few times, then pulled over and stopped, looking at the car that was going away. His face suddenly turned red. He had just not noticed it before, but now he realized that it was a luxury car. Cars of this brand all start at hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the one in front of him was a million-yuan luxury car. With his current income, he would need to save up for 15 years to buy a car without eating or drinking. Half an hour later, the number of pedestrians in the university town gradually increased. Most of them were students from nearby universities, and there were also some tourists from outside, or retired employees of the shipyard on Changzhou Island. Brother Chin, you're pretty punctual. Chin Mo had just parked his tricycle when the stall owner next to him greeted him. There was no choice, life forced him to do it. After more than 3 years, he had changed more than 10 jobs, but in the end, being a street vendor was the best. If he worked hard, he could earn about 200 yuan a day, and he had been able to do that for 6 months. The rent on Changzhou Island was not expensive, 400 yuan for a 1-bedroom apartment, and with the utilities included, it came to about 600 yuan a month. Chin Mo skips breakfast every day and cooks his own meals. At most, he spends 30 yuan a day, which comes to less than 1,000 yuan a month. Together with other miscellaneous expenses, he is left with just over 4,000 yuan a month. Of this 4,000 yuan, he only keeps 500 yuan for himself, and sends the rest back home. There was no other way. Chin Mo came from a small town and had younger siblings at home. After being expelled from Yangcheng University, it was also the most difficult time for his family. He had hoped to graduate and find a job to reduce the burden on his family. He never expected anything like this to happen, and he could only work his ass off to send more money home. Packing, shipping goods by truck, part-time job at McDaniel, handing out flyers, carrying bricks on construction sites, wearing a yellow overcoat, working as a security guard at a shipyard. Almost a coolie near the university town, Shin Modu had done it all. As for going back to his hometown to find a job, he was too ashamed to go back, so that when his neighbors saw him, they would remember the incident of his being fired, and then they would gossip about him in front of his parents. In today's information-rich society, it is impossible to hide this incident from others. Even if he doesn't tell anyone, his high school alma mater will know, and there are 10 colleges and universities in the university town, so there are bound to be some fellow students who know about him. Therefore, the best thing to do is to reduce his appearance in everyone's field of vision. My younger brother and sister are twins, exactly 8 years younger than me. I don't know what my parents were thinking at the time, but they got pregnant with them after a 7-year gap. During that period, the government was cracking down on having more than one child, and my parents, who were teachers, were eventually laid off and became unemployed. From that time on, the family's living conditions also underwent a 180-degree change, from a comfortable life to poverty. My younger brother and sister have just finished their college entrance exams. I don't know if it's a coincidence or intentional, but they both applied to Yangcheng University. Dad, is this the interesting thing you were talking about? His daughter's crisp voice pulled Shin Mo's thoughts back to reality, and he saw Erbao grabbing his arm and shaking it. Today, De Bao and Erbao will accompany Dad to sell spicy soup, okay? Not bad. Shin Mo's stall sells spicy soup, which he found was most popular with college students. However, there were quite a few people with the same idea, and there were 3 stalls selling spicy soup on this short 100-meter road. However, compared to the others, Shin Mo's business is a little better. Thanks to his good looks, most of his customers are girls. Great, De Bao can be a little boss. Hearing his daughter's agreement, Shin Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. If his daughter doesn't want to make a fuss, he can forget about this business. Let's talk about it after today. With 2 young children, there's no way he can think about other jobs. No boss would want you if you bring your children to work. How can you concentrate on work when you have children around? The only way out is to start your own business, so that you can keep your daughters close to you, but it's a bit more difficult. You have to take care of your business, but also keep an eye on the safety of your 2 daughters, and you can't let them get more than 2 meters away from you. Daddy, Erbao is going to be a little boss too. Erbao is not willing to lag behind, straightens his little back, crosses his arms, pouts his little nose up in the air, and puts on a little adult appearance. Okay, today, both Erbao and De Bao are little bosses. Both daughters were happy, and Shin Mo began to set the tables and chairs. This time, he placed one less table to take care of both daughters. Before, there were 3 small tables, and some college couples like to eat here. Daddy, give the stool to Big Treasure. Seeing her father setting the table, Big Treasure quickly lifted a small stool, which she had just been sitting on. Big Treasure, be careful, don't hurt your feet. Seeing her daughter struggling to lift the stool, Shin Mo really wanted to stop her, but then he thought about what he had just promised her and could only let her continue lifting it while keeping a close eye on her. Shin Handsome, whose daughter is this? It can't be yours, can it? Shin Mo had just finished setting the table when a regular customer arrived. It was already 5 p.m., and the students in the neighborhood had already finished class. Yes, aren't they cute? It's just like always. Hearing what Shin Mo said, the girl froze for a moment. She really didn't expect to be right. This handsome guy has been setting up his stall here for half a year. Many girls want to chat with him. No one doesn't like a handsome guy. There are even some girls who want his WeChat and want to get to know Shin Mo better, but he has politely refused them all. The girl in front of her is one of them. Her name is Gu Kiki, a sophomore this year. Except when school is in session, Coco comes every other day to order a bowl of spicy hot soup, sits down and quietly watches Mo busy. In contrast, she has not asked for Mo's WeChat. She feels that it is better to watch the other person up close. Mo is already 27 years old, but he looks young, only about 23. If he were to change his clothes and say that he was a student at a nearby university, no one would doubt it. Miss Gu, what's wrong? Do you want to try something new today? After shouting at herself for a few seconds, Shin Mo noticed that Gu Kiki was not responding to him and was just staring blankly, so he quickly raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes a few times. What did you just say? Chapter 9, Adds Seasonings, Unexpected. Gu Coco came back to her senses and quickly made her expression look natural. Beauty Gu, are you having something on your mind? You look lost. Is it the usual? Shin Mo also noticed that the other person's face looked a bit unpleasant, and quickly asked with concern. This is an old customer who usually helps support your business. It's fine, I just thought of a question. It's still the usual. Gu Kiki pushed her glasses to relieve her embarrassment and walked over to a small table, sitting down and looking at the two little girls next to her. I never thought that handsome Chin would have such beautiful daughters, and they are twins. Up close, Gu Kiki realized that the two little girls had rosy little faces that made people want to pinch them. With such beautiful children, it is easy to imagine that their mother would not be bad, and she would also be a beauty without exception. No wonder he doesn't pay any attention to other girls. Now Gu Kiki finally figured it out. Shin Mo's wife is a beauty, so how could she like these green college students? Beauty Gu, what did you just say? Shin Mo's hearing is still okay. Even though he was busy working, he heard Gu Kiki mumbling something next to him, but he just couldn't hear it clearly. It's nothing, you heard it wrong. Gu Kiki seemed to be afraid that Shin Mo heard something, so she quickly shook her head and said, then shifted the other person's attention. By the way, make it spicy today. Gu Kiki pursed her lips and said with a flustered look on her face. The customer's request is supreme. Shin Mo didn't ask why. She had been here so many times, and every time she didn't order spicy food, but today she had changed her mind. Daddy, let Dabeo take it over there. Shin Mo had just added the soup to the disposable bowl when Dabeo looked at him expectantly. Dabeo, this is too hot for you to handle, why don't you get your sister some chopsticks? If I let my daughter just stand there doing nothing, she won't be able to stay put for long. I have to find something for them to do. Okay. Dabeo looked at her small hands, then at the bowl of steaming soup, and finally chose to pick up the chopsticks. Dad, what can Second Treasure do? Seeing that her sister has started helping her father, Second Treasure can't be left behind. She quickly runs over, looks at Shin Mo expectantly, and wants her father to assign her a task too. Second Treasure, if someone comes to eat, can you move the stools? The stools Shin Mo uses at his stall are made of plastic, which is very light, and can be moved by a 3-year-old. Erbao has work to do too. Seeing that his father had also arranged work for him, Erbao happily clapped his hands and jumped in place. Daddy, Erbao promises to do a good job. Cough. Just then, there was a coughing sound, and Shin Mo knew what was going on when he turned his head. Dabeo, bring the water over to your sister. Shin Mo took out a plastic cup and poured half a cup of warm boiled water. Sister, drink some water. Erbao held the cup and slowly walked over, saying crisply. Thank you, little sister, you're really pretty. Gu Kiki couldn't stand the slightest bit of spice, but Shin Mo had only put in a little, and now she was crying tears of spice. She took the cup and gulped it down in one go, which made her throat feel a little better. Thank you, sister, you're very pretty too. Hearing someone praise her, Erbao bounced over to Shin Mo. Handsome Chin, if you can improve the smell a little, your business will be even better. Overall, Shin Mo's malatang is at the average level, with no distinguishing features, not much different from the other two. Thank you, Miss Gu, for your concern, I'll pay attention to it. Things are different now, with 2 daughters around, I can't just muddle through with the customers like before, I have to work on improving the taste. I have to put in more effort in this area, so that the customer retention rate is high. The 2 girls will soon start kindergarten, and that will be quite an expense. There's not much time left for me. I only have 2 months, and I have to earn enough money to pay for their tuition during that time, otherwise I'll have to borrow from someone else. I don't want to have to borrow from someone else to send my own kids to school. Shin Mo didn't want that to happen. It's fine for other people to look down on him, but not his daughters. Taste? Shin Mo's expression froze for a moment, and a picture flashed through his mind. Had he forgotten something? Pop. A loud clap came, and Shin Mo gave her own thigh a hard slap. Strange? Gu Kiki looked up, puzzled by Shin Mo's actions. A bottle appeared in front of Shin Mo, about 20 centimeters high, with no packaging, just an ordinary glass bottle. Delicious seasoning? Shin Mo held up the bottle and took a look, then opened the cork. A faint fragrance drifted into her nose, with the smell of Chinese medicinal herbs. Will this enhance the taste of the soup? The main role in the taste of malatang is played by the soup that is poured over it. Let's try it, the system won't bite. So far, the system has only shown the good side, so after a moment's thought, Shin Mo poured a little, about 1/10, into the soup pot. This should be enough. Shin Mo didn't know how much to pour, so he wanted to try a little at first. This. In less than a few seconds after the seasoning melted into the soup, a strong aroma drifted out of the soup pot. Whoosh! The aroma made Chin Mo's nose involuntarily inhale several times. It was so fragrant, could it be real? Just by smelling the aroma, one's appetite was greatly increased, and Chin Mo really wanted to give it a try for himself. It smells so good. The flowing wind quickly spread the aroma around. 10 meters away, a passerby can't help but stop and look for the source of the aroma. Chin's spicy hot soup? There aren't many stalls nearby, just a few, and soon a couple in the crowd found their target. The girl said to her boyfriend with a puzzled look. Why don't we go buy two to try? At this, the girl couldn't help but swallow. Forget it, you know I don't like spicy hot soup, it's not hygienic at all, I'll go with you, you eat it yourself, as for me, forget it. The boy frowned, clearly disgusted by the mala tang. Just from the aroma, I think the taste can't be that bad. The delicious seasoning is working, and the first customer is about to arrive. Hey, I didn't expect it to be a handsome guy, so please recommend a dish for me. This girl is obviously buying mala tang for the first time, otherwise she wouldn't have said that. Recommend for you? Chin Mo was a little surprised. Usually when people come to buy things, they choose for themselves. It's rare to encounter such a customer. Yes, I rarely eat this kind of food, but your stall smells so good that I just couldn't resist the temptation, so I came over to try it. The girl wrinkled her nose, and her pretty face looked particularly playful. Okay, please go over there and sit down for a while, and I'll bring it over to you in a moment. Chin Mo pointed to the last empty table and said, Big sister, big brother, please follow me. Bao dutifully carried out what Chin Mo had told her to do, and she saw her immediately bring over a plastic stool. Wow, kawaii, what a pretty little girl. Bao was finally noticed by the girl. She saw her and quickened her pace, walking up to Bao in an instant. She crouched down, wanting to give Bao a hug, but was stopped by her boyfriend. Ahem, Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Her parents are here, and you're hugging someone else's daughter. If nothing goes wrong, it's fine, but if something goes wrong by accident, it'll be hard to explain. Chapter 10, Arguing is useless, food is important. Excuse me, little girl. The girl looked up, glanced at Chin Mo, who was busy, and gave her boyfriend a tongue-in-cheek look. Sister, it's fine, this is a stool, please sit. Bao put the stool down and motioned for the guests to sit down. Sister, brother, there's another stool here. Bao, who was on the side, didn't want to be left behind and also brought over a plastic stool. Wow, the twins are so cute. This time, the girl's face shows shock. She already envies the stall owner for having such a cute daughter. Now she sees another one, and it's a twin, so she can't help but feel a little jealous. Brother Hong, it would be so nice if we had such cute daughters in the future. The killing power of the first and second children is irresistible to people of all ages. Cough cough, we're still in school, it's too early to talk about this. The boy scratches his head, his face showing an embarrassed expression. What, are you unwilling or don't want to be together anymore? Girls are generally very sensitive to these kinds of questions. At this time, you'd better go along with her, otherwise it will develop in a bad direction. Here it is, I kept you waiting. The two suddenly fell silent and stopped talking. Everyone looked at each other. At that moment, Chin Mo came over with the spicy soup, and gently placed it on the table. He didn't leave as he usually did, but instead stood by the side. Try it. Chin Mo couldn't wait to find out what the guests would say about the food after he added the delicious seasoning. If the innocent girl in front of him gave a good review, then he would consider it a success, and the business would be even better than before. As for whether the delicious seasoning would return to its original state after the bottle was used up, these were not things to worry about now. If he used it reasonably, it should last for half a month. And there was one more thing. He was sure the system would have a solution. It really smells good. The two people, who were in a Cold War, couldn't help but speak up. The girl leaned in a little closer, closed her eyes and took a whiff, her face showing a look of enjoyment. Handsome guy, I walk this road a lot, and my nose is very sensitive. I haven't smelled this before, have you only been here recently? The girl stared at Chin Mo with her eyes wide. This boss is similar in age to herself, and his appearance is very pleasing to the eye, giving a person a comfortable feeling. Thinking about this, her face flushed slightly. I've been here for half a year, so you two should hurry up and try it before it gets cold. Chin Mo was used to being stared at by girls, so he smiled and pointed to the table of spicy hot pot. Right, we should try it. It smells so good, it must be delicious. I'll patronize Handsome's business more often in the future. Here you go. The guy handed over the chopsticks, and as he inhaled the rich aroma, he couldn't help but swallow. But he had already said he wasn't going to eat it, so it would be like slapping himself in the face to eat it now. Humph. The girl grabbed the chopsticks. She hadn't forgotten what had just happened, so she let him off the hook for now and tasted it first. The owner was so handsome, and the spicy and numbing hot and spicy soup he made wouldn't let her down. The girl picks up the top leaf of the vegetable and puts it in her mouth gracefully. As soon as the leaf enters her mouth, her eyes widen and her expression changes instantly. Xiao Xin, are you okay? The boy can't help but ask, concerned at the look on his partner's face. But at this moment, the girl has no time to pay attention to anything else. She immediately closes her eyes and slowly chews, a look of enjoyment quickly appearing on her face. Phew! The boy lets out a deep sigh of relief when he sees this. As long as nothing bad happens, that's all that matters. Is it really that delicious? He knew exactly how his girlfriend looked when she was in ecstasy over delicious food. She was usually a very picky eater, but the look on her face showed that the mala tang tang in front of her was really delicious. Just a little bit of random scalding, then topped with soup, and it's really that delicious? The boy looked at the mala tang tang in front of him with a face full of confusion, and couldn't help but pick up a pair of chopsticks and reach over to pick up a vegetable. How is that possible? The boy looked at Chi Nemo in shock after trying it, and said, "When did street food become so delicious?" Although he only tried a bite, the boy was certain that the delicacies he had eaten before could not be compared to the mala tang tang in front of him. Enjoy. Seeing what he wanted to know, Chi Nemo walked back contentedly. Even a boy who dislikes mala tang tang showed such a reaction, so he is even more confident in the delicious seasoning. What's going on? You said you didn't want to eat it, but you're eating it. The girl opened her eyes and saw her boyfriend reaching for the food. She quickly pulled the bowl in front of her. What just happened didn't go over well, and now he wants to eat me. No way. I'll just have a bite. The boy had just swallowed the first bite without really tasting it, and it wasn't enough. No way. The girl immediately lifted the bowl, turned her back to her boyfriend, and the boy's hand reached out, stiff in midair, his face suddenly looking ugly. So petty. He muttered under his breath, but his girlfriend heard him. Lu Weihong, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. The two were about to argue when Qin Mo's voice came in time. If you want, brother, have another serving. My mistake, I apologize now. Lu Weihong immediately chose to back down. He knew that there was no point in arguing any further, and that it was more important to try the food first. I'll let you off the hook today, but I'll make you pay when we get back. After the girl said this, she quickly bowed her head and couldn't wait to start eating. Boss, give me one too, extra spicy. Okay, just a moment. Qin Mo happily responded, and after seeing the effect, working became a pleasure, and her tone of voice took on a waiter-like tone. Gu Long. Gu Kiki, at the table next to her, couldn't help but swallow. She looked at her own bowl, then stared intently at the girl across the table, not caring if it was hot, and couldn't wait to eat. It was the same spicy powder, but the difference was so great. Gu Kiki took another whiff of the smell in her bowl. It was good, just like before. But when she looked up, her nose was filled with a rich aroma. Compared to the previous smell, the difference was like heaven and earth. Could it be the soup? With her nose constantly filled with the rich aroma, Gu Kiki lost her appetite for the spicy soup in front of her. After hesitating for a while, she felt that she should ask Qin Mo. Handsome Qin, why is it so fragrant today? Gu Kiki's question was very tactful. She didn't directly say why her portion was so different from the others. Miss Gu, I'm sorry, I forgot to add some soup to yours. I've just been studying soup making recently, so I didn't add any to yours. Now, if you'll bring your bowl over, I'll add some more soup. Qin Mo, who was busy serving the guests, immediately responded when he heard Gu Kiki say this, without changing his expression. After 4 years of constantly rushing from one job to the next, Qin Mo has perfected the art of speaking without showing his emotions. Forget it, I'll do it. Qin Mo still felt bad about making the girl walk back and forth, so he picked up the spoon, took half a spoonful, and walked over. If it were anyone else, he would only add a little at most, but this half a spoonful can be used to sell one more serving, which is all money. Thank you. You're welcome, you're a regular customer, I'll get back to work. Chapter 11, the aroma spreads, and the scene is lively. Gradually, there were more and more students on this road after school. The students who passed by would stop if they didn't have something urgent to do. Some students who were going to the cafeteria to eat also stopped, attracted by the rich aroma to Chin Mo's stall. It smells so good. When did Mala Tang Tang become so attractive? Some students looked at their lunchboxes and hesitated. Should they go and eat first, or buy a bowl of Mala Tang Tang to get their fix? The aroma was just too much to bear. Boss, heat these up for me. Someone quickly took action. He picked some of his favorite foods from the stall and put them in a basket. Handsome guy, you have great taste. If you don't mind, you can go and sit over there. It'll only take a moment. Chin Mo pointed to 2 tables, both of which already had guests seated, but there were still seats available. No thanks, boss, I'll eat standing up, it tastes better that way. Thank you. For stalls like theirs, many guests come and eat, and they all give priority to those with seats. Hearing the other person say this, Chin Mo quickly said thank you. It's okay, boss, just for the aroma, it's worth eating standing up, as long as the taste is good, I'll promote you. College students who have not yet stepped into the big social tank are simple and free from all kinds of miscellaneous thoughts. I guarantee you won't be disappointed, you won't be able to stop after eating it. After adding soup to Gu Kik's food, Chin Mo paid attention to her expression. Unsurprisingly, like the couple next to them, she kept her head down and ate without having time to flirt with the 2 daughters next to her. Boss, these are your daughters? Among the onlookers, everyone quickly noticed the 2 eldest and second eldest children. Yes. Chin Mo looked up and smiled. What beautiful twins! Not only are they pretty, they're also so well behaved. You're a very lucky boss. Upon seeing the twins, some of the women forgot about eating and walked over to them, handing out candies. But the twins didn't take them, but looked at their father instead. Yi Xian had taught them not to take things from strangers, especially food. Take it, but only one. Chin Mo was always aware of the situation with his 2 daughters. He saw the expectant look in his daughter's eyes and smiled as he turned back. Thank you, sister, you're very pretty too. Bao thanked his big sister. Bao picked up a candy from the middle and shouted sweetly, melting the hearts of the girls who heard it. Wow, so cute, I can't stand it, what should I do? I want to have a daughter now too. A beautiful woman cupped her face in her hands and looked at the little twin girls, stars in her eyes. I don't mind. At this point, a male classmate nearby interjected. Get lost, what are you thinking? If you want to have a baby, I'm also with the boss, just look at his daughter to see. This male classmate was so shocked that he lowered his head, but soon looked up again, smiling and said, if you want to have a baby with the boss, you don't stand a chance, he's already married. After saying this, he deliberately let out a sigh. Come on, it's useless talking about this, let's try the boss's cooking. I'll eat first, if you want to argue, go ahead. The other companion took a disposable bowl from Chin Mo and ate it despite the fact that it was hot. Sizzling! He shouted out as he shoved it into his mouth. Good for you, Li Ziyi, not letting us have a taste first, you just started eating. Everyone was thinking that they would taste the first serving together, but Li Ziyi jumped the gun. It's not a big deal to jump the gun, but what's annoying is that he ate with his mouth open, spitting out a lot of saliva. You have to be on your toes when it comes to food. It's so delicious, why didn't I realize how good Mala Tang is before? The boss gave 2 more to go. He's already thinking about getting takeaway before he's even finished with the one in his hands. Li Ziyi, are you crazy? You want 3 servings? Aren't you going to eat? Spicy hot pot is good for satisfying your appetite, but you really can't eat it as a meal. For these students, their monthly living expenses are fixed, so it's neither economical nor practical. The price of 3 servings of spicy hot pot is enough to pay for 2 simple meals in the cafeteria. I'm not crazy, and after you try it, you'll think the same way as me. I can't describe this deliciousness, except that the portion is a bit small and it doesn't fill you up. Before the other students had even started eating, he had already finished the bowl, leaving only some soup. After knowing the preciousness of the delicious spices, Chin Mo only made half as much soup as usual, but it didn't affect the taste. No way, you're not even going to let go of the soup, is that really necessary? Li Ziyi looked at the soup in the bowl, licked his lips, and then lifted the bowl to drink the soup. It was delicious. Li Ziyi closed his eyes, and the expression on his face made the students around him want to give him a round of applause. Boss, is your secret in the soup? Smelling the aroma in the air, the source was quickly found, and Li Ziyi stared at the smoky soup pot. Ha ha! Shinmo didn't give a direct answer, but just smiled and got back to work. I understand. Seeing that Shinmo didn't answer, Li Ziyi understood very well that people who do business must have their own secrets. This young handsome man in front of him is relying on this bucket of soup to make his business booming. The number of customers gradually increased, and everyone gathered around Shinmo's stall, wanting to try it. Everyone, don't worry, please wait a moment, it will be your turn soon. Seeing so many customers gathered together, Shinmo's heart was filled with joy. This was the first time this had happened since she set up her stall 6 months ago. In the past, her best business was 7 or 8 customers, but now there were at least 20 or 30 people. It's not enough, I didn't restock enough today, what a pity. Shinmo glanced at the soup pot. Based on the current trend, it would be sold out in less than 2 hours. It's too late to go restock now. After I go back tonight, I'll do some careful calculations and figure out how much food to stock each day. Boss, can you add a little more soup? At this time, a customer handed over a bowl, wanting Shinmo to add a little more soup for him. Lu Xingyan, you really dare to think about it, didn't you hear what Li Ziyi just said clearly? The secret of the owner's business is in the soup. Some customers like to add more soup to it, and Lu Xingyan is one of them. This handsome guy, I'm sorry, but this soup is made by boiling precious medicinal herbs, so I'm sorry. Shinmo didn't finish, but I believe everyone here knows what's going on. The boss is right, if you want more soup, you can order another portion, which is just a few dollars. Chapter 12, De Bao and Air Bao start to show their prowess. Spicy hot pot is usually 5 or 6 yuan, unless you want to add more ingredients. But there's not much more you can add, and even then it's only 20 odd yuan, which is still relatively cheap compared to other snacks. There was a rumor about spicy hot pot for 6 yuan, and it was all over the place at the time. Handsome Qin, I'm leaving first, the money has been scanned. Gu Kiki had wanted to chat with Shinmo, but after seeing the lively scene, she gave up. After paying the bill, she said goodbye and left. Goodbye, beautiful lady, welcome back next time. Bye, sister. Bye, sister. Seeing their father greet the customers, the 2 children followed suit and shouted. Big brother, my dad makes delicious food. A few boys are walking past with a basketball. Bao runs over, raises her little head and looks at them. Little sister, you're so good, you're helping your dad make business. But the boys have to go play basketball, and you can't exercise after eating. Bao's appearance makes the boys stop in their tracks. When they see the little girl's rosy little face, they can't help but want to pinch her, but they finally hold back. If you don't eat it, it will be sold out soon, and you won't be able to eat it even if you want to. Bao put on a little adult's appearance, with a helpless look on her face. When the boys saw her like this, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother, I'll be right there. With such a cute daughter like you, it's hard for your father's business not to do well. Shengu, are you really not going to play ball? The little girl is so enthusiastic about calling us, can you bear to walk away? One of his friends asked with a frown. Those who like playing ball feel uncomfortable if they don't play for a day, always feeling like something is missing. But you can't play ball after eating. These 4 students all shared a dorm room, and while the other 3 had agreed, one was still hesitant. Just give it a try, it's not like we're asking you to eat a whole meal. Besides, when the little girl calls you big brother over and over, how can you bear to walk away? After the student in charge finished speaking, he squeezed his way over. He said that, but in fact, he also wanted to go over and play ball sooner, but when he saw Bao's obedient and sensible appearance, he couldn't bear to walk away. Big brother, you won't be disappointed. Seeing that he was able to help his father, Bao smiled proudly and glanced at De Bao. Then he ran over to Shinmo and claimed credit. Daddy, Bao brought you some customers. Bao is so good. Shinmo praised her and continued to get busy. Now was not the time to rest, but he liked the feeling. It felt good to be making money. Bao can do it too. Seeing his father praise his sister, Bao was sure to follow suit. He broke free from the hands of the girls, glanced down the street with his eyes, and quickly spotted his target. De Bao, where are you going? A few girls were teasing De Bao, but at this time, she ran over to the side of the road, and the few people quickly got up, but quickly sat down again. This boss is really good, and he has taught his daughter to be so sensible. The few people also saw Bao's actions just now, and now they have seen De Bao's actions, and they all envy Shinmo's good fortune. Big sister, are you hungry? At this time, the target of De Bao is an intellectual beauty wearing a pair of glasses and holding a book in her hands. It is not surprising that she should be a teacher. Who is this daughter of a family, so cute? The intellectual beauty is a teacher at Qinghai College named Ning Shuyu. She has just finished a guest lecture for her students and is preparing to go to the nearby cafeteria for dinner. Ning Shuyu's daily routine is a straight line between 3 points. She rarely gets involved in other things. She is young, pretty and single, and as a university teacher, she has many suitors, but she rejects them all. Now that she sees such a cute little girl, the string in her heart almost loosens. It smells so good. After Ning Shuyu stops, she realizes that the air nearby is full of fragrance. Just a whiff makes you want to try it. It smells good, right? My dad made it. Upon hearing the older girl say this, Debao proudly lifted his little head and pointed at Qin Mo's stall. Big sister, look, that's my dad's stall. Qin's spicy hot pot? After taking one look, Ning Shuyu didn't want to go over there. Spicy hot pot was her least favorite snack. She had eaten it once before, and never again after that. Little sister, I still have to go eat, sorry. Ning Shuyu reached out and stroked Debao's hair. Big sister, just try it, okay? Seeing that Ning Shuyu was about to walk away, Debao quickly took her hand and started to pout. At this time, Qin Mo was too busy to take his eyes off Debao. He had just seen a few girls accompanying Debao, and these girls often passed by here, so they were kind of familiar. His attention was focused on Erbao, otherwise he would have stopped Debao's behavior. This. Ning Shuyu frowned, looking at Debao's wide-open eyes, which seemed to have tears in them. If she said no, would they start to flow the next second? This was the first time she had seen such a cute little girl, and a feeling of unwillingness welled up in her heart. Please, big sister. Erbao was also looking over at this time, smiling happily. When Debao saw this, he was even more determined not to give up, and was about to hug Ning Shuyu's thighs. This boss's daughter really understands, so does this count as forcing a customer to stay? The other customers around them couldn't help but laugh after seeing this. Debao's behavior was so cute, and everyone helped to say that their hearts melted when they heard what she said. Beauty, just give it a try, you won't be disappointed. Yes, Miss Ning, you don't know, this is the first time I've had such delicious malatang, and I've decided I want to come here every day. This owner makes it so delicious, we're worried that our palates will be spoiled and we won't be able to eat such delicious malatang again after graduation. A few students had just finished eating when they saw Ning Shuyu. Ning Shuyu was very famous, not just at Qinghai College, but also among teachers and students at other schools. Big sister, listen, everyone else is saying that it's delicious. Why don't you try it? Debao pouted, shaking Ning Shuyu's hand again. Okay, I'll buy one. Ning Shuyu glanced around, and if she didn't buy one, it seemed that she wouldn't be able to leave. Besides, she didn't want to hurt the feelings of such a cute little girl. Yes. You're a pretty lady, and I'll let my dad make you one right now. Hearing Ning Shuyu's agreement, Debao clapped his hands excitedly and shouted. He ran towards the stall while shouting, Dad, Debao has brought you a customer, and this pretty lady also wants to eat. Debao's cheerful shouts quickly attracted the attention of the customers next to the stall. Teacher Ning. It's you, Teacher Ning. You go first. Yes, Teacher Ning, you go ahead and order, we'll wait a little while. Most of these customers were students, and at the sight of Ning Shuyu, they all made way for her. The other customers, who were not students, were also embarrassed to stand in the way of such a beautiful woman, and they also made way for her. In this way, as soon as Ning Shuyu arrived, she was the first to place an order. You go ahead, I'll wait in line, I'm in no hurry. Chapter 13, In front of delicious food, friendship is threatened. Then thank you all. It was hard to refuse such hospitality. If Ning Shuyu didn't go over, the owner wouldn't be able to do business, and everyone was waiting for her. With no choice, she smiled and nodded at the crowd before walking up to the front of the stall. Teacher Ning, I'm sorry, my daughter is being inconsiderate and causing you inconvenience. What would you like to eat? Qin Mo heard what everyone had said and knew that it was Debao who was responsible for the situation. She apologized first. Boss, you recommend it. Surrounded by so many people, Ning Shuyu just wanted to leave as soon as possible. She still had some unfinished business. Okay, Ms. Ning, just wait a moment. You can order too, everyone. Qin Mo's stall could serve soup dishes for 5 or 6 people at the same time. Seeing that everyone was standing around without moving, she quickly gave a reminder. Boss, we're in no hurry, let's let Teacher Ning finish first. Right, this pretty lady should go first. We're just out for a stroll, we're in no hurry. It'll only take a few minutes, everyone is willing to wait, not to mention being able to watch a pretty lady up close, something you don't usually get to do. Okay then. After seeing the appearance of Ning Shuyu, Qin Mo knew what everyone was thinking. Teacher Ning, do you like spicy food? Soon, Qin Mo had finished preparing a serving. He didn't add anything extra, just a normal serving of mala tansu, which cost 6 yuan. Put a little in. Smelling the rich aroma up close, Ning Shuyu didn't want to leave, wondering when mala tansu had ever tasted so good. How much is it, boss? To show his appreciation for Ning Shuyu's patronage, this one is free. Qin Mo noticed that when he asked for the price, the surrounding customers were staring at him, so he quickly changed his words. Boss, you guys don't make this easy for yourselves. If you do that, I'll be embarrassed to come here next time. Ning Shuyu shook her head. She didn't want to take advantage of the few dollars worth of food. There was another thing that impressed her, a man who had to bring his 2 daughters with him when he came out to set up his stall. Life must not be easy for him. She had previously thought that the boss only had 1 daughter, but after walking over, she realized that there was another one, and that they were twins. A feeling of sadness welled up in her heart. 6 yuan. Ning Shuyu made it so obvious, Qin Mo felt embarrassed and said, "Thank you." After receiving the packed spicy hot pot, Ning Shuyu suddenly said thank you and then turned and left. She is truly the goddess of Xinghai College, her cultivation is far above everyone else's. Teacher Ning's reputation is excellent in the university town, I just don't know who was lucky enough to marry her. What are you thinking? No matter what, it's not our turn. To these college students, Ning Shuyu is the dream lover in their hearts. Why think so much? The food is in front of you, so why not try the boss's cooking? I can't help it. After Ning Shuyu left, a customer didn't care about the hotness and started eating the food on the side with the bowl. It's so hot, but the taste is amazing. Ha, I didn't think I could eat such delicious food here. Boss, you should have released your secret recipe a long time ago. This customer has also eaten at Qin Mo's stall a few times. Compared to this time, it is simply the difference between heaven and earth, not even on the same level. He feels strange, with such good cooking skills, why didn't you take it out before? If it weren't for the coincidence of passing by and being attracted by the aroma this time, I would really have missed the food. Cough cough, thank you for the praise, mainly because the preparation of this secret recipe is too troublesome, and it was only recently that it was successful. I believe that once I tell people about it, the news will spread quickly, and in the future, customers who come here to eat won't make me add more soup. You're right. This soup is so delicious, and I see that the secret is in the topping. Boss, can you stop chatting and get back to work? We've been waiting for a while, and our stomachs are starting to grumble. Some customers waiting in line saw the customers in front of them enjoying their food so much that they couldn't stop staring at the stall, and they swallowed their saliva many times without knowing it. Hey, don't worry, handsome, it'll be your turn soon. The stall was already full of baskets, there was no room for more, and the other customers were holding them in their hands, waiting by the side, and as soon as they saw an empty seat, they immediately filled it. Can I have a taste? What are you thinking? I don't even have enough for myself, and now I regret not eating more, I'll have to queue up again after I've finished. Seeing his friends eating with relish, one classmate went over to them, shamelessly wanting a bite. But he was disappointed. For food lovers, it is difficult to get a bite from them. Lai Shouwen, our friendship of many years, is not worth a bite? Just as he was about to reach over and grab some food, he was immediately shunted aside, and the classmate's hands stiffened in mid-air. Don't use that as an excuse, if you'd been any later, everyone else would have jumped the queue. Don't worry everyone, there's enough for everyone. Seeing the guests so enthusiastic, Qin Mo couldn't stop smiling, chatting with the guests while she kept busy. It had been 4 years, and this was the first time Qin Mo had smiled so happily. The depression that had built up in her heart over the years had all dissipated at that moment. Dabao, Erbao, don't go far, I'll make you something delicious later. While she had some free time, Qin Mo once again gave her 2 daughters a piece of her mind. Daddy, I know. Great, sister, we're having something delicious again. It was almost 6 o'clock, already dinner time, and the 2 of them had been walking around helping out, so they were already feeling hungry. As soon as they heard Qin Mo's words, their stomachs started rumbling. Looks like I miscalculated. Qin Mo glanced at the soup pot, there was still a third of the soup left, and based on the current situation, he could close up shop in half an hour at most. While his business was booming, the other two were having a hard time. Almost all the customers had come over to his stall, and jealousy was sparkling in their eyes. Some customers were about to choose ingredients when they smelled the aroma drifting on the wind. Looking at the stall surrounded by people inside and outside, they immediately put down their baskets and changed their target. Hey, if this goes on, it looks like they'll have to move. The thing they fear most about mobile stalls like theirs is the appearance of a formidable competitor. If they do encounter one, then you'd better plan ahead and decide whether to avoid him or find a new location. Before, after all the hard work of setting up the stall, they could still make a profit of $4,000 or $5,000 a month. In a situation like this, it's already pretty good to break even, and it's downright wishful thinking to think about making a profit. After Chin Mo came over, in an hour, the number of customers that came could be counted on one hand. Without customers, the ingredients cannot be sold. Meatballs and the like can be put back in the refrigerator to keep them fresh, but not vegetables and the like. If this cycle continues, the ingredients will be scrapped after being left out for a long time and cannot continue to be sold. If they make the guests sick, they cannot afford it. Chapter 14, Canteen Disputes, Breakups. What was I thinking? Ning Shuyu prepared a good meal, and when she saw the spicy hot pot next to it, she couldn't help but shake her head. She knew exactly what spicy hot pot tasted like. She just didn't like it. Even if it was made by a top chef, it would still taste the same. Forget it, I've already bought it, and it's a waste to keep it. It smells so good, it should taste even better than what I've had before. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Shuyu opened the lid. Immediately, a rich aroma drifted out from her position. It really is so fragrant. Smelling the aroma again, Ning Shuyu took a few breaths in succession. Would it also be a kind of enjoyment to eat while smelling the aroma? Thinking about this, Ning Shuyu nodded, feeling that this method was feasible. However, she underestimated the power of the aroma, and soon the surrounding teachers and students all smelled the aroma, especially those who were close to it, and began to search for the source of the aroma. What dish smells so good? Why haven't I smelled it before? At this time, the aroma appeared in the cafeteria, and everyone's first thought was that it came from the food in the cafeteria. Hey, Teacher Ning, you're eating here today too, what a coincidence. While everyone was searching for the source of the aroma, Ning Shuyu was noticed. Hello, Professor Lin, Professor Li. Several people came over, all university teachers, a man and a woman. The man, Lin Yongchang, was Ning Shuyu's previous suitor. After being rejected by Ning Shuyu, he found a new target, and the woman beside him was his girlfriend. They were both teachers at the university town, and they had many opportunities to meet each other. Ning Shuyu didn't like being disturbed, but she still greeted them. That was what she thought, but Lin Yongchang didn't. Ms. Ning, do you mind if we sit here? In front of a beautiful woman, Lin Yongchang forgot what had just happened. Nothing about the food was more important than Ning Shuyu. It seemed that he still hadn't given up. Whatever. Ning Shuyu frowned and quickly moved a little, not wanting to get too close to Lin Yongchang. Hey, Ms. Ning, you like spicy hot pot too? While Ning Shuyu was moving her lunchbox, she noticed the spicy hot pot next to her. I don't even like it. Ning Shuyu responded, then picked up her chopsticks. She wanted to finish eating quickly, and she was annoyed by people chattering around her at mealtimes. Really? But this malatang is really fragrant. Lin Yongchang froze after he finished speaking. This was not the fragrance he had just been looking for, it was the fragrance exuding from this bowl of malatang. He couldn't believe it and confirmed again, sniffing carefully. It was indeed this smell. Ning Shuyu's mouth curled up slightly at the thought of the little girl she had just met. She smiled. This left Lin Yongchang dumbfounded. Ning Shuyu was the iceberg goddess, and she was not called that for nothing. In the university town, very few people had seen Ning Shuyu smile, and even during class, there was no smile on her face. Lin Yongchang was not the only one to see Ning Shuyu smile. Some students who passed by also noticed. Everyone had the same expression, stopped in their tracks, opened their mouths wide, and fixed their gaze on Ning Shuyu. It smells good. What is Teacher Ning eating? When Ning Shuyu picked up a vegetable, the crowd came back to their senses and fixed their gaze on the malatang. Malatang, even the goddess eats this? Anyone who has eaten malatang can recognize it at a glance. Ning Shuyu hesitated for a moment before putting the vegetable she had picked up into her mouth. Suddenly, the taste buds on the tip of her tongue exploded, and an indescribable deliciousness spread from her tongue. She couldn't help but close her eyes and chew slowly. I can't believe it's true, what Dabao said is true. Ning Shuyu opened her eyes and glanced at the mala tang tang in front of her and then at her lunchbox. She was now making a difficult choice between the food and the mala tang tang, and she can only choose one. Ms. Ning, what are you eating that smells so good? A student interrupted Ning Shuyu's thoughts. She looked up and realized that a crowd had gathered around her. It's Ling Bichin, you're asking about the mala tanghulu, said Ning Shuyu, pointing at the mala tanghulu in front of her. The mala tanghulu smells so good, hee, Ms. Ning, can I try some? Sure, go ahead. The student spoke, and Ning Shuyu couldn't refuse. Besides, this student usually got good grades, and was considered an honors student. She usually took care of students with good academic performance. She still had some resistance to food, and if she were a foodie, she definitely wouldn't share. She was just agonizing over her choice when a student stepped in to help share the burden. Oh, Teacher Ning, I saw that Ning Shuyu was so easygoing, and the other students asked as well. Great, let's all try it. Ning Shuyu glanced at the students around her. Everyone had the same goal, so it seemed that she didn't have to worry about it and could just give them the mala tang tang. If she wanted to eat it herself, she could buy another serving when she got back. Wow, it's delicious. Ling Bichin sat down, right opposite Ning Shuyu, and picked up the top stalk of water spinach. The mala tang tang, which cost 6 yuan, only had vegetables and vermicelli in it, no meatballs or anything. After tasting it, Ling Bichin saw that the other students were adding it in, so she swallowed the watercress in her mouth directly. Then she picked it up again, and this time the amount was quite a lot, a quarter of the amount was picked up, and Ling Bichin put it in her lunchbox, and then she got up, but she still greeted Ning Shuyu. Teacher Ning, I'll go get some food first, so I won't disturb you while you eat. Okay. Ning Shuyu nodded, not at all surprised by Ling Bichin's behavior. After all, she had just tried the delicious food herself. However, her classmates did not think the same way, especially Lin Yongchang, who was sitting next to her. This is her student, and she's going to waste a whole bowl of spicy hot soup like that? You're so selfish, Ling Bichin, not leaving any for the rest of us. If you want to eat it, go early, otherwise you'll regret it. Ling Bichin said this and walked away, afraid that if the other students tried it later, she would cause a public outcry. She took a quarter of the bowl of spicy hot pot for herself. It was so delicious. Just as she was out of sight, Ling Bichin couldn't help but stop and, under the astonished gaze of the others, just stand and eat. After eating this, eating anything else in the future will be like chewing wax. This delicious mala tang is so good, where did you buy it? I was just too busy grabbing food to ask for the address, but I can ask for it now and eat as much as I want. Ling Bichin turned around and slowly walked back, picking up vegetables and sending them into her mouth as she walked, chewing quickly. I can't go back like this, those foodies won't let me go. Among these classmates, there are no shortage of foodies who would take the bus to the other end of Huadu in order to get a taste of the food. You're a good one, Ling Bichin, you dare to come back, show me. As soon as she walked back, a classmate immediately snatched it away. As Ling Bichin quickly evacuated the scene, the other classmates immediately reacted, taking the mala tang tang away directly, for fear that snatching it up later would affect Ning Shuyu. A bowl of only vegetable and vermicelli mala tang can't stand up to the competition from a dozen people. Those who are lucky can get a piece of choy sum, but those who are unlucky can only get a piece of vermicelli. Everyone had just finished grabbing it when they saw Ling Bichin come back and place the bowl of mala tang directly on the table. They all gathered around her. What are you doing? I've already finished eating. Chapter 15, System Update, New Features. Don't believe it? Ling Bichin no longer paid any attention to her lunchbox and slowly moved to the side. Ling Bichin, what are you doing? Just as she picked up the disposable bowl on the table, Ling Bichin's little move was discovered by her classmates. No, I'm throwing away the trash. Before anyone could react, Ling Bichin quickly put the lid back on and tied the bag shut, as if she was about to throw it in the trash. But Ling Bichin did not forget the reason she had come back, and quickly walked over to Ning Shuyu. Teacher Ning, where did you buy this mala tang? From the packaging outside and the fact that Ning Shuyu had just finished class not long ago, Ling Bichin was able to roughly guess the location, but she was still not convinced and wanted to confirm. If you want to ask this, it's near the Xinghai metro station. Seeing these students fighting over a bowl of spicy hot pot, the instigator is still herself. Thank you, Miss Ning. After getting the answer, she quickly slipped away. When everyone else realized what had happened, she didn't think she could get away so easily. Why do I feel that something is wrong with Ling Biqin? Why is she so kind as to come back and take the trash? Watching Ling Biqin go into the distance, finally a classmate reacted. Pop! A loud slap echoed in the empty cafeteria. A boy was seen slapping his thigh hard, his face showing remorse. The spicy soup taste is in the soup, and we fell for Ling Biqin's trick again. Right, I often eat spicy soup, but why didn't I think of it? The food is so delicious, if you pour it over rice, won't the taste be superb? Usually she seems very quiet, but I never would have imagined she had this side to her. I've really been opened up to new things. Forget it, it's just some soup. Just now, Teacher Ning already told us the address of this spicy hot pot restaurant. After dinner, we'll go there and get some to go, so we can savor it in the dormitory. Wouldn't that be better? Hey, where are you guys going? You're not even eating? Just then, 5 or 6 classmates glanced at each other, turned around, and walked out of the cafeteria. Ha, we'll go after we've eaten. By then, there won't even be any soup left. We'll go get takeaway first, then come back and get our food. It's the same thing. Hey! Seeing that the students around her had dispersed, Ning Shuyu shook her head helplessly. This is crazy, is it really that serious? It's just a bowl of spicy soup. Lin Yongchang looked at these students and wondered if he had offended someone, and someone had invited them over to insult his intelligence. Teacher Ning, what's going on? This incident was caused by Ning Shuyu, and only she knows what's going on. Sorry, Mr. Lin, I'm full, you guys go ahead. He was already disgusted with Lin Yongchang, and being able to let him sit next to him was already the biggest concession Ning Shuyu had made. He was fine with it, his girlfriend was by his side, not hiding his eyes at all, staring at him the whole time. Ning Shuyu quickly took a few bites of rice, covered the lunchbox, got up, and walked out, not wanting to spend another second with this kind of person. No, Teacher Ning. Lin Yongchang wanted to get up and chase after him, but then he stopped. The cold voice of Ning Shuyu came over. Teacher Lin, please respect yourself. This time, Lin Yongchang did not chase after him, but his girlfriend was not one to take things lying down. She was a transparent person from beginning to end, not even eating her lunch. She got up and walked out of the cafeteria as well. Lin Yongchang, this is where we end it. Fine, we're splitting up. Lin Yongchang angrily responded, and when he saw that the students were all looking at him, he snorted and left without even his lunchbox. The surrounding students also noticed what happened here, but no one went over, they just kept their heads down and ate until the two of them had left, and then they began to discuss it. How many is this? I'm not that nosy about these kinds of things, who can remember? It seems that the iceberg goddess is going to get another nickname. I don't know how many couples have broken up for various reasons because of her. You can't blame Teacher Ning for this. They all jumped on her, and the teacher did say that she wanted everyone to give up hope early and not consider these things before the age of 30. Hey, there are always some people who think they know it all. Ning Shuyu didn't know what happened after she left, but even if she did, she wouldn't care. Right now, she's not full yet, so she's going to pack up a takeout order of spicy hot pot to eat back at the dorm. It seems like she can't eat quietly in the cafeteria in the future. Every time she eats in the cafeteria, she always encounters something annoying, and it's hard to eat in peace. Unfortunately, she's not a good cook, otherwise she would just cook for herself. Ning Shuyu shook her head and quickened her pace. She didn't know if she could still buy a spicy and numbing hot pot, which was so delicious. Meanwhile, Shin Emo wiped the sweat from his face and let out a deep breath. He had been rushing around for more than an hour and was already a bit overwhelmed, but now he could finally rest. The vegetables, meatballs, bird's eggs, broccoli, lettuce, and fried tofu at the stall were all sold out. Ding, detected to meet the activation conditions for Daddy popularity points, activating. +1 Daddy popularity points. +1 Daddy popularity points. +1 Daddy popularity points. A mechanical sound rang in his head, and Shin Emo was stunned for a moment. After a while, he hurriedly checked the system. A light screen template appeared in front of him. He had tried it before, and only he could see it. Now the light screen template had changed and was divided into several sections. A spinning wheel appeared in the middle, and Shin Emo tried to touch it with his finger. Immediately, the wheel zoomed in and appeared in front of him. There were 3 types of lucky draws: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The primary lottery is 1,000 popularity points per draw, the intermediate one is 10,000 popularity points per draw, and the advanced one is 100,000 popularity points per draw. The rewards for the different lotteries are definitely different. Shin Mo chose the first category, and there was a quarter of the wheel blank. Seeing this, Shin Mo understood what was going on. Once it landed on this, it would be thank you for your patronage. Everyday necessities took up another quarter, so wouldn't that mean only half a chance? What is really useful to me is the other half. Sure enough, the system didn't lie to me at the beginning. There are also vocational skills in it, but the chances are a bit small, only a 5% chance, which means with a bit of luck, you will get a skill after 20 draws. If you are unlucky, no one can guarantee it, you might not get one even after drawing hundreds of times. This area is just for show, right? Looking at the top of the wheel, there is only one line of area. Shin Mo suspects that there is not even a 1,000th chance. Forget it, why think so much? Right now I don't even have 1,000 popularity points. The prompt in his head has not stopped, it keeps ringing non-stop, and every time he eats, it increases his popularity points and he receives a prompt. System, can this popularity point prompt be blocked? He tried to communicate with the system. Is the popularity point prompt off? It actually worked. Yes. There's no need to hesitate, there's been a constant sound in his head. If it continues like this, Shin Mo doubts if he will become mentally ill. Popularity value 152. Chapter 16 Last one, you're late. Boss, give me one. While Shin Mo was continuing his research, a lingering voice sounded in his ear. Hey, Teacher Ning, you're full already? Shin Mo looked up and saw Ning Shuyu, and asked in surprise. Ning Shuyu was about to reply when a small figure rushed over. Hello, beautiful lady. Are you the eldest or the second eldest? Shin Mo's two daughters both wore the same clothes, and even he couldn't tell them apart, let alone Ning Shuyu, who had only met her twice. I'm the second eldest, and the eldest is over here. I'm the second eldest, beautiful lady, don't believe her. The eldest saw Ning Shuyu walking back, and just got up to go over to her when the second eldest took one step ahead of him. Stingy, the second eldest just wanted to see if the beautiful lady could recognize us. Bao grinned, making a face and sticking out her tongue. Daddy, look. Bao is bullying me. Dabeo would not sit idly by, and immediately started to coo and cajole Shin Mo's hand. Have you girls helped Daddy take out the rubbish? After selling all the stuff, there was some rubbish left on the ground, and Shin Mo had just told his two daughters to tidy it up. No, Dabeo will go now. Wait for me, Bao can do it too. The two girls are still enthusiastic about accompanying their father to the market, and they haven't cooled down yet. They don't know how long they can keep it up, but as soon as they hear Shin Mo ask, they quickly go back to clean up the rubbish. Sorry, Miss Ning, I kept you waiting. Shin Mo gave the other person a slight smile. A stunning beauty like Ning Shuyu could only be seen on TV. Yi Chen should be pretty as well, right? Right now, Shin Mo can only remember a rough idea of what Yi Chen looks like. Why think so much? It's already pretty good that she can give birth to two daughters for me. One shouldn't be too greedy. Shin Mo shook his head and put these impractical thoughts behind him. Is that all? Seeing Shin Mo shake his head, Ning Shuyu's face showed a disappointed expression. Sorry to bother you, I'll come back next time. Ning Shuyu finally looked at the stall with reluctance, turned around and was about to leave. Teacher Ning, there are some instant noodles if you don't mind. Shin Mo, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly stopped the other person. He didn't know if Ning Shuyu liked instant noodles, so he had better ask first. Instant noodles. Ning Shuyu frowned and looked at Shin Mo and said, instant noodles in her impression are no different from garbage, but at the thought of the taste, she hesitated for the first time in terms of food. Yes, only instant noodles. Shin Mo nodded and picked up a pack of instant noodles, which was the only stock, and which he had originally wanted to save for himself. He had never tried the delicious seasoning himself, and it was to be saved for the two daughters to try the taste. Okay, how much is it? After thinking about it for a moment, in the end, unable to resist the deliciousness, Ning Shuyu took out her phone and prepared to scan the QR code. 5 yuan. Fortune treasure, 5 yuan in the account. SSSHH. Shin Mo cut open the package and began to get to work. He was fully dedicated to whatever he did. Looks familiar? While waiting, Ning Shuyu took a long, hard look at Shin Mo for the first time, and realized that she had seen his face somewhere before. But she just couldn't remember where. She had always been proud of her memory, and now that this was happening, Ning Shuyu rubbed her temples with her fingers, trying to recall. Ms. Ning, it's ready. The instant noodles were ready in a few minutes, and they were quickly packaged. However, seeing that the other person was thinking about something, he did not disturb him, but began to clean up the stall. After a few minutes, Shin Mo was worried that the taste of the instant noodles would be affected if it took too long, so he spoke up to remind him. Ah, I'm sorry. Seeing Shin Mo looking at him, Ning Shuyu's face flushed slightly, which was rare, and she quickly took over the packaging. Thank you. You're welcome. After the two exchanged courtesies, they each went about their own business. Hoo-hoo. Not long after Ning Shuyu left, a few boys ran panting to the stall. They saw Shin Mo packing up and looked worried. Without even catching their breath, they asked hurriedly. Boss, don't close up yet. I'll have a spicy hot pot. Me too, no, make that 2. 3, give me 3. After the 3 boys had finished speaking, they put their arms around their waists, bent over and gasped for breath. Sorry, guys, we're sold out. If you want to eat, come back early tomorrow. It's already 6:30 p.m. The 2 daughters, who had been helping out before, didn't feel hungry. After tidying up the rubbish, they stood in front of Shin Mo, hugging their stomachs and cooing. Daddy, Erbo is starving. Big Treasure is also hungry. Daddy, look, Little Treasure doesn't even have the energy anymore. Shin Mo now just wanted to take his 2 daughters and go have a good meal. No way, sold out. He had run all the way from the dormitory, but he was still a step too late. How could these people do this, not leaving themselves any? Yes, don't believe it, there's none left. Shin Mo pointed at his stall and said, I just gave the last 2 soups to Ning Shuyu. I really sold out of everything this time. Okay, it seems like I won't be able to eat it today. Boss, what time will you come here tomorrow so I can be here early? The 3 of them believed that it wouldn't take long for the news of a delicious mala soup stall to spread throughout the 10 colleges. In the information age, once it was sent in a group chat, hundreds of people would know immediately, and then a small portion of those people would spread the news even further, quickly radiating throughout the entire university town. If nothing delays them, they usually arrive before 4 o'clock. Today's business is booming, and Shin Mo sees an opportunity to make money. He moves up his time by half an hour and prepares to double the amount of goods he buys tomorrow. Boss, can we add your Weishin? If you have any changes, you can let us know in advance. This is a good idea. We can add the boss's Weishin so that in the future, if there are any changes, we can know in advance and save time from running around. Just increasing the prestige is not good enough. I think we should also set up a group and add everyone to it, so that it is convenient for both us and the boss. The 3 of them are indeed foodies, and they can come up with such a method. Shin Mo thought about it for a while and felt that this would only do him good and no harm. After figuring this out, he nodded and opened his own prestige. Boss, this spicy soup is absolutely delicious. I suggest you prepare more stock for tomorrow, otherwise there won't be enough to go around. Today is only the first day, and no one knows it yet. Even customers can think of the impact, so I can imagine how busy it will be tomorrow. Okay, I hope you will all come back again and again in the future. I won't chat anymore, I need to take my daughter out to eat. At this time, the things have been packed away. Shin Mo puts her 2 daughters in the tricycle, says hello to the 3 boys, and prepares to go back. Boss, see you tomorrow. You guys really don't have it easy doing business. You have to take care of the kids and make money at the same time. Ha, it's no big deal. See you later. While others may find it hard work, Shin Mo doesn't feel that way. With her 2 daughters by her side, she doesn't feel tired at the end of the day as long as she gets to spend some time with them. Chapter 17, I Quit Smoking. Daddy, what are we going to eat? It was already 7 p.m. when they returned to their accommodation and parked the tricycle. At this time, not only were the 2 daughters hungry, Shin Mo was also feeling famished. Fortunately, the girls were sensible and didn't make a fuss. Seeing their little faces, Shin Mo felt very bad. No, I have to make more money quickly and replace the old car. If I had a van, it would be a lot more convenient and I wouldn't have to waste time on the road. De bao and air bao, Daddy will carry you, we're almost there. The standard of his cooking was judged by his daughters at lunchtime today, they didn't like his food. Shin Mo had already made up his mind that until his cooking improved, he would often take his daughters out to eat. It's a win-win situation, it makes money and satisfies the appetites of the 2 girls. Why not use this perfect solution? Daddy, second treasure still wants to eat barbecued chicken wings. Second treasure put her arms around Chin Mo's neck and put her fingers in her mouth again without realizing. Daddy, look at your sister, she's biting her nails again. First treasure reported this immediately behind her back, and after she had finished, she made a face at second treasure. Bao, what did Dad say before? Chin Mo said to Bao, not pulling her hand away, but letting her do it herself. Dad, don't be angry, Bao won't do it again. Bao said aggrievedly, then snorted at Bao. Okay, Bao will pay more attention in the future, and Dad is not angry. Dad also believes that Bao is a good child and will definitely be able to change in the future. Chin Mo knew that it would take more than a short period of time to get his daughter to change this bad habit. The best approach was to correct her slowly in her daily life. Okay, Bao understands. Bao's face lit up again when she heard Chin Mo say that. Daddy, shall we eat here? In 10 minutes. Chin Mo looked for a small restaurant near his residence. He didn't have time today, so he would have to settle for this place for now. The food here wasn't bad. In the past few years, every holiday, he would come here to eat, order a few dishes, and have a few drinks as a treat to himself. Zhang Ge, I'm here to support your business. As soon as Chin Mo walked into the restaurant, he greeted a middle-aged man, who was the owner of the small restaurant, Zhang Tianqi. I said, why are the magpies chirping early this morning? It turns out to be Xiao Qin. You haven't been here for a while, I thought you went back to your hometown to get rich. Zhang Tianqi was doing some calculations at the counter when he heard a familiar voice, so he quickly looked up. Getting rich is something that will happen in the year of the monkey, now I just want to fill my stomach. Chin Mo put down her two daughters and was ready to chat with Zhang Tianqi for a while. Have a cigarette? No. Zhang Tianqi picked up a pack of newly opened double happiness cigarettes from the counter and naturally took out a cigarette and offered it to Chin Mo. In small restaurants like theirs, most of the customers are regulars who come in for dinner. They usually open a few packs of cigarettes at the counter and offer a cigarette to acquaintances when they meet. At most, they use up 2 packs of cigarettes a day, which is a small price to pay for business. Brother Zhang, I've quit smoking. Chin Mo took the cigarettes and put them back. I quit smoking. I didn't think I could do it, but it's good that I did. I save a few hundred yuan every month, which is enough to pay the rent for a month. It's also good for my health. Chin Mo doesn't smoke, so Zhang Tianqi puts the cigarettes back as well. Same old thing? No, today I'm going to change it up. I'll steam a fish, stir-fry some vegetables, and make a soup with this. Chin Mo points to the refrigerator. Good, Chin Mo, it's not a holiday today, why are you willing to spend money? Brother Zhang, are these clams fresh? Chin Mo didn't answer Zhang Tianqi's question, but continued to ask, and picked up a clam and took a look. Chin Mo, you asking this question is hurting my feelings. Zhang Tianqi walked over and took out a basket, picking up the clams. I don't want to either, but today is different. Hearing Chin Mo say this, Zhang Tianqi noticed the 2 little girls next to the other party. These are your daughters? The two have known each other for a few years, and have always thought that Chin Mo was single. Now these 2 little girls are about 3 years old, which means that Chin Mo has been married for at least 4 years. Yes, twins, aren't they beautiful? De Bao and Bao, call out to people. Chin Mo said proudly, as if he wanted the whole world to know that he has a pair of twin daughters. I really can't believe it. You've hidden it well, you've even got daughters, but you've made us worry about you all this time, and we've been thinking about introducing you to someone. No way, when is it going to happen? You've got to let us all come out and give you a good scolding. Zhang Tianqi patted Chin Mo on the chest and gave him a reproachful look. Chin Mo had been on Changzhou Island for so many years that he knew more than just one friend, Zhang Tianqi, and there were others too. After closing the stall, they would come out to chat and drink tea with everyone. I don't have time right now, but let's do this, I'll give you an answer within 2 months, and I'll host a get-together for everyone then. The appearance of her 2 daughters plunged Chin Mo's finances into a temporary crisis. Every penny had to be spent wisely now. The monthly cost of sending her 2 daughters to kindergarten was about 1,300 yuan. Since she didn't own any property, she could only send them to a private kindergarten. The 2 daughters will cost nearly 3,000 yuan, and that's just for 1 month. A semester is calculated as 5 months, so that's a lot of money, 30,000 yuan a year. In the past, I definitely couldn't afford it, but things are different now. Business is gradually picking up, and I have the system to support me. Shin Mo believes that in less than 6 months, everything will be fine. Forget it, Zhang Ge was just joking. Zhang Tianqi also knew Qin Mo's situation. Most of the money he earned was sent back home, and he didn't even have any money for self-defense. Now that he had 2 daughters following him around, his spending would definitely increase even more. Brother Zhang, there's no problem, it's settled then. I'll give you the exact time when the time comes, and I'll leave it to you to notify everyone else. Seeing Qin Mo's attitude, Zhang Tianqi didn't continue to persuade him. A meal would cost about 2,000, and it would be possible for everyone to chip in. Qin, you know where my tea is. I'll go and cook while you make the tea. After selecting the clams, Zhang Tianqi shook the basket a few times and then walked to the kitchen. Got it, be quick, my 2 daughters are starving. Qin Mo walked to the counter, took out a tea canister, put a little tea in the teapot, and added a little boiling water. Like the workers on the lower floors, they don't have much of a fuss about tea, and they all make tea in big teapots. Dabao, sit still. Dabao can't sit still. As soon as she sits down, she jumps off the chair and starts walking around the shop, curious about everything and touching it. Qin Mo is afraid that she will break something, so she quickly stops her. You're not being good, sister. Look at Bao, she's a good child. Bao climbed onto Qin Mo's body, then stuck out her tongue at Dabao, looking very pleased with herself. Oomph, not at all. Dabao is also a good boy. Isn't that right, Daddy? Dabao walked back over and took Qin Mo's hand, asking. Good children listen and sit still. Isn't that right, Dabao? Qin Mo adored her daughter and rubbed her hair. Chapter 18, No Cooking Skills, Eating Out. Daddy, what are you drinking? Give some to Dabao. Seeing Qin Mo lift up the teacup, Dabao curiously stuck her head over to take a look. Dabao wants some too? Well, if Dabao wants some, it must be really good, judging by the way Daddy is drinking it. Qin Mo drank his tea in a carefree manner, and anyone who didn't know him would have thought he was drinking nectar from the gods. Okay, I'll pour some for you. Dabao is in such a state that she won't stop until she tries it. Qin Mo takes out a disposable cup, rinses it with tea, and then pours a quarter of it in. Drink! He puts the cup in Dabao's hands, then picks her up and puts her in a chair, keeping an eye on her and smiling. Poof! As soon as Dabao took a sip, her face suddenly turned bitter, and she spat out the tea in her mouth. Ugh, you're lying, Baba, it's so bad. It's the first time she's had tea, and even adults aren't used to it, let alone a 3-year-old. Ha ha! Qin Mo knew this was going to happen and couldn't help but laugh. Qin, what are you laughing at? At that moment, Zhang Tianqi came out with a dish. Uncle, Dabao is greedy and wanted to drink the water in the cup, but he threw it up. CC. Bao didn't let go of this opportunity. You can't say that children sometimes still hold grudges. Humph, Bao, I'm ignoring you. Seeing that everyone was laughing at him, Dabao angrily turned his head away. Qin, your daughter is really cute, it's better to have a daughter. Zhang Tianqi has 3 children, but they are all boys. He wanted to have a girl, but the 2 subsequent children were also boys. In the end, the pressure of life was too much, so he didn't continue to have children, but he always hoped for a daughter in his heart. Now that he sees Qin Mo's twin daughters, he can't help but be jealous. Brother Zhang, don't say that, boys and girls are the same. Qin Mo winked and said with a reassuring look on her face. His friends all know about Zhang Tianqi. Forget it, you can't force these things. Qin Mo, eat first, the other 2 dishes will be ready soon. He placed the vegetables on the table and turned to go to the kitchen. Come, Dabao and Bao, eat your vegetables. Qin Mo added a piece of vegetable to each of their bowls. A professional is different, the taste of the stir-fry is incomparable. Daddy, Bao doesn't want to eat the vegetables. Bao started to pout as he looked at the vegetables in his bowl. Bao, you can't be picky about food. You have to eat more vegetables, otherwise you won't be able to eat barbecued chicken wings in the future. When educating children, you have to guide them appropriately. You can't just scare them or spoil them too much. You have to alternate between the 2. Daddy, if Bao eats the vegetables, can he still eat barbecued chicken wings in the future? Upon hearing that she would not be able to eat her favorite food, roast chicken wings, if she did not eat her vegetables, Bao quickly asked, picking it up with a fork. Yes, Bao, you can eat it now. Shin Emo watched as Dabeo picked up the vegetables and ate them with relish, and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two sisters were not the same. Bao, look at your sister. After spending almost a day together, Shin Emo now knew that the two sisters usually compared themselves to each other, so Shin Emo did not let this opportunity pass. Bao doesn't like vegetables, so she'll grow up ugly. Bao is delighted to be mentioned, and repeats what others have said. Humph, you're the ugly one, Bao. Here, eat. Bao puts the vegetables in her mouth and chews, but her little face scrunches up, as if she really doesn't like them. Look, Bao is so good, she's a good girl. She's never eaten pork, but she's seen a pig run. Shin Emo knew that at this time, children need to be praised a lot. Did you hear that? Bao is a good girl, Daddy said so. Bao was indeed a quirky child, and she had directly distorted Shin Mo's meaning. What she meant was that Bao was not a good girl. You're not, you eat more vegetables than me. Dabao finished eating one vegetable and then picked up another, grinning triumphantly at Bao. Humph, Bao can do it too. As soon as the words left her mouth, Bao started chewing faster, but Shin Emo stopped her. Dabao, you need to let your younger sister, you as the elder sister, and Bao chew slowly when eating, so that it's easier to digest. Shin Emo said this and then put on a stern face. Daddy, I know, big brother. Don't be angry. Big brother said this while nudging Shin Mo's shoulder with his head. Daddy, second brother will eat more vegetables in the future, and won't make you angry. Second brother, who had been chewing quickly, slowed down and chewed more slowly. Big brother and second brother did a good job, bravo. Shin Emo gave his two daughters a thumbs up. He. Upon hearing Shin Mo's praise, the two daughters happily laughed. Bao picked up a piece of vegetable and put it in Shin Mo's bowl. Daddy, you should eat more vegetables too, otherwise you won't be a good boy. Bao has picked up the habit of watching people eat. She frowned, stared at Shin Emo, and made sure he ate it. Daddy is a good boy too. Shin Emo picked up the vegetables his daughter gave him and put them in his mouth. He felt that the vegetables were particularly sweet, a sweet that went right to the core of his heart. Thank you for sending your daughters to me. In the future, I will not let them suffer even a little. Looking at the innocent smiles on the faces of his two daughters, Shin Emo silently made a decision in his heart that no matter how hard life got in the future, he would never let his daughters suffer. Thinking about this, Shin Emo couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that he had underestimated the system. Shin, is there something bothering you? Just then, Zhang Tianqi came out with the steamed fish, and happened to see Shin Emo shaking his head. Thanks for your concern, Zhang, I was just thinking about something, it's nothing. Really, it's nothing, but you look so worried. If you really do run into something difficult, just tell me, I can't help, but there are others. Zhang Tianqi placed the steamed fish on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Zhang brother, don't worry, if I really encounter any difficulties, I will definitely trouble you. Although I don't have much ability, I know these friends, and we are willing to help each other as long as it doesn't affect our families. The soup is almost ready, I'll go check. After chatting with Shin Emo for a while, Zhang Tianqi got up. Today was a bit unusual. This time of day should be dinner time. There are quite a lot of outsiders on Changzhou Island, with nearly 10,000 workers in just one shipyard. However, since Shin Emo came in, not a single customer has entered. Usually at this time of day, it's almost full, but looking at the 6 tables, the other 5 are all empty. Shin Emo glanced at Zhang Tianqi's back. It seems that he is not the only one having difficulties. Brother Zhang has also encountered problems, but he is not showing it. Looks like I need to find some time to talk to the others and find out what's going on. Zhang Tianqi didn't want to talk to himself, and if he asked directly, it would only make things more difficult for him. If there really is a problem, can his current situation help? Come on, today's clams are especially fresh. Zhang Tianqi steadily carried the soup and quickly walked over. Chapter 19, Taking Stock of the Harvest, the income is gratifying. I won't serve your rice for you. Help yourself to whatever you want. Zhang Tianqi pulled a chair over and sat down next to Shin Emo. Since when did you become so polite, Zhang Gu? Well, people can change. Never mind that. Try the soup and give me some feedback. Taking out 3 bowls again, Zhang Tianqi began to ladle the soup into them. My 2 beautiful little princesses, try the soup your uncle made. A look of sadness flashed across Zhang Tianqi's face as he placed the soup in front of the 2 children. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle. The two children responded crisply. Uncle, the soup is delicious, it's even better than the one Baba made. Bao glanced at Chin Mo before continuing, and Dabao was not far behind. It's much better than Baba's. Ha ha ha. Seeing the quirky expressions of the two children, Zhang Tianqi couldn't help but laugh happily. Chin, I didn't say that. After laughing, there was no trace of sadness on Zhang Tianqi's face. Brother Zhang, how can you compare? You're a professional, I'm an amateur. Hearing Zhang Tianqi compare his cooking skills with his, Chin Mo shook his head with a wry smile. No, Chin Mo, you at least make malatang, so your cooking should be passable. Not comparable. Speaking of malatang, how is your business doing? Zhang Tianqi asked with concern. He knew where Chin Mo's stall was located, but there were several competitors. So far, so good. Including me, there are only 3 left, and the other 3 couldn't make it. Within half a year, there were up to 5 competitors at the most, and at that time, Chin Mo was worried that he wouldn't be able to last. Fortunately, the worst did not happen, and some girls still patronized his business, allowing him to hang on. 6 competitors? That means the income from one day is not even enough to break even. No matter what kind of business it is, as long as one sees that it is doing well, there will definitely be people following suit. These people will not give up until they are completely exhausted. The food and beverage industry is really very competitive these days. What's the point of talking about this? It's hard for you to come over for dinner and have a drink with me. Xiao Qin, you can just drink tea instead of alcohol. Zhang Tianqi muttered to himself for a while, then got up, fetched a bottle of beer, poured out the tea, and filled his glass. Here, Xiao Qin, let's drink. Gulp. Zhang Tianqi gulped down the beer in one go, then filled his glass again. Just as he was about to drink some more, Chin Mo put a hand on the glass. Go ahead, Zhang, what's wrong? If you don't ask, there's no way to find out what's going on. Now that Zhang Tianqi has shown his emotions, I, as a friend, want to show some concern. Chin, I don't think I can keep this small restaurant open anymore. Zhang Tianqi let out a long sigh and said with a dispirited look on his face. What's going on? Your small restaurant usually does very well. I can't say it makes a lot of money, but it's enough to support the family. Usually Zhang Tianqi's small restaurant does pretty well, and it's not uncommon to make 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month. I've even envied myself for that, and I regret not learning cooking, otherwise I wouldn't be like this, busy from morning to night, only making 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. Some time ago a new restaurant opened on the island, it's huge and the prices are affordable, so of course all the customers have gone over there, sigh. He let out a long sigh, picked up his glass of wine and gulped it down in one go. Ahem. Drinking too fast, I accidentally choked. Zhang Tianqi practiced coughing a few times. Zhang, I'm not good at saying nice things, but I just know that after the rain, there must be sunshine. Some customers still like small shops, and I believe business will pick up soon. For example, when I eat normally, I also go to small shops, and Zhang Tianqi's cooking is not bad. Ha, sincere Xiao Qin's words of good luck. Just like that, the small restaurant was closed. Zhang Tianqi was also unwilling to give up. Finding a new place to open was still an unknown. Maybe the business would not be as good as this one. He could only do as Chin Mo said and hang in there a little longer. If it really didn't work out, then he could consider these options. Okay, enough of this depressing talk, let's drink. Seeing that Zhang Tianqi's mood had obviously improved, Chin Mo did not limit him in terms of drinking. His alcohol tolerance was very good, and a few beers were a piece of cake. Which one of you is the older sister and which is the younger? After his mood improved, Zhang Tianqi looked at Chin Mo's daughter and became even more envious of her. This was the first time he had seen such a cute child, not even on TV. Hee, uncle, guess. Dabao tilted his little head and blinked quickly. Before guessing, can uncle ask a question first? Go ahead, uncle. Of the two sisters, is Dabao smarter or Bao smarter? Ahem. Hearing Zhang Tianqi ask this question, Chin Mo couldn't help but cough and helplessly lift up her teacup. Who is smarter? It must be Dabao. In front of everyone, the two sisters are competitive. You are the older sister, Dabao. What else is there to say? Dabao was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, how did you guess that? Uncle is amazing, isn't he? Well, you can't even tell the difference between the two, uncle is really amazing. Dabao looked at Zhang Tianqi in admiration. Usually, at home, when they take a bath, her mother can't tell the difference between the two and often washes the same person twice. Hee hee, sister, you've been tricked by uncle. Erbao stuck her little head over and looked at Debeo with a smile. How did uncle trick Debeo? Debeo hasn't even told him. Upon hearing her sister's words, Debao shook his little head, looking puzzled as he asked. Hee hee, Erbao won't tell you. Daddy. Debao grabbed Shin Mo's hand and started to pout. Humph, Daddy, don't tell your sister, or Erbao will be angry. Erbao saw what her sister was thinking and quickly said. Okay, Daddy won't tell your sister, let her guess for herself. Humph, Daddy's not eating anymore. Shin Mo wanted to pick up a piece of fish and offer it to her daughter, but Erbao pouted her little mouth, and she was very angry. Erbao, be a good girl, eat more fish to be smart. Daddy will tell you secretly when we get home, okay? Shin Mo picked up the fish, and her voice became lower at the end, so only Erbao could hear. Yes, you're right, I'm stupid. I need to eat more fish. Look at Second Treasure, she loves fish and that's why she's so smart. Second Treasure is very pleased with herself. After she's finished talking, she picks up the fish in the bowl and waggles it in Second Treasure's direction. No, Second Treasure, I like fish too. Second Treasure takes the fish, picks it up again, puts it in her mouth, and chews it angrily. Look, Second Treasure, I like fish too. Debeo had just stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth, and before he could swallow it, he lifted his little head and said to Erbao, who was not to be outdone. Debeo, eat slowly, don't choke, and don't talk during meals. Half an hour later. Ding! The host was detected accompanying his daughter to a small restaurant for a meal, which cost a total of 130 yuan. 260 yuan will be refunded instantly. The host is requested to pay attention to the check. Chapter 20, A Promise is a Promise, Forever. Baba, what are you doing? It was already 8:30 p.m. when they returned to the rental house. Shin Mo spent another half hour bathing the two girls. Fortunately, the home appliances were complete. He could use cold water for his own bath, but the girls had to use hot water. After all was said and done, it was already 9:30 p.m. At this time, Shin Mo finally had time to take out his backpack and start counting today's income. Counting money. Shin Mo was particularly curious to know how much he had earned today. He had sold more food than usual. Most of the goods he had bought in the afternoon were still downstairs, so he decided to count the money after closing up shop to save himself a trip. Counting money? Can Erbao do it? Shin Mo emptied the small backpack onto the bed, where he counted the loose change. Not all customers used electronic payments, and some preferred to pay in cash. Erbao, can you count? Seeing her daughter pick up the money in a proper manner and arrange it neatly one by one. Erbao's mother smirks. She had taught Erbao before, and if Baba didn't believe her, he could just ask her sister, who knew how to do it, let alone Erbao. While praising herself for being smart, Erbao doesn't forget to bring Daobao into the picture. This is $1, $5, $10, and this is $50. Baba, isn't Erbao right? From the scattered money, Erbao picked out 4 and pointed them out to Shin Mo one by one. Erbao is so smart. Shin Mo was really surprised. In her own perception, most 3-year-olds can't even count to 10, but Erbao is more than that. Needless to say, it must be the credit of Yi Xian again. She has worked hard to instill good habits in her daughter. Okay, Debao, do you want to help your father? At this time, Big Treasure was already lying in bed, with her little tummy exposed. Big Treasure was very tired and wanted to go to sleep. Before she could finish speaking, Big Treasure yawned. Okay, Big Treasure can go to sleep first. Seeing that her daughter was already yawning, Shin Mo wondered if she was just overly tired today, or if it was her usual bedtime. Daddy, Erbao is not sleepy yet, so she can help you with your work. Good, Erbao is a good girl, keep your voice down, don't wake up your sister. The bed in the bedroom is a large wooden bed measuring 1.8 meters, and it is more than enough for Shin Mo and her 2 daughters. Shin Mo carries her eldest daughter into the bed, covers her up, and continues counting the money. The tiredness of the day is only relieved at this time, when she can count her earnings. Today's total income is 863 yuan, minus the cost of 300 yuan, which means I earned 563 yuan today. I can make over 10,000 yuan a month selling spicy hot pot. Thinking about this, Shin Mo got out of bed excitedly and walked around excitedly. Erbao was curious and followed his father, putting his little hand behind his back and walking in a strut, smiling from time to time. Together with the 130 yuan he got back from the meal, he now has 1,350 yuan in total. In just one day, he has doubled his money. Ha ha ha. Thinking about this, Shi Nemo stopped and suppressed a laugh. Oops. As soon as he stopped, Shi Nemo felt someone bump into his thigh. Bao, why did you fall? Let me see if you've hurt yourself anywhere. Humph, it's all your fault. Bao followed behind, imitating her father's walk. She didn't expect to stop in time, and when she braked too late, she bumped into Shi Nemo and fell back to the ground. Phew, I'm glad you're okay. Shi Nemo let out a sigh of relief after checking Bao up and down and finding that she hadn't hurt herself. Ha, it's your own fault for following behind my father. Hurry up and go to bed. He picked Bao up, placed her on the bed, and looked at his two daughters, always feeling that something was wrong. Daddy, Bao doesn't have any pajamas, how is she going to sleep? Hearing her daughter's words, Shi Nemo finally understood the problem. Bao, you can sleep tonight, Daddy forgot. We'll go shopping tomorrow and buy some, okay? Daddy, pinky swear. Bao stuck out her little hand from under the covers, her little face serious. Pinky swear, 100 years, no changing. She held out her index finger and hooked it with her father's finger, speaking in a baby voice. Daddy, we did pinky swear, so you can't lie to Bao. After lying down, Bao was still not convinced and poked her little head out of the covers to ask. Okay, Daddy didn't lie to Bao. Hee, Daddy, good night, Bao is going to sleep now. This time, Bao didn't get up, and Shi Nemo just looked at his daughter. In less than a few minutes, Bao fell asleep. Finally, I have time to study the system. Looking at his two daughters, Shi Nemo's face showed a happy smile, and he put the pillow upright and leaned against the bed. System. He mumbled it in his heart, and a light screen panel immediately appeared in front of him. Dad popularity +1. Dad popularity +1. Shi Nemo checked the information first and found that there was still a system prompt at this time of day. How much popularity is there? He glanced down to the lower right corner and Shi Nemo's mouth curled up slightly. Popularity value 1352. This is good news. Just a few hours ago, thousands of people knew that there was a particularly delicious malatang in the vicinity of Shanghai in the university town. Now Shi Nemo knows that a little popularity value represents one person, and 1352 popularity value means more than 1,000 people. Dad's popularity +1. No, the popularity is still increasing. It's already 1353 now, and it increases a little every now and then. Let's see what the system mall has to offer. I only looked at the lottery during the day today, and I didn't have time to explore the mall next to it. Little Bao delicious seasoning, 500 dad popularity points. As soon as he opened the system mall, Shi Nemo saw familiar items, which were the same as those in the newbie package, except that the packaging had changed and the quantity was only 1/3 of the previous amount. Should I get a new pack? I experienced the effect of the delicious seasoning for myself this afternoon. Just adding a little to the soup made my income multiply several times over. I'll look at the others first and then decide. Shi Nemo had an extra bottle in his hand, which was the delicious seasoning that had been opened in the novice gift pack before. The system comes with a space that can only store system items, and there is also a quantity limit, which cannot exceed 5 pieces. After putting away the bottle of delicious seasoning, Shi Nemo continued to check out the mall. Cantonese cuisine full level, no one in the world can match the taste you can create in the Cantonese cuisine field. Replacement condition, 5 million daddy popularity points. Sichuan cuisine full level, as long as it belongs to the Sichuan cuisine system, no one in the world can match the taste you can create. Replacement condition, 5 million daddy popularity points. Hunan cuisine full level, as long as it belongs to the Hunan cuisine system, no one in the world can match the taste. Replacement condition, 5 million daddy popularity points. Every Shi Nemo wants these skills at the top, and when you think about the concept of no one in the world being able to match them, it's clear that you are the culinary god. 5 million popularity points, that's half the population of Guangzhou. Forget it, these are just pipe dreams. Let's get something practical. Cantonese cuisine advanced, with this skill, the food you cook will be on par with the chefs. Replacement condition, 500,000 pap popularity points. Still no good, 500,000 is really frustrating. Keep going. Chapter 21, All Animals, Not a Bit Left Over. Cantonese Cuisine Intermediate. With this skill, the host can open a restaurant, so you won't starve to death. Replacement condition, 100,000 daddies popularity points. Isn't there one I can exchange? After flipping through dozens of pages, Shi Nemo was already numb. The system mall had skills that he could never think of on his own. Each one he had seen so far required more than 100,000 popularity points. Looking at his own popularity of just over 1,000 points, Shi Nemo was very helpless. Hey, there's a category? While Shi Nemo was in distress, he noticed that there was another category in the upper right corner of the system. He clicked on it and 4 options popped up. Full level, Advanced, Intermediate, Elementary. There's also beginner level, so I should be able to change now. Shi Nemo clicked on the beginner level option, and a panel of several hundred pages appeared in front of him, each with dozens of skills. Cantonese Cuisine beginner level. With this skill, the host, you are no longer a rookie, and you have finally entered the culinary god industry. The food you cook will not poison you. Replacement condition, 5,000 daddy popularity points. Wow! Seeing the system introduction, Shi Nemo couldn't help but swear. The system meant that he was now a rookie in the chef industry, and the food he cooked would kill people. Forget it, you're noble, I'm not changing jobs, right? 5,000 popularity points, where am I going to get that from? Let's just check out the lottery. After flipping through a dozen pages, Shi Nemo gave up. This was downright bullying. The lowest one required 2,000 popularity points, and it was still an optional skill. From this, it can be seen that a skill is really precious. After logging out of the system mall, with Shi Nemo's confirmation, a spinning wheel appeared in front of him. Should he give it a try? A primary lottery only required 1,000 popularity points. Looking at the popularity points, they had increased a few more in just a moment. It's only 1,000 popularity points, so there's no harm in trying, and there might even be a surprise bonus. After thinking it over, Shi Nemo reached out with his right hand and selected the primary lottery. Ding! Is the host using 1,000 daddies popularity points to enter the lottery? Yes. Ding! The host's first lottery entry will be awarded a 100x increase in the odds of that lottery. System, I'm not going to enter the lottery, okay? As soon as he saw the system's prompt, Shi Nemo regretted his decision. With 100 times the chance of winning, it can be said that you will definitely not get crap. If you save the intermediate and even the advanced draws, will you be able to draw a very powerful skill? Unfortunately, there is no turning back once the arrow has been loosed, and the wheel has already started spinning rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Spicy Hot Pot Advanced and obtaining the skill, which will allow the host to enter the threshold of mastery in the spicy hot pot industry and become invincible in the fight against street vendors. Seeing the skill he had drawn, Shi Nemo was shocked for a moment, and his breathing began to quicken. All the reluctance he had felt before vanished into thin air at this moment. For himself, at the moment, a skill that could help make money was a good skill. Although it was just a single skill, it saved 500,000 popularity points, so the investment was worthwhile. 500,000 daddy popularity points, according to the current rate of increase, it would take at least a few months, and if there was a bottleneck, it could take more than half a year. Now that I've drawn this skill, the extra time and money I earn will allow my 2 daughters to live a good life. Should I fuse this skill? Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. Fuse. I chose to draw a skill myself, so how could I still keep it? Some information appeared in his mind out of nowhere, and then fused with his memories, quickly becoming Shi Nemo's instinct. Shi Nemo got up and moved around a bit. This feels really amazing. I've been in this industry for decades. I'd better sleep on it. I've got a lot to do tomorrow. He really wanted to try it out right away, but he finally resisted the temptation. He turned off the light and went to sleep by the bed to prevent his 2 daughters from rolling over and falling out of bed. There was no word exchanged throughout the night, just sweet dreams. While Shi Nemo was dreaming of killing people, he suddenly felt short of breath. After struggling for a while, he opened his eyes and saw his eldest daughter pinching his nose while his youngest daughter was laughing happily nearby. Daddy, you're a lazy pig, you're only just waking up now. Dabeo said, releasing his grip and poking at his little mouth. Daddy, Erbao wants to drink milk. Shi Nemo, who had just woken up, was momentarily stunned when he heard his daughter say she wanted milk. He asked anxiously, Erbao, you want to drink milk? Daddy, Dabeo also wants to drink milk. Mom said we have to drink milk in the morning, it's good for little kids. It seems that he is worried that Chin Mo will not believe him, so Dabao adds, Daddy, Bao Bao also wants to drink milk. Mom said that we need to drink milk in the morning, it's good for little kids. Chin Mo looks at the time, it's 7:30 in the morning. Dabao and Bao, what kind of milk do you usually drink? It's early in the morning, where would he find formula milk, and what brand does his daughter drink? He doesn't know. This must be the sister-in-law's doing again. If the child still drinks milk, no matter where they go, they will bring a can of formula milk. From these things, Chin Mo could see how unreliable this sister-in-law was. Thinking about this, he picked up his phone and prepared to give Yi Ching a call. Hey, when did she send me a message? Just as he turned on the screen of his phone, a message popped up. Chin Mo clicked on it and his face immediately turned black. The message was from Yi Ching and it was sent at 11:30 last night, when he had already fallen asleep. Chin Mo, I forgot to tell you one thing, Dabao and Bao need to drink formula every morning. It's the brand Mead Johnson Blue Zen. Go buy a small can now, and I'll bring it over with my clothes. Yi Ching is really a competent younger sister-in-law, forgetting everything and even making herself go buy milk powder in the middle of the night, as if the store were her own and she could buy whatever she wanted whenever she wanted. Even the 24-hour Myijia doesn't necessarily have this brand of milk powder. Dabao and Bao, there's no milk powder this morning, shall we wait until Daddy gets some? If she goes out to buy it now, Chin Mo doesn't feel at ease leaving her two daughters at home, and it's inconvenient to take them with her. No, Dabao needs to drink milk, Daddy. Dabao is about to cry, as if she will cry the second Chin Mo says no. Bao, who is standing next to her, has already started to shed tears. This is Chin Mo's first time, and she has no experience with this. For children who have been drinking milk for a long time, if they don't drink during a meal, they will cry, regardless of whether they understand. Dabao and Bao, be good, Daddy will make breakfast for you, okay? The two daughters started to quarrel. As soon as the eldest daughter shed a tear, she started to cry. Wow, Daddy, I want to drink milk. The second daughter also wanted to drink milk. When the two daughters started to cry, Chin Mo was at his wit's end. Hearing the crying made his heart even more difficult. Wow, I want my mommy. Mommy, Daddy doesn't hurt the second daughter anymore. I want to go back. The cries of the two children grew louder and louder, at a time when the other residents were asleep. I believe that the residents on the same floor have already been woken up, and Chin Mo will have to apologize to everyone later. Some of the residents on this floor work at night and rest during the day. Humph, I won't, and I want to go back to my mommy. Chin Mo's persuasion was not only ineffective, but also counterproductive. The two of them walked towards the door while crying. Dabao, Bao, I'll cook you something delicious. It's the malatang that we sold yesterday. It's really delicious, and all the pretty sisters and brothers like it. There was no way out, so Chin Mo had to think of another solution. When the stall was set up yesterday afternoon, the two girls smelled the aroma and wanted to try it, but Chin Mo didn't give it to them. He felt that children should eat less of these things, but now there was no other way, so he could only improvise for the time being, hoping that his two daughters would stop crying. Daddy, what did you say? Bao, who had just been crying, showed Chin Mo a face change in 1 second, without even wiping the tears from her face, and asked with a curious look. Daddy will make you some spicy hot soup, okay? Bao stopped crying, and then Dabao also stopped, likewise staring intently at Chin Mo, afraid that he had just lied to them. Daddy, you said you'd make it for Dabao, and I want lots of meat. What Dabao said about lots of meat was actually meatballs. Okay, Daddy will make you breakfast now. Chapter 22, No Milk Powder, Spicy Hot Pot it is. Meanwhile. Hello, this is XXX110, please speak. Hello, I want to report a crime. The new tenant hesitates for a moment, takes out his mobile phone and finally presses the number. Please speak. What happened? A friendly voice from the other end of the line answers. I have a child abuse case here. Okay, don't worry. In order to arrive at the scene as soon as possible, please provide the address of the scene in more detail. Let me repeat the location of the incident. Is that correct? Correct. Okay, we are now dispatching the police to the scene immediately. This is advanced skill. Finally, after getting her two daughters to calm down, Chin Mo took some ingredients out of the second-hand refrigerator. Usually, she buys meatballs and other things, and in order to keep them fresh, she spent thousands of yuan on a second-hand double-door refrigerator. A small refrigerator can't hold much food, only a large one like this will do. After taking out the ingredients, Shin Mo got into character and familiarized himself with the operation. He found that compared to before, it was simply not in the same league. Spicy hot soup is not just about boiling it, you also need to pay attention to the heat. If the timing is off, it will affect the taste. As soon as the time is up, the ingredients are immediately scooped up with the hands. In the past, the food would remain inside, sometimes early, sometimes late, and it was rare for it to be on time. It saves so much effort. Soon, a delicious aroma wafts out of the kitchen. The two children, Dabao and Erbao, follow the aroma into the kitchen, their faces showing a look of anticipation, and they can't help but swallow. Daddy, it smells so good. It must be delicious. Dabao, go with your sister and wait at the table. The two of them stop at the door and refuse to leave, not listening to Shin Mo's words. No, I want to keep an eye on you. You're going to sneak a bite of this delicious food. Dabao scrunched up her nose, her eyes wide, arms folded, looking like a little adult. I promise I won't eat any, Erbao is the best. Humph, no, Erbao wants to keep an eye on you too. The two sisters were in agreement, they would keep a close eye on Shin Mo. Fine, I can't do anything about you two. Shin Mo made 3 servings, not a lot for the two daughters. Some vegetables, 2 quail eggs, a few meatballs, and some vermicelli. Only for his own serving did he put in more ingredients. Even before he added the delicious seasonings, the aroma was already very strong, and it was impossible to compare it to anything before. Daddy, are you done yet? Tempted by the aroma, the two daughters lifted their little heads and kept staring at Shin Mo. The two little gluttonous ghosts immediately said, "It'll be ready soon, Dad. I'll put in some more delicious stuff, and I promise that Big Treasure and Second Treasure will eat it." They want more. With their hands empty, a bottle appeared next. The two daughters screamed with excitement when they saw it, clapping their hands. Wow, Daddy, you're amazing, you can even do magic. That's right, Dad knows a lot of tricks, and you'll see. With enough hard work and the help of a system, those skills will all become your own. Shin Mo added a little delicious seasoning to the soup, and suddenly a rich aroma spread through the kitchen. Daddy, are you ready? Erbao paced up and down impatiently at the door. Coming. Shin Mo did not care about the hot food, and quickly carried a serving out, or else her two daughters would rebel again. Don't move, it's still hot. As soon as she turned around, Dabao hurriedly climbed onto a chair and started to eat. Shin Mo quickly stopped her. Really, if she gets scolded, she will come looking for her. Sister was scolded by Babao, wasn't she? Erbao was a little slow, and when he saw that Dabao had been scolded, he quickly stood next to the chair and didn't move. You have to be careful in the future, and only do it when Dad says it's okay. Shin Mo kept looking back, afraid that Dabao would come back. Got it, Dad. Seeing his sister smile, Dabao pouted his little mouth. With the greatest speed, he carried out the last 2 bowls. Dad, carry Erbao up. Children are spoiled when their parents are around, and Second Treasure stretches out her hands. If her sister can climb up there by herself, so can Second Treasure. Oomph, no way. Second Treasure says, twisting her head to one side in anger. Okay, Daddy will carry you. As soon as Shin Mo crouches down, Second Treasure's mood brightens and she starts giggling again. Second Treasure, you're useless, you can't even climb a chair. Seeing his father hug his sister, Dabao felt a little jealous. It's your own fault for climbing up there first. Perched on Shin Mo's shoulders, Erbao swung his head happily and stuck out his tongue at his sister. Good, sit properly. Do you two want to go out shopping today? If you're not good, you can't go out. As soon as he heard Shin Mo say this, Erbao immediately quieted down and sat obediently on the chair. Daddy, Erbao is very good. Daddy, I'll take Dabao out today and let my sister stay at home. No way, Daddy just said that whoever is good will be taken out. Look, Erbao is sitting better than you. Shin Mo watched the two daughters argue while fanning herself with a fan. A few minutes later. Okay, Dabao, this one is yours. Erbao, don't worry, yours is here. The 2 breakfasts had cooled down a little, so Shin Mo tried them and placed them in front of her 2 daughters. Wow, Daddy, this is delicious. Dabao couldn't wait, grabbed a spoon, scooped up a quail egg and took a bite. After biting into it, it was still a little hot, but after tasting it, Dabao couldn't care about the heat and started chewing, fanning his mouth with his little hand. Wow, it really is delicious. Er Bao saw what his sister was doing and followed suit, first trying a mouthful of the soup. As soon as he tasted the delicious soup, his small eyes narrowed and a smile spread across his face. It's delicious, so have some more. Shin Mo looked forward to the food in front of him, and he finally had the chance to try it. Unlike his two daughters, he first picked up a piece of choy sum, and as soon as he put it in his mouth, the taste buds on his tongue instantly exploded, and an indescribable deliciousness spread from it. Delicious. Quickly and neatly, Shin Mo only said 2 words, and began to speed up. Now he finally understood the mood of the customer. It's really so delicious, I can't resist at all, I just want to finish one bowl and have another. Hee, it's not a pretty sight when you eat. Shin Mo ate too quickly, and his voice sounded. When his 2 daughters looked up, De Bao started to laugh. Dad, Mum says you should eat more slowly. Er Bao sat up straight and said in a serious voice. Okay, Dad knows he was wrong, and he'll eat more slowly like Er Bao. Thanks for reminding me, Er Bao is a good boy. One's actions can affect one's children at any time. Shin Mo reached out and, as he praised her, rubbed her hair. Daddy, there's also Big Ba. Big Ba is a good boy too. Chapter 23, Someone called the police, you're in trouble. Bang bang. While the father, daughter, and son were having breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Hello, is this Ms. Li Min? A plump policewoman in uniform asked with a righteous expression. Yes, I'm Li Min. What can I do for you, officer? Li Min was confused when she received the call. She didn't know what was going on, but she was told to cooperate with the police. Someone has reported that your tenant is abusing a child. Please cooperate. Li Min is a native of Yangchang. She owns several buildings for rent, and the one in front of her is one of them. Her parents enjoy their retirement, traveling all over the world, and they don't have time to manage these buildings, so they left them to her. All the rent she receives is at her disposal, so she can be considered a high-quality stock. She is young and pretty, and with a monthly income of 100,000 yuan in rent, she has no shortage of suitors. Officer, have you made a mistake? The tenants in this building are all long-term tenants, some of whom have been here for more than a few years. Li Min is very picky when it comes to tenants. If she finds that they have a problem, she would rather not receive this month's rent and will evict you. It can be said that she knows almost all the tenants in this building. Li Min knows families with children even better, and she feels that this phenomenon is impossible. There is no problem until you know the situation. Please cooperate. Someone called the police, so we have to come and find out what happened. The police officer who responded to the call was Huang Liao, the police flower of the branch office. She had just started her job for a year and had a strong sense of responsibility. Next to her was her partner, Zhong Jiansheng. Which floor is the tenant on? Huang Liao already had an expression of displeasure on her face, thinking to herself where all this nonsense was coming from, although of course she didn't say it out loud. 301. This is impossible, is someone playing a joke? How could it be Shin Mo? Li Min knew this tenant very well, a college student who had not graduated, and had been her tenant for almost 4 years. He was very gentle-looking, and among her tenants, some single women wanted to be with Shin Mo, but unfortunately he had rejected them all. I don't know if he really doesn't like them or if he's just picky. But I don't think he's really picky. There are some really great girls among those single women. Ms. Li Min, it may not be up to you to decide, but the facts will speak for themselves. Open the door. The downstairs door is equipped with an access control system. There are only 2 ways to get in. Fine, I'll see who's calling the police for no reason. Until this moment, Li Min still didn't believe that Shin Mo was such a person. Ms. Li Min, what did you say? Huang Liao, who had just walked past, looked at her seriously and asked. Nothing, citizen cooperation, I will cooperate with the officer in your work. Soon arriving at the door of 301, Huang Liao moved to the side to give her place to Li Min. Ms. Li, you open the door. If I open the door like this, I will violate the privacy of the customer, officer, I think I'd better knock. Hearing that Huang Liao wanted to open the door with her own key, Li Min shook her head. This is a special period. If anything happens, I'll be responsible. Xiao Huang, why don't we just knock? Zhong Jianqing felt that Li Min was right. If someone really called the police for no reason, how would he explain it to the residents of 301 later? It's fine if you don't see anything, but once you see someone's privacy, if the other person reports it at that time, you'll have to write a report. Brother Zhong, it's fine. I'll take responsibility for anything. Huang Liao hated these parents who abused their children the most. Okay. Click. Li Min opened the door just as the cries of a child came from inside. Ow, Daddy, it hurts. A man was standing with his back to the door, just a few meters away. Serves you right. Hearing the child's cries, Huang Liao stepped into the room and raised her right foot to swing at the man. Oh no! Zhong Jiansheng, who was following her, tried to stop her, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as Huang Liao threw her leg out. This time, she would have to report back, and every time she followed her out on a call, she was worried sick. Who is it? Behind her, Qin Mo sensed movement, but it was too late to avoid it. After a gust of wind, she felt a sharp pain in her lower back. Daddy! Daddy! At this time, Qin Mo's first thought was of Debao, and he quickly let go of his hand and fell to one side. The sudden situation scared Debao and Bao, who screamed in succession. Qin Mo! Li Min couldn't believe that this policewoman had kicked without any warning. She already regretted not insisting just now that they should let them shout for the door instead of opening it. Officer, what are you doing? The first one to rush over was Li Min, and when she helped Qin Mo up, she looked at Huang Liao with a face full of reproach. Qin Mo, are you okay? Humph, you're the bad guys, why did you hit my dad? Bao stepped forward, pointed at Huang Liao and shouted, tears welling up in the next second. Dad, are you okay? Does it hurt? Debao will blow it, Mommy said so, it won't hurt. Debao trotted over, hugging Qin Mo's arm, with a pitiful expression on his face. Landlord, what's going on? Oops. Qin Mo looked at the two policemen in uniform and the landlord Li Min next to him. He had just stood up when a sharp pain shot through his lower back, and he couldn't help but let out a scream before sitting back down. This. Seeing Qin Mo get hurt because of himself, Li Min didn't know how to respond. And what about the little twin girls beside him? Could it be that he really did what the police said, that he abused children? When he first came in, he heard the children crying. But now that she saw the two little girls, their concern for him didn't seem fake. Stop pretending, get up quickly. Huang Liao walked over, grabbed Qin Mo's hand, and was about to pull him up, but was stopped by Bao. Humph, you big bad guy, don't you dare touch my baba, or Bao will bite you. Bao grabbed Huang Liao's hand and gave her a bite with his little mouth. Huang Liao did not resist because she was afraid of hurting the child. Let you hit my poop. Bao left a row of teeth marks on Huang Liao's hand, and she did not cry out. Don't underestimate children, it hurts a lot to bite your hand. Kid, did your father just bully you? Up to now, Huang Liao still believes in her own judgment. Officer, if you don't give me a reason, I will definitely file a complaint against you today. I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman. Qin Mo was very depressed. He was putting a band-aid on his daughter when he was kicked hard in the lower back. Thinking about this, he quickly lifted up his shirt. Someone called the police and said you were abusing your child. Huang Liao stared at the other person with her eyes wide open, afraid that he would do something extreme. Ha, you're accusing me of child abuse, and it's your own daughter. Officer, please open your eyes and see what you're doing. After Qin Mo lifted up his shirt, he pointed to the dark bruise on his waist. If he could fight back, he really wanted to flip the table over right now and teach the other guy a lesson. Chapter 24, Punch Me in the Butt, Bao is angry. Is that so? We'll find out soon enough. Seeing the injury on the other person's waist, Huang Liao didn't care at all. She crouched down and asked again. Little friend, did your father just hit you? Tell the truth. This time, Huang Liao didn't ask Bao, but instead asked the older boy next to him. Bao had just reacted to her, and she had seen it in her eyes. She knew that if she asked it this time, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth. My dad would never hit us. Debao said, then turned her head to the side. Then tell your sister, who was crying just now. Huang Liao was very patient and did not give up, continuing to ask. It was your younger sister who was crying just now. Without being taught, children cannot tell lies. Why was your younger sister crying? When she asked this, Huang Liao's face broke into a smile, then she glanced at Qin Mo, the meaning in her eyes already very clear. My younger sister was crying because her hand was bleeding. Debao looked really painful. Debao seemed to remember something, and then walked over to Bao. My younger sister, does your hand still hurt? I'll blow on it. After saying that, he grabbed Erbao's hand and blew air on it. A band-aid. Everyone in the room could almost guess what had happened when they saw De Bao's finger wrapped in a band-aid. In an instant, the face of Huang Liao's companion changed. He didn't need to ask, he knew that it was all over. He had opened the citizen's door without permission and had also hurt someone with his foot. If this was true, there might be a chance to find an explanation, but now it was not at all what Huang Liao had thought. "Officer, do you have any questions?" Qin Mo also figured out what had happened. It was obvious that the pretty police officer in front of him had not figured out what had happened. He had hurt himself by kicking himself. This was the modern world. How can someone so reckless be in uniform? He thought this to himself, but didn't say it out loud, because Qin Mo had great respect for the profession. Big bad guy, get out, hurting Baba. Bao is very angry. Huang Liao was speechless at this point, and just as Bao got up and grabbed her by the thigh, pushing her out the door. "Go out first." Seeing Huang Liao standing there in a daze, her companion tugged her arm. Zhonggu. After coming back to her senses, Huang Liao's face immediately turned pale. She now realized the seriousness of the situation. There were other people at the door, and if things went badly, it would affect the unit. "Officer, my tenant is asking you to leave." Li Min first apologetically glanced at Qin Mo, then her tone changed, and she said expressionlessly to Huang Liao. Okay, I'll go right now." Qin Mo supported his waist and slowly sat on the chair, watching Huang Liao leave. He didn't say anything. This matter will definitely give himself an explanation, and he doesn't even need to step in. This is trouble. If he hurts his waist, can he continue to run the stall? Qin Mo is now worried about business. He gently pressed on his waist, and a tingling pain came. Oops. He couldn't help but let out a slight cry. "Daddy, does it hurt a lot? Is it okay for De Bao to blow on it?" De Bao had wanted to reach out and touch him, but now, after seeing his father's reaction, he quickly withdrew his hand. "It's okay, Dad. Just put some ointment on it." He lowered his shirt and stood up, looking at the policewoman standing in the doorway. He thought to himself, this crazy woman sure knows how to kick. "Qin Mo, I'm so sorry." Li Min apologized again, looking at Qin Mo's waist with a face full of guilt. "Landlord, you're so unreliable. The staff can come in, and Qin Mo doesn't need to think to know what's going on." "Stop it, now let's go to the hospital and get checked out first." Li Min finished speaking and walked over to help support Qin Mo. "Landlord, no need, I can still walk, you carry my daughter." This is what Qin Mo was thinking. If there is no major problem after going to the hospital for a checkup, she still has to work in the afternoon, and she can't stand, so she will have to sit. Are they really your daughters? Now Li Min has time to carefully observe the two little girls. The sweet, round little faces are adorned with a pair of pretty dimples, which make people want to pinch them. Big, watery eyes, rolling around from time to time, exuding a smart and mischievous energy. If they're not mine, are they yours? Qin Mo rolled her eyes a little, accidentally tugging at the injury, causing her brow to furrow and her lips to pout. Oops. Humph, you deserve to be scolded for talking nonsense. She didn't even have a boyfriend yet, and now she heard Qin Mo ask a rhetorical question. Li Min gritted her teeth in anger, but she couldn't help but ask curiously. "You're not even married, where did you get such a cute daughter, or are they twins?" As she said this, a flash of disappointment crossed Li Min's face, but she quickly covered it up. Who says you have to get married to have kids? Having a pair of cute twin daughters was something Qin Mo was proud of. Having a child without getting married, so you are, scum. Li Min looked at Qin Mo with contempt, but she still crouched down to pick up Bao. "Officer, what are you doing just standing there, help." "I can't hold two children by myself." Li Min turned to Zhong Jiancheng at the door and said, "As for that Huang Liao, don't count on her, the children resist her." "Okay, I'm coming. You caused this incident, and my tenant must go to the hospital for a checkup. This incident is generally the fault of the staff, who were reckless and didn't ask any questions." "Fine, I'll go now, and we'll pay for any check UPS." Zhong Jiancheng now just hoped that the other party would not pursue responsibility, and that it would be best to resolve it privately, without going to the unit. "Little girl, can I hold you?" Zhong Jiancheng crouched down and asked softly first. If the child resists, there's nothing to be done. "Uncle policeman, are you going to hit my bottom like that big bad man?" Bao did not hold out her hand, but pointed at Huang Liao, who was standing in the doorway, with a pouty little mouth and a rosy little face. No, uncle is taking your father to the hospital for a checkup now. Zhong Jiansheng let out a sigh of relief when he heard the little girl ask. As long as she wasn't the big bad man. Erbo held out her hand, and Zhong Jiansheng finally picked her up. Okay, everyone disperse. Qin Emo walked slowly out of the room, and Zhong Jiansheng finally dispersed the crowd around him. One of the men hid, and hurriedly returned to his room. I'm sorry. Huan Liao whispered as Qin Emo passed by. Humph. You're a big bully. But Erbao didn't buy it. When he saw Huan Liao, he opened his mouth wide, as if he was going to bite someone, and said in a babyish voice. Yes, you're a big bully, you hurt my dad. De Bao waved his little hand, his eyes wide open, and pouted his little mouth. Chapter 25, My beautiful daughter, you don't know how to take care of yourself. How are you feeling? I'm fine, I didn't hurt my internal organs. With the help of the staff, they went to the hospital. Qin Emo not only had an examination, but also received the results within a few minutes. Officer Huang, what happened? You hit so hard, fortunately it's only a flesh wound. The beautiful doctor in charge of the examination took Huang Liao's hand and walked to the side. Obviously, the two knew each other. You don't need to say anything, I can guess. You must have acted on your own again. How many times have you done something like this? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? The pretty doctor held out her hand to stop her talking and said a lot of things, all of them words of advice. How are you going to solve this one? Such a nice guy, how could you hit him so hard? I'm not saying this to offend you, but if you carry on like this, which guy will dare to get close to you? Don't tell me you want to be an old maid. So what if I'm an old maid? I still have you to keep me company. Just now she was still the valiant Huan Liao, but in the blink of an eye she had completely changed, grabbing the arm of the beautiful doctor and acting like a spoiled child. Okay, if you act like that in front of those boys, it's no wonder you're still. The beautiful doctor is called Haniyu, 38 years old, divorced, and the head of the XX department of XX Hospital. Okay, sister-in-law, please don't say anymore, I get it. Haniyu was about to say something again, so Huang Liao quickly begged for mercy. Auntie, remember to cook a good meal and have a drink with me tonight. Huang Liao couldn't handle it anymore and quickly changed the subject. Okay, think about it first. How are you going to explain it to your father? This is not a problem that I should worry about. Who told him that I had to take the police exam? He could have just done it himself, but he had to drag his daughter down with him. Huan Liao frowned, her face showing signs of annoyance as she said. Your father is only looking out for your best interests. Auntie, I have some work to do, so I won't keep you company. We can chat again tonight when I get home. Huan Liao made an excuse and fled, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Sigh, there's really nothing I can do about her. Seeing her niece leave, Haniyu shook her head. She doesn't want the same lessons she learned to be repeated in Huan Liao. After getting divorced 10 years ago, she has been single ever since. Her current mood is very complicated. She doesn't want her niece to remain single, but she is also afraid of her niece ending up in the same situation as her. Although it's not serious, you still need to rest for a few days, and avoid getting the wound wet. After the test results came out, the doctor began to give instructions on what to watch out for. Qin Emo was relieved to hear that no internal organs or bones had been damaged. As for what the doctor said afterwards, he didn't listen to it, as it was all common sense. Mr. Qin, look at this matter, how about this? Zhong Jiansheng came over with a depressed look on his face. Every time he went on a call with Huan Liao, it was definitely not beneficial. He had just been scolded by his leader on the phone, and a report of self-reflection was certainly unavoidable. Now he just hoped that the other party would not pursue this matter, otherwise, he would definitely be in big trouble. It's fine, you're not to blame for this matter, regardless of whether I'm finished with her or not. Qin Emo knew what the other party meant, that he didn't want to pursue this matter further. However, he couldn't swallow this matter. Why did he get kicked for no reason? Landlord, let's go back. After applying the medicine, the pain in his body eased a little, and he could barely walk. It was much better than before, but every movement caused the injury to pull, sending waves of tingling pain through his body. Mr. Qin, why don't we take you back? Zhong Jiansheng hurriedly chased after them and asked apologetically. No need, we'll take a taxi ourselves, so that when we get there, some people won't indiscriminately give me another kick. Finally, he glanced at Huang Liao, and Qin Emo took De Bao's hand and walked out, followed by Li Min carrying Erbao. You didn't even see them off, let alone help hail a taxi. Zhong Jiansheng walked up to Huang Liao and said to her, I'd better not follow them, so as not to get a cold shoulder. I've already apologized, it wasn't intentional, and you're being so petty. She heard Qin Mo's words clearly just now, and she doesn't think there is any need to follow him. Besides, she is just doing her job, it's not a personal grudge. Hey! Zhong Jiansheng is very helpless. You kicked someone and then accused them of being petty. This young man is not bad, if it were someone else, they would just go to your workplace and make a scene. Fine, let's go back then. After failing to persuade her, Zhong Jiansheng can't force her to go. Why is it always just him who gets the bad luck? Okay, Zhongge, I'll have to trouble you for the inspection report. I know, but with your temperament, can you change it? I don't want to become a celebrity in the unit, and I'll get my share of these inspections every time. Zhong Jiansheng shrugged his shoulders, and a look of dilemma appeared on his face as he said, We'll talk about it later. Huang Liao responded, started the car, and saw that Zhong Jiansheng had not yet gotten in. Brother Zhong, are you going to walk back to the unit? In the taxi, the strong smell of medicine filled the car. The driver frowned a little and asked for the address before driving off. Daddy, does it still hurt? Bao looked at Qin Mo's waist and held out her small hand, wanting to look at the injury but afraid to touch it. Bao, you're a good girl. Daddy's feeling better already. Daddy, that lady is a big bad guy. I'm going to tell Mommy to teach her a lesson. Bao stuffed her small mouth and looked out the car window. Oh, is Mom really something? She's a cop. Qin Mo put his hand on his daughter's hair, and only then did he notice that it was a bit messy. He even used his fingers to straighten it out a bit. You're not going to tie your hair, are you? Seeing Qin Mo's actions, Li Min, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and said, To tie your hair, don't you just tie it all together? I don't know what to say to you. Little girls definitely have to look pretty, but with your kind of hair, you'll make your two daughters ugly. When they had bathed the previous day, Qin Mo had not washed his daughter's hair, but when they went to bed, he had untied it. The pretty little plaits he had tied were now all bundled together. At this moment, Li Min looked at the two little girls' hair tied in a bundle at the back of their heads and her brows knitted. Are you the eldest or the second eldest? He, sister, I'm the eldest. Bao laughed happily when he saw that Li Min could not tell them apart. Bao, who usually ties your hair at home? Whoever it is, they won't be able to stand seeing two pretty and cute little girls with messy braids on their heads. My mom. Bao scratched her hair with her hand, obviously a bit uncomfortable with this way of tying it. Look, if you don't know how to do it, just learn from the internet, there are tons of instructional videos online. Li Min finished, glaring fiercely at Qin Mo. Big sister, Bao is fine. Well, as long as it's done by Baba, it'll be beautiful. Bao said this while her eyes were rapidly spinning. Chapter 26 New Ideas, Remodeling Equipment. Bao, let your sister help you with your hair, okay? For some reason, Li Min really liked the two little girls and wanted to get close to them. Ba. Children love beauty, and they all like their parents to look nice. Just now, Bao was only saying that. Now that she heard Li Min say it, the first person she looked at was Qin Mo. Obviously, she also wanted to look beautiful. Well. Qin Mo nodded. After all, the landlord didn't have to go to work, so she usually had a lot of time on her hands. The most she did was collect the rent, and sometimes she would go to her shop and take a look around. Daddy is the best, sister. Bao wants to look good. Hearing Qin Mo's agreement, in the blink of an eye, Bao's relationship with Li Min skyrocketed. I want second Bao too, Baba. Second Bao loves beauty the most, but it's Baba's braids, there's no way around it. Now that there's a better way, he definitely won't want Qin Mo to braid it. Okay, second Bao is fine too. Sister, when will you braid Bao's hair? Bao got up from her seat and leaned over towards the passenger seat, but Qin Mo quickly stopped her. Bao, you can't get up in the car, it's dangerous. Bao, who had just been smiling, had tears welling up in her eyes when she heard Qin Mo's slightly stern tone. Daddy, you're being mean to Bao. Bao, didn't Mommy say that you can't fidget in the car, and you've forgotten again? Bao leaned close to Qin Mo, smirking and making faces at her younger sister. You're no fun, Bao, I'm not playing with you anymore. Bao returned to her seat, turned her head, and looked at the scenery outside the car. Bao is angry. She's very angry right now, and the consequences will be serious. Is Erbao a good child? Shin Mo asked softly, looking at her daughter. Erbao is definitely a good child. In this regard, both daughters are consistent. So, does Erbao listen to what her mother says? In the course of the day, Shin Mo came to understand the position she held in the hearts of her two daughters. If it weren't for some factor, she really wouldn't have let her daughters give her away. Erbao listens to what her mother says. Indeed, as soon as Yishi was mentioned, Erbao immediately quieted down, except that her mouth was pouting so much that it could hang oil bottles. Here we are. Soon they returned to their residence. Li Min took the lead and paid the fare, taking responsibility for the matter. Shin Mo, you're hurt now, so I'll take care of the twins for a while. Li Min finally revealed her true intention. These cute twins, she just couldn't bear to leave them at home without taking them out for a bit. This made Shin Mo feel a bit awkward when he heard Li Min ask. He looked at his two daughters and knew that they really wanted to go out and explore. He had originally wanted to take them out today, but now that he was hurt, there was no way. Daddy, Dabao also wants to go out. Erbao also wants to go out, to follow her sister and promise to be good. Erbao said, patting her chest in a baby voice, in order to be able to go out. Okay. Seeing the longing in their eyes, Shin Mo nodded. Landlord, you'll have a hard time, bring them back at noon. It's a little after 8 in the morning, there are still a few hours until noon, and Shin Mo still wouldn't feel at ease with a longer time. Okay, I promise to bring back your two precious daughters unharmed. Seeing that Shin Mo had agreed, Li Min quickly picked up Erbao, took Daobao's hand, and walked towards her luxury car. A red Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Shin Mo had once dreamed of owning such a black ride. But as soon as she saw the price, she knew that in this life, there was no way she could afford it except by winning the lottery. Bye-bye, Daddy. Bye-bye, Daddy. Li Min pulled up in front of Shin Mo, and her two daughters were jumping around excitedly in the car. Dabao Erbao, if you don't sit properly, you can't go out. Looking at the sexy-looking Benz, Shin Mo made a silent decision in her heart to own one as soon as possible. Daddy, Erbao will sit properly. As soon as they heard they couldn't go out, the two daughters immediately sat properly. Landlord, thank you for your trouble. Don't worry, if there's a problem, you can just blame it on me. Boom. The motorcycle roared and disappeared into the distance. It looks like he won't be able to go out and work today. Shin Mo couldn't help but touch his tricycle. He was going to lose his income of a few hundred yuan a day. He was reluctant to give up his daily income, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't ride the tricycle, and it would be nice to have an electric one. Now he began to regret why he didn't spend a few $100 extra to have it modified. If he had it modified now, and fixed it today, he could be out on the street tomorrow. As soon as he thought of this, Shin Mo immediately took out his phone. Doo-doo. Busy tone sounded for a few seconds, and the phone connected. Brother Chin, why are you free to call me today? Are you drinking tonight? A loud voice came from the other end. This was a friend of Chin Mo's on the island, who owned a bike repair shop, Wang Leong. But he mainly deals with bicycles and other such things. The main mode of transport on Changzhou Island is bicycles. Drinking is fine, but not these few days. I've suffered a little injury. When I've recovered, I'll drink with you, but there's something I need your help with. What is it? Hurry up and say it, it's not easy to get you to drink. Wang Leong hastily agreed, without even asking what it was. You suggested earlier that I convert my tricycle to electric, and now that I think about it, I think your suggestion is very good, so I want to. Before Shin Mo could finish, Wang Leong interrupted him. You should have done this a long time ago, and what's the point of exercising your body? If something happens, you can still continue to do business. Right now? I'll be right over. I've been waiting a long time for this drink. Where else? I'll wait for you downstairs at the rental house. Do. Wang Leong hung up the phone as soon as he heard the location. Just like always, he didn't even wait for me to finish talking. Looking at the phone, Shin Mo's face broke into a happy smile. Having a few close friends in life is equivalent to having priceless treasures. Most of the friends around people nowadays are just casual acquaintances, and when they really encounter difficult things, they are like birds in the forest. This is when you need a few close friends, not for money or fame, but just to share your joys and sorrows with. Looks like I'll just have to wait for him to come over. Originally, Shin Mo wanted to leave the keys by the side and let Wang Leon come over and ride the car away. As for how much it would cost, he would give himself a number at that time. 5 minutes later, a motorcycle parked downstairs, and two young men got off the car. One of them walked towards Shin Mo with his arms open. I said, Shin Mo, what's wrong with you? You let yourself get hurt? Chapter 27, Alluring Skills, Recovery is Expected. Let me see. As soon as he got close, Wang Leong smelled the strong smell of medicine. Look. Shin Mo didn't act pretentiously in response to his friend's concern and lifted up his shirt. Wow. Who did you offend? You're so ruthless. Which son of a bitch did this? I'll get someone to teach him a lesson. Wang Leong's expression changed instantly, and he rolled up his sleeves. This is not what you think. It's a long story. Let's sit down and chat over a drink in a few days. I just want to rest for a while now. You can take care of this old car. Wang Leong gave Shin Mo's shoulder a pat, and Shin Mo turned around and walked back. Are you okay? Do you need us to help you up? Seeing the way Shin Mo was walking, Wang Leong walked over to help him. No need, I'm not disabled. I can manage the stairs. Besides, I need it tomorrow. Shin Mo was not at ease and gave him a few more reminders. Every second was money now. In the afternoon, someone was willing to help him ride the tricycle over there for 100 yuan each trip. Don't worry, it's not a big project. I can get it done this afternoon. Wang Leong didn't know why he was in such a hurry, but he definitely put his friend's request first. You're sure you can do it this afternoon? Don't fool me. Shin Mo, who had just taken a few steps out of the door, turned around and held the door. When have I, Wang Leong, ever gone back on my word? I said afternoon, it'll be afternoon. Hearing this, Shin Mo's eyes lit up and he immediately changed his plan. How about this? I can finish it at 4 p.m. this afternoon, and I'll double the renovation fee. We're brothers, we should be clear about the accounts. I can't let someone work for free. If someone pays, they should get the corresponding reward. Wang Leong knew exactly what kind of person his brother was. It would take him 2 days to earn the extra money, and now that he was injured, he wouldn't be able to earn anything for a while. As for why Shin Mo was in such a hurry to modify the tricycle, as a friend he didn't ask. He would tell him when the time came. It's settled, thank you. After saying this, Shin Mo didn't give Wang Leong a chance to speak, closed the door, and walked up the stairs holding onto the railing. Brother Wang, what should we do? This bicycle shop is a partnership between the two of them. The partner is definitely willing to make more money. You're in charge of this job, so make sure the quality is good. As for the renovation costs, you can have it all. Wang Leong was right. He was able to finish it before 4 p.m., but he didn't take a break at noon and worked overtime. Brother Wang, you don't want it? In a partnership, the money earned is almost equally divided. The price is double, which is several hundred, and Wang Leong is taking it all for himself. No need, it's hard-earned money, but please ride the tricycle back. It's fine, I'll take care of it. After taking one last look at the front door, Wang Leong got on his motorcycle and rode back. Shin, are you okay? Just as he reached the second floor, he met an older woman, also a resident on the third floor, carrying a bag of garbage downstairs. It's fine, thanks for your concern, Auntie Lu. I don't know which scumbag called the police. If I find out, I'll curse him. Xiao Qin, you're such a good guy, and you've been wronged. I feel so bad for you. And that girl, she really doesn't know how to treat people with respect. Next time I see her, I'm going to give her a piece of my mind. Grandma Lu had forgotten to take out the trash, and the more she talked, the more excited she got. Shin Mo coughed a few times to get her attention. Ahem. Qin, I'm sorry, I'm just a chatterbox as I get older. You should rest more if you're injured. I won't bother you anymore. I'm making chicken soup tonight, I'll give you a bowl. Lu, who had come back to her senses, smelled the medicine in the air and saw Shin Mo leaning on the stairs, looking guilty, and said. She walked all the way back to the door and didn't encounter anyone else. Shin Mo was afraid of running into a few more people, especially those of Lu's age, as they were all too enthusiastic. They were all old tenants of the building and they often met each other in the day, so they were very familiar with each other. She took a break and went out to buy supplies at 11 o'clock. Lying in bed, Shin Mo closed her eyes and found that she was not sleepy at all. How could she sleep? She had just got up not long ago. Forget it, I can't sleep anyway, so I might as well study the system. Shin Mo immediately found something to do. He now relies on the system, and if he can learn more about it, he can avoid making unnecessary detours. As soon as he thought of this, the system light screen panel appeared in front of him. Hey, Daddy's popularity is 3,985, and it has increased so much in just one night? Shin Mo looked at the popularity value in surprise. It is still increasing, and he doesn't want to know why it has increased so much. Is it being used now, or saved for the 10,000 lucky draw? For the beginner's lottery, Shin Mo no longer harbored the slightest hope. You could only draw a high-level skill under 100 critical strikes. If it was a normal lottery, the chances of winning were definitely not small. Let's check the system store to see if there are any other materials. Jinshu F full level, acquiring this skill will make the host invincible. This is no joke. Normally, 100 people cannot get close to you. Replacement condition, 10 million Daddy popularity points. Physics full level, after fusing this skill, the host will be unrivaled in the world in this field, and winning the Nobel Prize is a matter of minutes. Replacement condition, 10 million Daddy popularity points. Complete collection of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture full level. In the world today, you have already reached the pinnacle of acupuncture. For some difficult and miscellaneous diseases, as long as you take out the silver needles, a complete cure is not a problem. Replacement condition, 20 million Daddy popularity points. MD, not 10 million, but 20 million popularity points. When will he be able to gather that much in the year of the monkey? He'd better not read that, or his heart won't be able to take it. He had previously seen a popularity value of 5 million and thought it was the highest, but now he realized how naive he had been. Shin Mo closed this page, and in the next second he froze, muttering to himself, since I have Chinese medicine skills, does that mean there are also some medicines and such that can heal my injuries? Unexpectedly, he touched his waist again. Sigh, I forgot again. Touching the injured area, Shin Mo couldn't help but gasp. Traditional Chinese medicine won't healing medicine small package. After hundreds of years of research in the hot summer, the result was achieved. It is not circulated outside and is applicable to certain special departments of his. Just apply a layer to the wound to ensure a threefold increase in recovery speed. Replacement conditions, 4,000 popularity points. The popularity value is not enough, it's only a dozen points short, but it should be soon. Every minute, the popularity value increases by 1 point. Shin Mo knows that he only has to wait 10 more minutes to experience the effect of the healing medicine. He is looking forward to it. After all, this is the result of a country's centuries-long research. Chapter 28, Buy 6 Get 1 Free, I want that too. Is it time to replace the Chinese medicine injury remedy? 10 minutes later, Daddy's popularity value met the replacement conditions. Shin Mo lightly tapped his finger on the panel, and the system's prompt sounded in his head. Yes. The next moment, a tiny package wrapped in oil paper appeared in Shin Mo's hands. It was tiny because it was only the size of a thumb. Just this much costs 4,000 popularity points? I'd been ripped off by the system. Looking at the package in her hands, Shin Mo doubted that it wouldn't be enough for one dose. The injury on her waist was not a small one. Since she had already changed, she might as well try it first. It was better than nothing. Shin Mo opened the package and found only a tiny amount of ointment inside. She picked it up and sniffed it, and it gave off a faint herbal fragrance. With just a little of this, how much of an effect could it have? After thinking for a moment, Shin Mo carefully used his finger to take a little bit and evenly rubbed it on the injured area on his waist. It was cool, and the pain eased a little, so it seemed to be effective. After just rubbing a little bit of ointment on the wound, Shin Mo felt a little more comfortable. The ointment was working, so he was even more careful next time, not wasting any, and finally coated the wound with it. Just enough? He now suspected that the system was doing this on purpose, not allowing him to waste even a little. 10 minutes later. Shin Mo got off the bed in surprise and took a few steps. He noticed that the pain in his waist had eased a lot. The system must be a quality product. The ointment worked, and Shin Mo couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He could go out to the stall in the afternoon, so he didn't need to worry anymore. There were still more than 5 hours until the time to go out to the stall, and Shin Mo believed that by then, the situation would be even better than it was now. He would go out to buy supplies now and buy some milk powder for his daughter on the way. He has learned his lesson this morning. If there is formula milk, Herbal will not break the bowl, and the eldest child's finger will not be cut, and he will not get this kick. He'd better go buy formula milk for his daughter first, so that he can make the best use of the money he has. Half an hour later. A shopping mall in Huangpu district. Shi Nemo was in a hurry, so after taking the ferry across the river, he takes a taxi directly. Welcome, handsome. What brand of milk powder do you need? Our brand is the most complete in the entire Huangpu district. As soon as he stepped into the maternity and baby store, a beautiful salesperson came over, and she could see her brow furrow. The smell of medicine from Chi Nemo made her a little uncomfortable. She thought to herself, if he's sick, why is he still out buying baby supplies? Why didn't his wife come? Meet Johnson's Blue Gen 3. Without any more nonsense, Chi Nemo directly said what milk powder he wanted. In fact, there are also mother and baby stores on Shangzhou Island, but Chi Nemo still feels that the big stores are more reliable. After all, this is milk powder for children to consume, and there are quite a lot of fake and inferior milk powders on the market. It is because of this concern that he is willing to spend an extra 100-odd yuan to take a boat out of the island and take a taxi. This brand of milk powder is good, handsome, you really have good taste. Mead Johnson has always been a product in the high-end market in China. The amount of lactoferrin added is 10 times that of other milk powders. You're a salesman, no wonder. Since Chi Nemo came in, you've been talking non-stop, and what's more, what you're saying is professional and the customer is comfortable listening. I don't know how many cans the handsome guy needs. Our store is having a recent event, buy one box get one free. The event only lasts 3 days, and now it's the last day. The pretty shop assistant said all that before, mainly to get the customer to buy more, with that last sentence being the main point. Milk powder for children is a big burden for the average family. A can of formula at the regular price is more than 200 yuan. A child between the ages of 1 and 4 needs at least 5 cans a month. If the child doesn't want to eat, the amount will increase by 2 cans. In other words, the cost of formula for one child is between 1,000 and 1,400 yuan. 400 yuan for a can. Shi Nemo, who was about to buy a case, immediately withdrew his words. There are 6 cans in a case, which costs 2,400 yuan. He realized that he could not even afford to buy his daughter a case of formula. At this moment, he knew that raising a child was not easy. A can of formula milk costs 400 yuan, and a child needs more than 2,000 yuan in formula milk, so 2 children would cost more than 4,000 yuan. When he thought about this, and compared it to his previous income, he realized that he was not worthy of having a child. Give me 3 cans first. Chi Nemo directly have the quantity, but the beautiful saleswoman did not give up and continued to persuade him, analyzing the pros and cons. Handsome guy, if you only buy 3 cans, you will be missing 1 can, and each can costs 400 yuan. The saleswoman was so enthusiastic that Chi Nemo felt bad. Couldn't he just tell her, sorry, I don't have the money? For now, I'll just buy 3 cans. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Seeing Chi Nemo's face change, the saleswoman stopped immediately. In their line of work, eloquence is the most important, and a sharp eye is also essential. Okay, cash or electronic payment? Electronic payment. It took an hour to get there and back, and it was just past 12 when they got back. The time was just right. The store's payment reminder just sounded, and the systems followed closely behind. Ding! The host was detected purchasing milk powder for his daughter, a total of 1,200 yuan spent, with an instant rebate of 2,400 yuan. Welcome back next time. Chi Nemo took the bag and looked at the text message on her phone, her mouth curling up slightly. XXX Bank Construction Bank, on June 12 at 10:30, a transfer of 2,400 renminbi was made into your savings account with the last digit 5438. The current balance is 2,420.12. In one day, she had nearly quintupled her savings, and there was nothing that made Chi Nemo happier. Yuzhu Pier. Stopping a taxi nearby, Chi Nemo took a direct taxi back. The timing was just right, just in time for this ferry. Looking at the time, Chi Nemo was glad that it had gone so smoothly. Ferries run every half hour, and if he missed it, he would arrive at his accommodation at 12:30, which would be past the time he had agreed with Li Min. Handsome guy, you're buying milk powder. I can't believe you have a child so young. Many taxi drivers are particularly good conversationalists, full of knowledge and interesting stories about life, politics, and gossip. Chi Nemo has a handsome appearance, and from the outside you can't tell his age. To this taxi driver, for example, Chi Nemo looks like he's just graduated from university at the most. Ha ha. Chi Nemo laughed at the driver's words, but couldn't say anything in response. It's good to get married young, it can enhance one's sense of personal responsibility. After getting married, you know that you are not alone anymore, you are a family. This driver is really talkative, and Shin Mo didn't respond, so he just kept talking. Shin Mo also sensed that the driver was troubled, so she didn't bother him, it was only a 10-minute ride. And the other person wasn't wrong, it's just that there are 2 more daughters, and the pressure of life has made him more responsible. Chapter 29, Brother doesn't lack money, I'll find out later. Daddy, open the door. Shin Mo returned to his place and had not rested for a few minutes when he heard his daughter's voice outside the door. Coming. Don't come out, I'll open the door myself. Click. Li Min's voice came, followed by the sound of unlocking the door. As the door opened, a child ran in. Without thinking, Shin Mo knew it was his eldest son, De Bao. He was mischievous and couldn't sit still for a minute. His younger son, Bao, was relatively quiet. De Bao, were you happy today? Happy. De Bao nodded, his rosy little face making people want to pinch him. Shin Mo picked up De Bao and was about to spin him around when Li Min, who had just walked in, reminded him. You've been hurt and you're still acting like this? You're a father, but you're still like a child. Li Min shook her head, took Bao's hand and walked in, carrying a large bag. Daddy, my sister bought us lots of things. Bao pointed happily at the bag in Li Min's hand. Shin Mo looked closely and his face instantly grew grave. He recognized the brand, and the price was not cheap. The things have already been bought, and there's no way I'm letting someone take them back. Shin Mo just hopes that this situation doesn't happen again in the future, and that he'll be the one buying things. You don't need to worry about it, these are gifts for my 2 goddaughters. Li Min responded imperiously, ignoring the stunned Shin Mo, carrying the bag past him and placing it on the small dining table. Then I'll thank the landlord on behalf of my 2 daughters. The 2 men have known each other for several years. During Shin Mo's most difficult time, after he was expelled from school, he didn't even have a place to live. By chance, he met Li Min, who rented him a room and even let him pay the first 3 months' rent later. A big man is nagging about this and that, and this matter is settled. In the future, when I buy gifts for my goddaughter, you are not allowed to ask questions. Pulling over a chair, Li Min picked up Bao. What, you have a problem with that? Li Min gave Shin Mo a fierce glare before starting to tease Bao. Fine, you're the landlord, and I don't want to sleep on the street yet. And I have another favor to ask you. I'm going out to restock now. Shin Mo picked up the phone key and walked out the door. Shin Mo, you're crazy, you want money more than you want to live. You're in such bad shape, and you still want to go out and sell things. Are you short of money? Tell me, how much do you need? Hearing that Shin Mo was going out, Li Min hurriedly stood up from her chair and looked at him in disbelief. It's fine, I feel a little better now. In order to convince Li Min, Shin Mo moved his arm a little in place, but there was no change in his expression. No, you don't have to do that. This morning, you made a long face when I touched you. Li Min walked around Shin Mo a few times, then shook her head, thinking that Shin Mo was only doing that to convince her. Thanks for the landlord's concern, but don't worry, I know my own body very well, and I won't do anything silly with my 2 children around. My 2 children, Daddy is going out for a while, so you stay in the house and wait for Daddy to come back and cook you something delicious. Before leaving, Shin Mo picked up his eldest daughter and kissed her on the cheek. Hee, Daddy, you have to hurry, my eldest daughter is hungry. His eldest daughter laughed and kissed Shin Mo back. Forget it, there's nothing I can do about you. Seeing Shin Mo being so stubborn, Li Min knew that if she tried to persuade him any further, she would be meddling. Go on, I can't stand the sight of you. With no choice, Li Min said exasperatedly, watching Shin Missouri close the door. Hey! Shin Mo sighed as he stood in the doorway. He still had to continue working his stall. The ointment was working, and as long as he didn't press on the wound, he wouldn't feel any pain. The Changzhou Vegetable Market. As soon as he entered the market, Shin Mo headed straight for a place. In contrast, he was conscientious in his business. The most in-demand item in Malatang was still vegetables, and the profit margin was also the highest. The vegetables used by other stall owners were all the ends of vegetables, which were rejected by vegetable sellers and peeled off the vegetables. These were very cheap, and for the same price, you could buy a lot of them. Shin Mo felt that there was no need to do this. He would not hide from his conscience to make money, and if he made less, so be it. Shin Mo was here to restock, as usual? A middle-aged man greeted Shin Mo as soon as he saw him. He is Wang Dehui, from whom Qin Imo buys all his vegetables. I need to buy more today. Can you help me carry it, Brother Wang? I'll pay you extra. I'll have other ingredients later. Now that the tricycle is being modified, Qin Imo has to take a motorcycle taxi. He knows that Wang Dehui also has an electric tricycle, so he doesn't want to pay for the favor. But a little help doesn't need to be paid for. Besides, I haven't thanked you for your business every day, Qin. After you're done, bring the ingredients over and let this little rascal deliver them for you. Wang Dehui pointed to the young man beside him and said, this is his son Wang Yongji. He usually comes to help during the holidays. Then I'd like to thank you first, Brother Wang. The types of vegetables are the same as usual, but the quantity has doubled. What? Doubled? Wang Dehui was bowing his head, looking for change for his customer, and when he heard Qin Mo's words, he quickly looked up, asking with a puzzled expression. Yes, doubled. Qin Imo nodded. Is business that good? Qin Imo had complained to him before that sometimes they couldn't even sell all the vegetables, so this time he doubled the quantity, and his curiosity was piqued. It's okay, barely enough to get by. Now that my daughter is here to help me, I want to earn a little more. Qin Imo doesn't avoid the topic of his unmarried status and having a daughter. Little Qin, I never thought you were hiding it so well, and you even have a daughter. Brother Wang was thinking about helping you find a good girl, but fortunately he didn't, or else you would have been the laughingstock. Young, good-looking, hard-working, honest. In everyone's impression, this is the kind of person Qin Imo is. That's just my bad luck. Otherwise, I could have become related to Brother Wang. It's settled, I won't disturb you with business, I still need to buy other ingredients. After saying goodbye to Wang Dehui, Qin Imo rushed to his next target. Half an hour later. Outside the rental house. Xiao Wang, thank you very much, here's your fee. Qin Imo took out 50 yuan and directly stuffed it into Wang Yongji's hands, and before he could react, he closed the door. Brother Qin, this is not acceptable. When I came out, my father said I couldn't take this money. Wang quickly patted on the door, trying to return the money. Wang, this is for you to buy some water to drink. If you don't say anything, Brother Wang won't know. Okay, I have things to do, so I'll be going back soon. Qin Imo knew that Brother Wang would not accept the money, so he didn't include it when settling the bill. 50 yuan, he really bought Wang Yongji some water to drink. Just now, he also helped carry the goods to the storage room on the first floor. This was a free gift from Li Min when they rented the house, and the tricycle just fits in there. Chapter 30, I'll treat you to some food, I still have to cook. Baba, you're finally back, Erbao is starving. Opening the door to the room, he was greeted by Erbao, who was talking about being hungry while shoving snacks into his mouth. Erbao, it's almost dinner time, why are you eating snacks? After closing the door, Qin Imo held up the groceries he had just bought. But Erbao is hungry, and if he is too hungry, he won't be able to help Daddy, and if he can't help Daddy, Daddy won't have any money. Ah, Erbao, who taught you to say that? Hearing her daughter say this, all of Qin Mo's fatigue disappeared. I won't tell you the secret, but I have to go keep an eye on my sister, or she'll eat all the snacks. After finishing the snacks in her hand, Erbao found an excuse and ran into the bedroom. If you're going to cook like that, I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. Li Min walked out of the bedroom, followed closely by Debao, who immediately turned around and followed after seeing Erbao go in. There's no need to go to all that trouble, I've already bought the food. Qin Imo had an idea that he wanted to try. If it worked, it would solve the problem of feeding his two daughters in the future. It was necessary. If it weren't for me today, you wouldn't have finished talking to Li Min. Qin Imo interrupted her directly. Landlord, this matter is in the past, and you're still holding on to it. It's past dinner time, why don't you go back and eat? Today, Qin Imo planned to make soup, fish head, and tofu soup. This was relatively easy, the fish head had already been prepared, just needed to be rinsed. And then there's stir-fried pork with chili peppers. 2 dishes are enough, there's no need to waste. I'm not going back. Seriously, after knowing you for so long, I've never eaten a meal you've cooked. Do you mind having an extra pair of chopsticks? Li Min hesitated for a moment, and she also went out for lunch, so she was not going to cook herself. Finally, after looking at the 2 children in the bedroom, she made her choice immediately and looked at Qin Imo with a smile on her face. Miss Li, if you eat with me, there won't be any big fish or meat, just vegetables and a soup. Are you used to eating that? Hearing that Li Min was going to stay for dinner, Chin Mo looked up in surprise. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he just didn't think the food was good enough to invite someone over for dinner. I'm not a rich kid, how would I not be used to it? Or do you not want me to stay for dinner? No, you're welcome, as long as you don't mind. That's great, just let us know when you're done, and I'll keep the kids company. Li Min walked into the bedroom with a satisfied look on her face, happy that she could stay for dinner. Bao, Bao, you're still eating. Your father will be angry if you can't finish your dinner. Save these for later. When she entered the bedroom, she saw the two of them open another bag of snacks, so she quickly took them away. These snacks were bought by her to satisfy the children's cravings, but they could not be eaten as meals, otherwise she would not be able to explain to Chin Mo. Humph, Daddy's food is tasteless. Big sister, can Bao have a little more, please? No, I want to buy it for you in the future, so you can't eat it now. Upon hearing that he had to eat the food made by Baba, Ba's face changed, and then he grabbed Li Min's hand and acted cute. Ba's eyes rolled rapidly, staring intently at the snacks in Li Min's hands. His fingers were stuck in his mouth, and he started biting his nails again. Ba, you're eating your fingers again, I'll tell Baba. If he didn't want the snacks, Ba pouted his little mouth, just in time to see Ba, and his attention was immediately diverted. You're a bad person too, sister. Bao quickly took her fingers out and looked outside. I won't tell Dad, but when he serves the soup later, Bao, you have to drink some for me. Bao realized that her brother had an ulterior motive, and in order to avoid drinking the soup, he had come up with this idea of blaming his sister. Humph, Bao doesn't want any. Bao angrily turned her head to the side. Bao, is the soup Dad cooked really bad? Hearing Bao and Bao's words, Li Min felt a little remorseful. Could it be that the food Chin Mo cooked was really bad, and that's why her two daughters were so resistant to it? It's not good, not as good as Mum's. And not as good as the food cooked by that man outside. Without any particular order, Bao and Bao once again disparaged the soup cooked by Chin Mo as not good. Mum's is really good? Li Min is a bit nosy about the mother of the two little girls. Bao and Bao are so pretty, and her mother is also a beauty, no surprise there. There are many suitors for beautiful women, and with Chin Mo's current situation, she can imagine the difficulties she faces. It's delicious, Bao drinks 2 bowls. Bao also drinks 2 bowls, and if his mother didn't stop him, he would want to drink more. Bao wanted to drink 3 bowls, so it must be very delicious. The soup that Mom makes is the best Bao has ever tasted, and now he can't drink it anymore. As soon as she mentioned Mom, Bao's expression became a little down. He had been by her side for 3 years, and now that he was away for a day, the two of them began to miss each other. Bao also misses Mom. Li Min never imagined that just mentioning Mom would make Bao and Bao start to cry. Just now, she said she would help take care of her daughter, but now she's made a mess of things. Bao and Bao, don't cry. Let's go out and help Dad with the work, okay? With no choice, Li Min had to ask Chin Mo outside for help. Okay, but Bao still misses her mother. Sister, Bao misses her too. Mom said we have to live with Baba from now on. Does that mean Mom doesn't want Bao? Bao looked up, her big eyes already brimming with tears. No, Mommy has other things to do. As long as you two listen to Daddy, she will definitely come and see you. Li Min didn't know what had happened, so she could only say that for now. Bao, don't cry. You don't cry either. Let's go help Daddy cook. Bao took Baba's hand and walked outside. After just a few steps, a smile appeared on her face again. Oh, I'm so relieved. Li Min followed behind, gently patting her plump chest. It seems that in the future, I should be more careful with what I say. Daddy, Bao will help you with the work, okay? Bao ran ahead, looking pitifully at Chin Mo. Bao, are you crying? Seeing the tears at the corners of her daughter's eyes, Chin Mo asked hurriedly, then glanced at Li Min, who was walking over. It's okay, your 2 daughters want to help you with the work. Li Min shook her head at Chin Mo and pointed to her mouth, hoping he would understand. Helping their father with the housework, Bao and Bao are so good. He didn't know why Li Min didn't let him finish, but he chose to believe her and praised his daughters. Of course, Bao is always good. What can I do, Daddy? And Bao, Daddy. The 2 girls were competing to help with the housework. This is dangerous, Bao and Bao, sit on the side and watch, that's helping your father. The rice is already in the pot, and the tofu and fish soup is beginning to boil. Only one dish of stir-fried peppers and meat remains. Li Min wants to stay for dinner, and Chi Nemo is going to stir-fry an extra vegetable dish. Good, Bao, just sit here. And da Bao. Chapter 31, suspicious of the cooking, she couldn't stop. It smells so good. As Chi Nemo put the delicious seasoning into the soup, a strong aroma drifted out of the kitchen. Li Min couldn't help but sniff it a few times, and her heart began to doubt. Just the smell is so fragrant, how can the taste be that bad? Li Min didn't quite believe what the twins had just said. Children have different tastes. Although she can't cook, she has been to many fancy restaurants and knows a thing or two. The quality of a dish is judged by its appearance, aroma, and taste. This aroma is incomparable to anything she has experienced before, even the food prepared by chefs in 5-star hotels. Daddy, it smells so good. Bao gets off his chair and starts sniffling, his mouth watering. Bao, go back and sit down, don't burn yourself. Seeing her daughter approaching, Chi Nemo quickly stopped her. The kitchen is not a forbidden place for children. If you're not careful, you could get burned. But Bao is hungry. Listen, it's crying. Bao lifted up her shirt to reveal her tummy, which was already quite big. She stroked it a few times with her small hands and said with a pout, "It'll be ready soon. Go sit back down. As soon as it's done, Bao will serve it to you. Daddy, and second treasure, you mustn't forget." Second treasure didn't go over, and upon hearing this, she hurriedly shouted from atop the chair. "Okay, you both get some." The system really didn't disappoint, and just the aroma made the two daughters want to eat. As for the taste, they had already tried the mala tang tang this morning, and they believed that the tofu fish soup would not disappoint them. Delicious, this is so delicious. After putting the condiments on, Chi Nemo first tried a little, and her eyes lit up. Looking at the still scalding fish soup, she couldn't wait to pick it up and drink it all. 10 minutes later. Here it comes. The first dish was served, poached choy sum. Is it an illusion? Seeing the appearance of the poached choy sum, Li Min began to doubt again. The presentation was really bad, and it looked like the work of a novice, but the aroma filling her nose was telling her that this was a gourmet dish. Then the second dish was served, stir-fried peppers with meat. This time the presentation was just as bad. Li Min was eager to try the taste, but Chi Nemo didn't come over, so she had to hold back. "Landlord, have some soup first, the rice will be ready in a moment." Chi Nemo brought a pot of soup over and first served a bowl, placing it in front of Li Min. "Thank you." This time the impact was even stronger. Looking at the tofu and fish head soup in front of her, Li Min couldn't help but swallow. "Daddy, where's our soup?" Bao pouted, her mouth pursed in annoyance when she saw that there was no soup for her. "It'll be Bao's soon. And Bao's too, don't forget, Daddy. I've got it all, don't worry." Chi Nemo was very happy with her daughter's reaction, and knew that it would not end up like last time. "Daddy, Bao wants to drink the soup." The rich aroma fills the room. Chi Nemo decides not to give the soup to the girls yet, until it cools down a bit. Bao can't wait any longer and begs. "Bao, just a little longer, it will be ready soon." Bao smiles and says to her sister, "Hee, you're not being good, look, Bao didn't even cry." "You're not being good, Bao can do it too." Hearing her sister laugh at her, Bao quickly sat up straight, but before a minute had passed, she started shouting again. "Daddy, are you done yet?" "Ha, it's ready, drink up." Chi Nemo touched the bowl and took a sip before placing it in front of Bao. Bao wants some too." "Okay, here's Bao's. Turn off the fan and bring Bao's over too." "Landlord, why aren't you drinking the soup? It'll get cold and lose its taste." Adults are different from children. It's better to drink soup that's still a little hot, especially tofu and fish head soup. "I'm a guest, so I have to wait for the host to drink first." Li Min couldn't hold back any longer. For the first time, she realized that eating was a kind of torture. She could see the food in front of her, but she couldn't eat it right away. "Daddy, it's delicious." Bao didn't care about the heat, grabbed the spoon and took a small sip. A look of happiness appeared on his face, before he lowered his head and began to ladle up the soup. "It's delicious?" Li Min was about to move the ladle when she heard Bao's voice. Looking at her, she wondered if her father's cooking was still inedible. With a doubtful heart, she took the first sip of the soup. This made Li Min freeze for a moment, and she couldn't find the words to say as she looked at Chi Nemo. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Seeing Li Min's expression, Shin Mo hurriedly asked. He thought to himself, I just had a sip and it was delicious. Just look at De Bao's face, I can tell. Is she being picky? No, you've got it all wrong. I just can't believe you made such a good soup. Li Min looked at Shin Mo in shock. I never thought he had such a talent. It's delicious, then drink more, I made a whole pot. Shin Mo pointed to the soup pot on the side. I really went all out this time. Delicious seasonings are a must for a food stall, you can't do without them. Hey, in the past 4 years, I've missed out on so many wonderful things. If I knew your soup was so delicious, I would have come over to eat and drink with you before. Li Min kept drinking the fish soup while she spoke. Hee, it's so delicious, give me another bowl. In less than a few minutes, Li Min finished the bowl of fish soup and handed it over to Shin Mo with a smile. Don't just drink the fish soup, try these 2 dishes. The 3 people at the table were too busy drinking the soup to pay attention to the 2 dishes of vegetables. I'm on a diet, so I'll just drink the soup. The appearance of the 2 dishes was too poor, and in the face of the delicious fish soup, Li Min seemed to be in a completely different league. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that it was made by the same person. Landlord, are you doubting my cooking skills? Shin Mo knows exactly how good his cooking is. The taste of the stir-fried vegetables was just so-so, but now that he has added the delicious seasoning, the taste has improved by several notches. Great, I'll eat it. Shin Mo's attitude is clear. If he doesn't eat the vegetables, he won't serve himself another bowl of fish soup. Li Min's eyes wander between the 2 dishes of vegetables, and finally her chopsticks rest on the stir-fried peppers and pork. If the 2 vegetables really don't appeal, the stir-fried peppers and pork is the best choice, and the portion is minimal. Boiled choy sum is different, as there are only 10 pieces in a plate. Ha ha. Seeing Li Min's appearance, Shin Mo knew what she was thinking, but he didn't expose her. For a plate of stir-fried peppers and pork, Li Min only picked up a small piece of shredded pork on top. No! After putting the shredded pork into her mouth, Li Min immediately closed her eyes, as if she was being executed after being told to eat her vegetables. The next moment, she stood up in shock, pointing at the 2 dishes on the small table and stammering, This is impossible, how can it taste the same as fish soup? Landlord, isn't it delicious? Shin Mo picked up a vegetable heart and took the first bite himself. Chapter 32 Sister Li is a bad person, eating my tofu. Sister Li, save some for De Bao. Yes, Sister Li, don't be shy, don't fight with a child for food. After trying the delicious food, the people at the table began to join the food fight, and De Bao and Erba were no exception. The tofu and fish head soup was indeed delicious, but it filled you up quickly. After trying the stir-fried peppers with meat, Li Min couldn't stop, and she forgot to drink the fish soup she had just poured. De Bao saw Li Min eating so happily and picked up a spoon to reach for the stir-fried green peppers with pork. De Bao, this dish is spicy. Spicy? Yes, De Bao, it will burn your mouth. Upon hearing his father's words, De Bao's little hand stiffened for a moment, but then quickly reached out again, with a smile, saying, If you're not afraid, De Bao isn't afraid either. Oh, it's so spicy, my mouth hurts. Daddy, you're a bad person. Just a moment ago, De Bao was smiling, but the next moment, tears were streaming down her face as she kept fanning her mouth with her little hand. Daddy already told you that the dish was spicy, but you didn't listen. Now you're blaming Daddy. Shin Mo could have stopped De Bao from eating it, but if she didn't give in this time, what about next time? So the best way is to let your daughter try it and know the taste of spicy food. Of course, if she likes spicy food and can eat spicy food, that's a different story. De Bao is still young, and I believe that after this experience, she will have a very deep impression of spicy food for a while. Here, just drink some soup and you'll be fine. Shin Mo refilled her daughter's bowl and placed it in front of her. Daddy, De Bao's mouth is burning, ooh. De Bao looked at Shin Mo pitifully, and tears really started to flow. Be good, De Bao. Open your mouth, Daddy will feed you. Shin Mo lifted the bowl and took the spoon. After a while. Is it still spicy? At this point, De Bao was already drinking the soup on her own. It's gone. Tears are still hanging on his face, but the delicious fish soup makes him forget to wipe them away, and he starts to join the crowd of people eating dry rice again. Do you still want to eat this? Shin Mo picks up a slice of green pepper, and De Bao shakes his head quickly. De Bao doesn't want it, Daddy, De Bao wants this vegetable. Soup only has one flavor, it's not satisfying. De Bao's eyes are on the blanched vegetable heart. This one, Daddy will pick it up for you. Thank you, Daddy. Debeo took a small bite, and a smile immediately appeared on her face, before she began to chew quickly. Debeo, eat slowly, you need to chew it well before swallowing. Seeing how her daughter was eating, Shin Mo was worried that she would chew a few times and then swallow, so he quickly added a reminder. Oh, Debeo knows, Daddy, this dish is also delicious, Debeo wants more. Debeo has not even finished the first dish of choysum, and his eyes are fixed on the plate of poached choysum in front of him. Take your time, it's all yours. Is it really delicious, sister? Erbao, who was sitting next to her, also wanted to eat the stir-fried green pepper and pork, but after seeing Debeo's appearance, he stopped dead in his tracks and continued to drink his soup. When the second bowl of fish soup was almost finished, Erbao started eating the choysum, and she asked anxiously. Daddy, Erbao wants this too. Okay, you can have it. Vegetables are full of nutrients, especially for children, so there's no reason not to eat them. Daddy, this vegetable is delicious, Erbao will eat this from now on, and also the fish soup. After trying the taste of the blanched vegetables, Erbao started thinking about the future as she ate and looked at Shin Mo. Okay, as long as Erbao and Baobao want to eat it, Daddy will cook it for you in the future. Until this moment, Shin Mo finally let his heart settle, and the problem of his two daughters eating in the future was solved. But this delicious seasoning won't last long. It's necessary to use delicious seasoning when you're cooking for a stall, and also when you're cooking at home. It seems that I have to find a way to increase the popularity value. Shin Mo has almost figured out the popularity value of a father. If someone recognizes you, then your popularity value will increase. I have to save a little, otherwise I won't be able to last long. At this moment, Shin Mo already had a new idea in mind. Daddy, Sister Lee is about to finish all the delicious food. Debeo's voice pulled Shin Mo back to reality, and he saw his two daughters looking at Li Min with anger. Before, there was still a full plate of food, but now there were only 2 stems of Chinese broccoli left. You finished it all? There were clearly 7 left, and it didn't take long for Li Min to eat 5. It's so delicious. Li Min's face turned slightly red as she was watched by Shin Mo. Landlord, you have the nerve to compete with a child for food and not eat the stir-fried green peppers with pork. At this time, Li Min's hand reached for the blanched vegetables again, but after hearing Shin Mo's words, it stiffened in midair. This isn't very tasty, and I can't control myself. She quickly withdrew her hand and moved it to the stir-fried green peppers with pork. Daddy, there are only 2 left, and Debeo still wants more. Debeo grabbed Shin Mo's arm and started to pout. There are no more choysum, but Daddy will cook some for you tonight, okay? But Debeo still wanted to eat it. The dish was spicy, and he couldn't eat without any vegetables. Debeo rolled his eyes and said in a cute voice. Haha, you need vegetables to eat rice. Shin Mo didn't know what his daughter was trying to say, but he picked up a spoon and scooped up the fish head and some tofu. Debeo and Erbao, look, there's food. When making the soup, Shin Mo had just pureed the fish soup, and the fish head and tofu were still lying nicely in the pot. Daddy, is this delicious too? Erbao asked, after sniffing it. Erbao, was the fish soup delicious just now? Yes, it was delicious. This fish meat is even more delicious, and Daddy will pick some up for you now. Shin Mo picked up the chopsticks and carefully picked the fish meat out of the fish head and put it back in a bowl. Lin Yang, what are you doing? Li Min secretly picked up a spoon and tried to scoop up the other fish heads, but Debao saw her. Debao, Yang is drinking the soup. Soup? Why is there fish in it? Cough cough, Nyang was just drinking the soup, but I didn't expect the fish to get into the spoon by itself. After being exposed, Li Min quickly made an excuse. Really? You didn't lie to Debeo, but you just ate all of Debeo's favorite dishes. Debeo obviously didn't believe her and tilted his little head to look at Li Min. Landlord, I'm taking advantage of you. This little bit of fish isn't even enough for Debeo and Erbao to eat. I've only had 1 bowl of soup and a piece of choysum. I really don't know how Li Min can eat so much. She's already had 2 bowls of fish soup, half of a poached choysum, and some stir-fried meat with green peppers. You're really something, Shin Mo. I never thought you'd take advantage of me like this. Li Min's face immediately turned red, and she looked at Shin Mo with wide eyes. Cough cough, that was a slip of the tongue. I meant to say that you're taking advantage of me. Chapter 33, At the weekend, don't go out and play. I'm so full. All 3 dishes on the small table were emptied, and even the fish soup was finished. Li Min leaned against the chair without any sense of propriety, her hands on her stomach. This was the first time she had eaten so much, and she had eaten 2 bowls of rice and ended up drinking a bowl of fish soup. Daddy, Dabao's tummy is all puffed up and a bit sore. Dabao crumpled up her little face and stroked her tummy. Now she knows it hurts. Dad just said not to eat so much, but you didn't listen. It was so delicious, and Erbao loved it too. Erbao's clothes were lifted up, her tummy bulging. Dabao and Erbao, didn't you just say that Dad's cooking was terrible? With nothing to do after eating, Li Min started teasing the 2 little girls. Li, Big Treasure didn't say that. You must have said it yourself, and Second Treasure didn't say it either. Daddy's cooking is delicious. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them sold Li Min out and blamed her for the whole thing. You're so ungrateful. I've bought you so many delicious things. Li Min gave Big Treasure a little tap on the nose. Hee hee. When she tried to pick up Second Treasure, she dodged and ran over to Chin Mo. Daddy, give Erbao a hug. Chin Mo, you're such a good cook, why didn't you open a small restaurant before? In Li Min's opinion, opening a small restaurant is like Chin Mo riding a tricycle to the university town to set up a stall, wasting time going back and forth, and not being able to set up a stall in rainy weather. Ha, I really didn't think of it at the time. For specific reasons, Chin Mo could not possibly say, and at this time, he could only play dumb. It's not a matter of funds, is it? If you want to open a store, it's not just about the monthly rent. You have to invest tens of thousands of dollars at least in the beginning. Li Min said this because she understood Chin Mo's situation and knew that he couldn't come up with that kind of money. If you want to open a store in the future, let me know. I have a store in the university town. Li Min didn't say anything more, but she believed that Chin Mo would understand what she meant. Okay, then I'll thank the landlord first. If I open a store in the university town in the future, I'll definitely ask for your help. With Li Min's help, the problem of financial difficulties can be solved, but he doesn't want to ask for help from others for the time being. He wants to solve the problem himself first, and only if it's really impossible will he ask for help. It's almost time. Landlord, if you don't go back, I have to put them to bed. After chatting for a while, Chin Mo looked at the time and saw that it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, I'm sleepy too. After eating, I really get sleepy easily. Bye, Big Treasure and Second Treasure. Li Min yawned, picked up the 2 girls one after the other, kissed them on the cheek, and then slowly walked out. Bye, Lin Yang. Bye, Lin Yang. Okay, Dabao, you need to go to bed too. You're going to be hanging out with your dad at the stall in the afternoon. I just got a text from Wang Leong. He can guarantee that the tricycle will be modified before 4 o'clock. It's very inconvenient to take my daughters out to the stall every day like this. In the short term, my 2 daughters are still curious, but when they lose that curiosity, they won't want to come out. So the current problem is to make some extra money in the half month before the students go on holiday. If I really want to open a shop, then I need to have some money of my own. I can't keep borrowing from people. Hee hee, Daddy, you have to go to sleep too. Erbao can't sleep if you don't. Erbao patted the pillow with her little hand and said, Daddy will go and tidy up a bit. Erbao, you go to sleep first. Daddy, don't lie to Erbao. How could I lie to Erbao? If I don't sleep, I won't have the energy to go out and set up the stall. You 2 go to sleep first. After kissing the foreheads of his 2 daughters, adjusting the temperature of the air conditioner, and covering them up properly, Chin Mo closed the door. 4 p.m. Ring ring. Do, vibrating. Chin Mo takes his 2 daughters for a stroll in the nearby park. At this time, his phone rings. Chin, the tricycle is ready. I'm downstairs now. Could you come downstairs to collect it? The caller is Wang Leong's business partner, Jiang Huakai. I'm not at home right now, I'm in the nearby park. Brother Jiang, could you hold on a second? I'll be right back. It's fine, there's no rush, I'm not busy right now. Jiang Huakai is a little sleepy after not sleeping at noon, but the thought of the money he will earn today immediately cheers him up, and he feels that he can wait a little longer. Dabao and Erbao are home, and we're going to go out and set up the stall. The 2 daughters, who are playing with other children, are cute and beautiful. As soon as they arrive at the park, they quickly blend in with the group and become the focus of the children. Daddy, can we play a little longer? Dabao ran over and hugged Shinma's thighs, saying, when I was with Yishi before, they weren't allowed to go out and play. Today is the happiest moment for them, and they have such little friends for the first time. Dabao, I can't. Well, Daddy has to go out and make money, so that I can buy you lots of toys in the future. If I don't go out and sell things, then there will be no money, and without money, DeBeo won't only have no toys, but also no delicious food. Now, does DeBeo want to stay and play? Oh, I see. DeBeo reluctantly looked at his new friend and finally nodded. Daddy, DeBeo will go sell food with you. Erbao, what about you? Shin Mo smiled and looked at Erbao next to him. He already knew the answer without even having to ask. Erbao is a good boy, and he wants to go with Daddy to make a lot of money. Erbao held out his hands to form a circle and said, "Hug." Daddy, I want a hug too. Neither sister wants to be left out, so one asks for a hug and the other is sure to follow suit. Daddy, you're still hurt. Erbao will walk by herself. Does it still hurt here? Shin Mo crouches down, just about to hug Erbao, when he points to his lower back. Erbao is such a good girl. Daddy's fine now, haha. His daughter is so sensible, Shin Mo couldn't stop smiling. Daddy, I'm not tired anymore, and I can walk too. DeBeo walked up to Shin Mo and whispered in his ear. Then let's walk back together. Shin Mo took hold of each of his daughter's hands and walked out of the park. The apartment was quite a distance from the park, and carrying two daughters the whole way back was bound to take a toll on his waist. At most, he asked Zhang Huakai to wait a little longer. The agreed time was around 4 o'clock. Brother Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting. 10 minutes later. Shin Mo returned to the rental building. Brother Qin, it's fine, just a few minutes. Zhang Huakai was a little sleepy now, but he still spoke politely. Here, this is what we agreed on before. 600 yuan in total. Is this the right amount? The most expensive part of the conversion is the addition of an electric motor, but it's second-hand. If it were brand new, it would cost more than this. On Shanzhou Island, there isn't much else, except motors. There are 2 large shipyards, and all the scrapped equipment is sold as scrap. But you know the people there, and you were able to get it at the scrap price. After buying it back, a little maintenance and it's not much different from new in terms of functionality. Just paint it with a fresh coat of paint and without careful inspection, it's hard to tell the difference. Brother Qin, this is too much, before we were just joking around. Zhang Huakai politely declined after looking at the 6 Red Bulls in his hands. Okay, I won't see you off, I still need to tidy up a bit before I go out to the stall. Chapter 34, we arrived early and got lucky. Xinghai College subway station. At this time, a group of students gathered together. Today is Saturday, and as usual, at this time, the students in the university town are either staying in their dormitories or going out. At this time, the only people wandering in the university town are some passing pedestrians or students exercising. What's going on? Didn't you say that there would be stalls open at this time, and there would be people everywhere? Zhang Zisher, you 3 aren't going to lie to us, are you? A dozen college students looked at 3 of them. If Qin Mo were here, he would recognize them as the 3 boys who had rushed over just before the stalls closed. I don't know either. I asked yesterday, and they usually arrive at 4:30. Maybe they were delayed by something today. Why don't I ask Weixin? Zhang Zisher took out his phone and quickly found Qin Mo's WeChat ID. If you had WeChat ID, you could have just said so, and you could have saved us all the trouble of asking if they were coming. One of the students, Renninghao, is also a foodie. He had planned to go out and explore the depths of the alleys in Guangzhou to find some good food. Last night, a message was circulating in the group chat. There was a stall selling spicy hot soup at the Xinghai College subway station exit, and the taste was absolutely amazing. Even the iceberg goddess had bought some. Everyone who had tried it was full of praise. Hoping against hope, Renninghao decided to stay at school instead of going out to look for a target. Spending the whole day off at school was really a waste for them, who didn't play games. He hurriedly asked, if I don't come, I can still go out now. Renninghao usually broadcasts live cooking part-time, and he also has tens of thousands of fans on a certain audio platform. He earns tens of dollars every time he broadcasts, and if he's lucky and gets a lot of rewards, he can even earn a few hundred. Otherwise, do you think he can rely on his living expenses every time he goes out to find food, and that's just a dream? What's wrong? Renninghao asked anxiously when he saw Zhang Zisher's expression. Boss Qin didn't reply to the message. Zhang Zisher was embarrassed by everyone staring at him, and scratched the back of his head. No, he can't be sleeping still? One classmate said hastily. You think people like you and them who run businesses hate to waste time and would rather split their time in half? I think they should be on their way here. You three also said earlier that you came here on a tricycle, so how could they have time to check their phones? Another classmate gave a very insightful analysis, and the other students agreed when they heard it. Then wait 10 more minutes. The crowd that has appeared here makes the owners of the other stalls envious. That stall is so lucky, so many customers looking for him to eat, he can't help but get rich. When will we be able to do that? Yes, it's just a stroke of luck. I don't know who helped promote it. Could it be that Shanghai College teacher? Yesterday everyone could see that beautiful teacher asked Chin Mo to buy spicy hot pot twice. There were also some people who asked these students for other information. You're thinking too simply. If the food is not delicious, there is no way to get repeat customers. Look at these people, some of them were here yesterday too. What does this show? Obviously, their mala tang is tastier than ours. If it were us, we would have been fooled at most only the first time, and we would not fall for it next time. Not all stall owners only see the surface. One of them also sells spicy soup, and has talked to a customer. If you want to do business for a long time and not lose money, you must understand the information about your competitors. If you can't compete with them, then stop losing money and time, move to a new location, or change careers. I'm not selling spicy soup, so we're not the ones to worry about. Ah, you guys are so naive. If the other guy stocks up more, by the time the customers are full, they won't come back to buy from us. You guys are still too young. 10 minutes later. Customers who can't wait any longer are ready to leave. Not all of these people are college students, but also some nearby residents, tenants, etc., and they don't have much time to waste here. Zhang Zisher, look, is that the boss Qin you were talking about? A tricycle appeared in the distance. This student was not sure because the other person did not seem to be riding it. It was an electric tricycle. Yes, it is Boss Qin. Let's hurry up and get in line. Before the others could react, these 10 students all ran to the position where Chin Mo usually set up her stall. What are they doing? Zhang Zisher's actions were quickly noticed by everyone. No, everyone quickly went to take their places. MD, these students are really clever. We didn't even notice that the boss of the Mala Tanglao stall had already come over. After the tricycle was modified, the speed increased dramatically. Blowing in the hot afternoon wind, Chin Mo felt cool inside. Dad, it would be nice if there was something up there to block the sun. Bao held out his little hand to block the sun. In July, the sun sets relatively late. Dad, it's so hot for Bao. It's still comfortable in Mum's cart, with the cool breeze. With the sun high in the sky, the ground radiating heat from a day of sun, and the hot wind, it's really not pleasant under the triple effect. This is also the reason why Chin Mo chooses to set up her stall closer to 5 o'clock. When Dad makes money, I'll buy a cart too, so that Bao can feel the cool breeze and Bao won't feel the heat. What do you think? Chin Mo glanced ahead, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A group of people had gathered together, and if he guessed correctly, they were all waiting for him to set up his stall. Great, great, Daddy is going to buy a car. Hearing that they would also have a car in the future, the two girls happily clapped their hands and were about to stand up, but Chin Mo quickly stopped them. Daba and Ba, you two sit down. What did Daddy tell you before? You can't just get up when you're in the car. Whether it's for the sake of his two daughters or for his business, having a car is definitely much more convenient. But even the cheapest one costs more than 10,000 yuan. For his business, Chin Mo's goal is the magic car. As long as there is a road, there is the Wuling Hongwang. At that time, with a little modification, the magic car will be the best choice for doing business. Daddy, I'm sorry. Bao forgot. Hearing her father say this, Bao quickly lowered her head and apologized. Bao is the best, and will listen in the future. Bao is the best, and will listen in the future. You two are both good children. Even if he didn't have any children before, Chin Mo still understood this truth. You have to treat both sides equally, and after praising the first one, you can't forget the other. Chapter 35, Food is important, but don't let things get out of hand. Boss Qin, you finally come. We thought we'd wasted our time today. Come on, if you want to eat early, help out. Zhang Zisher rolled up his sleeves and started helping Chin Mo carry things. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up. Seeing that he was the only one helping out, Zhang Zisher turned around and said something. This was probably the first time a customer had helped out with the work. Wow, these are the boss's twin daughters, so cute. There were quite a few girls among the customers, and some had come specifically to see the two girls. "Boss, can I take a few photos with your daughters?" The stall was quickly set up, and there was nothing more to help with, except for 2 folding tables and a few stools. "Dabeo and Erbao, the older sister wants to take a photo with you, is that okay?" Chin Mo did not answer the girls, but instead asked the 2 daughters first. "Take a photo?" Erbao lifted her little head and glanced at Chin Mo before turning around and scanning the female students, her eyes rapidly darting around. "Yes." "Dabeo, what about you?" Chin Mo would not have agreed if her daughters had not wanted to. Taking a photo is fine, but only if Dabeo looks beautiful. Dabeo's mouth is pouting when she speaks, pink and cute, making everyone want to go over and pinch it, but seeing Chin Mo watching from the side, they can only temporarily extinguish this idea. "Come on, Dabeo, let's take a photo with your sister first." As soon as she heard that it was okay, one of the girls took the lead, took out her phone, crouched down, and posed with various expressions, taking a few photos with Dabeo. "Can one of you take a photo of me?" After picking up Dabeo, the girl realized that she couldn't take any pictures. At this time, the delicious mala tang, for these girls, is not as attractive as Dabeo and Erbao. "Dabeo, Erbao, don't run around." After glancing at her 2 daughters, Chin Mo began to get busy. "Boss, your spicy hot soup is absolutely delicious. After having it once yesterday, I wanted to eat it again. But when I came back, I found that you had already packed up and gone. So I had to go to another stall to get some. But it just wasn't as good as yours." Yesterday's customers, whenever they had time, would come back for more. But unfortunately, they were all disappointed. "Brother," I said, "do you still want to eat it?" "Stop chatting, we can't help it." "What's the rush? I'm just selecting the ingredients, aren't I?" The customer at the back, seeing the customer in front of him taking his time, couldn't help but say something. But it had the desired effect, and the customer in front of him, knowing that everyone had been waiting for so long and long to eat the delicious malatangsu, also speeded up. "Boss, scald these for me and pack them up, I'll go back and enjoy them." "I'm not going back, the malatangsu just out of the oven is the best, especially with a little chili in it." Everyone has a different way of eating. Some people like to eat in a crowded place, watching the passers-by and the hustle and bustle of the surroundings, while others prefer to find a quiet place to savor the food. "Wow, you ordered so much, can you finish it all?" One customer had filled 2 baskets with ingredients, and a preliminary estimate was that it was enough for 4 or 5 people. "If I can't finish it all, I'll have it for dinner that night, and if I still can't finish it, I'll have it for a midnight snack. This delicious malatang is so good, I just have to eat it all." For these foodies, a few dollars is a bargain for such delicious food. 2 baskets full is only a little over 100 yuan, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the high-end restaurants out there. "Don't panic, I have enough stock to sell for a while." After modifying the tricycle, Jiang Huakai also modified other parts appropriately to give himself more space to put things. "No, boss, if everyone is like him, will the people behind want to eat?" There are now nearly 30 people in line, and everyone orders for a few people. Everyone doubts how much food Chin Mo's tricycle can hold. When he came over, his 2 daughters took up some space. "You can rest assured, and please cooperate with the queue, so that the people behind can eat as quickly as possible." With the first person taking the lead, the customers who came yesterday all ordered at least 2 servings. Only those new customers were hesitant about ordering an extra serving. For them, students, a few dollars is money too, and this is their monthly living expenses. Those who are not short of money will not have this concern. "Hey, are you guys here to eat or take pictures? If you wait any longer, you won't even get the soup." 7 or 8 girls were so busy taking pictures with their boyfriends that the other students couldn't bear to see them go hungry, so they quickly reminded them. "No way, there's so many of you?" After being reminded by their classmates, and smelling the delicious aroma in the air, and seeing the long queue in front of the stall, the girls finally reacted. "Erbao, I'm going to go and queue up first, I'll come back when it's packed up." "Dabeo, can you give your sister a kiss?" "Hee, sure, pretty sister. It smells so good." They can't help but swallow as they inhale the tempting aroma. At this time, no one pays any attention to Erbao and Dabeo anymore, everyone's eyes are fixed on the stall. Every so often, the sound of the cash register being collected comes through. "Cash register, 25 yuan received. Zafubo, 15 yuan in your account. Zafubo, 32 yuan in your account." Led by the customers in front, and the customers standing around who couldn't care less about the burning tongue, everyone was eating with gusto, and the guests behind them all added a few skewers of beef balls and the like. It's still more enjoyable to eat while squatting. The stools were all taken by the guests in front, and the customers behind them were not allowed to squat to eat, but they soon discovered that eating like this had a certain flavor from those times. The feeling of being back home came instantly, and they thoroughly enjoyed a meal with a hometown flavor. Eating while squatting is one of the 8 oddities of Shaanxi. In the past, when people in the countryside ate, the liveliest time was when young and old gathered together, each with a bowl in hand, talking about this and that. If they got tired of standing, they simply squatted on the ground. Finally, I got some. No, I can't hold on much longer. I have to go back to the dormitory first. One classmate, after buying 2 bowls of spicy soup, started running towards the dormitory. Fan Gofei, where are you going? Didn't you say we were going to eat together and then go out to Shangxiaju? I can't hold it in anymore, I need to go back to the dormitory. After saying this, he increased his speed a little. Seeing Fan Gaofei disappear in an instant, they thought, in physical education class, he didn't run this fast. The thought of this made several classmates feel that the spicy hot soup in their hands was no longer appetizing. MD, we have to give him a good beating later. Chapter 36, he went to the toilet and it was all gone. Fan Gaofei, you said you were going out to play, why are you back? Back in the dormitory, Fan Gaofei put 2 bowls of spicy and numbing hot soup on his desk before rushing into the toilet. I'll tell you later, I can't hold it in anymore. Popping. The next moment, the sound of a series of farts came from the toilet. I can't hold it in anymore. Fan Gaofei. One roommate thought of something and rushed outside. The next moment, the aroma of the spicy soup was so overpowering that everyone else in the dormitory rushed outside as well. However, the last roommate, looking at the 2 bowls of spicy soup on the table, quickly picked them up and rushed outside as well. Phew, I almost suffocated in there with Fan Gaofei. The last roommate to run out was breathing heavily, taking in the fresh air. What does Fan Gaofei eat normally? Every time he goes to the toilet, we have to avoid him. Hey, what are you carrying? This roommate's hands were quickly noticed carrying 2 hot and spicy dishes. Fan Gaofei brought them back, and I don't know what they are either. I was just thinking that they were food, but I don't want them to be smelly, so I brought them out. The roommate lifted the 2 spicy hot pot dishes and waved them in front of everyone's eyes. Do you smell it? It's so fragrant. What's fragrant? My sense of smell is still stuck in there. Wow, no, it really is fragrant. Everyone came to their senses after smelling the fragrance after just smelling the poisonous gas created by Fan Gaofei. Let's see what it is that smells so good. This kid usually eats alone, and if it weren't for this incident, we wouldn't have a chance to do so. One of the roommates immediately made this suggestion, and everyone looked at each other and nodded, and the suggestion was passed unanimously. Should we just stand here and eat, or go inside and get a stool? If you want to go by yourself, it was hard to get out. Forget it, just make do with this, open it and take a look. As the first bowl of spicy hot pot was opened, the aroma became even stronger, constantly spreading out in all directions. It turned out to be spicy hot pot. One roommate, who usually doesn't eat mala tang tang, showed a disappointed expression on his face. If you don't eat it, that's fine, there are 4 of us, 2 bowls each. Get out of here, who says I'm not eating it, it just smells so good, the taste can't be bad, I'll reluctantly try a few bites. After this roommate finished speaking, he was the first to grab the chopsticks, picked up the top deep-fried tofu, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. After it entered his mouth, his expression instantly stiffened, and his eyes widened to the limit. How does it taste? But the roommate didn't respond, instead he quickly chewed and swallowed, and the chopsticks in his hand reached out again, this time for a beef ball. WC, this kid is usually very picky, and to make him react like this, the taste must be really good, so what are you waiting for? Those who were quick enough grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and the remaining 2, seeing that everyone else was eating and they didn't have any chopsticks, just grabbed the top ones with their hands. You 2 are disgusting, grabbing it with your hands. This bowl is for you. Hee hee. The 2 of them laughed and accepted it, not caring at all about what their roommate said. In the face of delicious food, what's wrong with using your hands? No, there are 3 of us, and they are 2, so it's also a bowl for them. If you want to eat, you can go over there and eat with them. If I go over there, it's still a bowl for 3, don't treat me like an idiot, hurry up and eat faster, you 2 took advantage of me while I was talking, eat so fast, leave me some. Meanwhile, Fan Gaofei walked out of the bathroom with a relaxed expression on his face. That felt good. He stretched and limbered up a bit. After crouching for so long, his feet were a little numb. Ha! Where is everyone? When I came in, I remember that everyone in the next dormitory was here. Where did they all go in just a little while? Never mind, it's better if they're not here, so I can enjoy the food by myself and they don't get any. I only bought an extra portion because I was worried that my roommates might want to eat it, but now I'll get to enjoy it all by myself. Damn it, who took my food? I queued up for ages to get it, but now I don't know who took it. If I go back now, I won't be able to get any more. Oh, that's right, it was them. Fan Gaofei immediately realized that the 5 students from his dormitory had just disappeared. Without a doubt, they had taken his spicy soup with them. If he went out now, he might still be able to get some soup. He couldn't imagine not being able to eat it today and wondered if he would be able to sleep at night. Fan Gaofei, are you okay? He had just come out of the dormitory when he saw the 5 students from earlier standing in the doorway, surrounded by students from other dormitories, all doing the same thing, eating spicy soup. You guys, my malatang. Fan Gaofei rushed over and grabbed one of the bowls back, only to discover that there was no soup in it. The last student didn't even spare the soup. Where did you buy this malatang? It's so delicious. You know this delicious food, and you don't even share it with everyone. Ah, my malatang, you know how long I had to wait in line to buy it? I didn't even go out on Sunday for this. He was seen clutching his hair and stamping his feet in a frenzy. Fan Gaofei, is this really necessary? It's just 2 bowls of malatang, at worst we'll buy it for you. Seeing Fan Gaofei like this, the 5 classmates said with a guilty conscience. Buy it, if you can get it, then I'll forgive you, otherwise this month, no, this punishment is too light, this semester, you guys will pay for my clothes and socks. Fan Gaofei calmed down and immediately fought for his best interests. Okay, you give us the address, we haven't had enough yet, we'll come back with 4 bowls for you, and we can even stuff you full. Yes, this delicious malatang is something we can't miss. Where is the location? It's just dinner time, so let's eat this today. After hearing someone make the suggestion, the surrounding students all seconded it. Xinghai College, subway exit. After Fan Gaofei said this, a diabolical plan came to fruition on his face. No matter what the outcome of this matter is, it will be beneficial to himself. Let's go, everyone, let's head to Xinghai College, where we can eat delicious food and look at beautiful women. Led by one person, the dozen or so students who remained on the floor headed downstairs. What should we do now? Should we follow them? Fan Gaofei thought about it for a moment and decided that they should. The spicy food stall was so popular that even if it was still open, the dozen or so students would be there, and they would forget about him in front of the delicious food. No, they should follow them. That way, he would feel more at ease. If it was still open, he would have to be the first to get a dish. Chapter 37, De Boer Bao, that's my sister-in-law. Knock, knock. Teacher Yi, are you ready? Everyone's waiting for you. At the entrance to a single teacher's room at Xinghai College, several beautiful women are standing. One of them is knocking on the door. Coming, soon. What's the rush? It's just dinner. Thump, thump. There are hurried footsteps inside. Squeak. As the door opens, a stunningly dressed beauty appears in the doorway. She also said that we were all dressed up, and that you would be the center of attention. Yi Qing's outfit, combined with her figure, was like a ripe peach, and people couldn't help but want to take a bite. Go, what are you waiting for? Yi Qing was very confident in her figure and appearance, and she was used to the amazed looks of her colleagues. Once she gets dressed up, both women and men look at her in this way, especially the men who want to eat her up. Yes, Miss Yi is a beauty in herself, and now that she's dressed up, how can we ordinary mortals compare? Do any of you have a car? I'm a new teacher who just started, and I don't have any of these things yet. I'll buy one when I have some free time. Don't look at me, I'm just a counselor, I can't afford a car on this salary. Me too, don't look at me, I don't even have enough money for makeup, where would I get the money for a car? You should ask Teacher Chen, I remember she has a car. The 3 of them looked at a young woman with glasses who looked particularly gentle. Cough, I lent my car to someone else. Stared at by several colleagues, Chen Jing coughed a few times in embarrassment. Teacher Chen, is it possible that the man who borrowed your car last time has still not returned it to you? It can't be. I'm right. I told you before, Teacher Chen, that this kind of person is unreliable. Who lends their car for months at a time? You don't need to drive it anymore, do you? Wait, I remember you saying before that you pay for the petrol as well? The teacher continued, and as soon as she saw Chen Jing's face, she knew she was right again. Chen Jing, you're a teacher, how could this happen to you? You just bought the car and let someone else drive it, and you even refueled it for them. No, tomorrow we'll go with you to get the car back. Without giving Chen Jing a chance to speak, the teacher went on and on. Her name was Li Xiangtong, and she obviously knew a lot about Chen Jing's situation and cared about it. Teacher Li, he said that he needs the car for business. Now that he is starting a business, he is having financial difficulties, so I think that the car will be rarely used. He has proposed this, so I will temporarily solve the problem for him. Chen Jing was being watched by everyone, and her face flushed red in an instant. At this time, she was still defending the other party. Temporarily, that's a full 3 months, isn't he still hoping to drive it until it breaks down, and then continue after it is repaired? Li Xiangtong was really speechless. Her colleague was good in every way, and she just couldn't understand why she was acting like this. Could it be that she was still holding on to a glimmer of hope, or was she just too close to the situation to see it clearly? Okay, are you guys still going? If you go now, you can still make it. Yi Qing looked at the time and interrupted, saying that there was no car available, so they would have to take a taxi. There were 4 of them, so they could just take one taxi, which would cost about 10 yuan. Okay, Mr. Chen, we'll have a good chat when we get back. If the other person really is a scumbag, Li Xiangtong definitely wants to help Chen Jing. Let's go. The best place for the 4 of them to try to hail a cab is the subway entrance exit. Ordinary taxis will linger here for a while. The 4 of them head downstairs and head straight for the Xinghai College subway entrance. 8 minutes later. Yi Qing and the others haven't even reached the subway entrance yet, and they see a group of people gathered in front of a stall. What's going on? It's not Saturday, and at this time of day, these students should be out having fun. It is indeed very strange, but we don't have time now, we still have to hurry and find a taxi, otherwise we really won't make it. Okay, there's a car over there, let's go over there. Just then, a taxi stopped at the subway entrance. At this time, a luxury car also stopped on the side of the road, and a woman got out of the car and went straight to the lively stalls. Hey, there are actually such a pair of cute little twin girls. Li Xiangtong, who had just walked over, happened to see the 2 little girls, De Bao and Er Bao, helping their father to clear up the rubbish on the ground. What are you looking at? Yi Qing walked over behind them. She saw that the taxis were all parked by the roadside, but several colleagues were not getting in, looking in one direction, with an expression of envy on their faces. Teacher Yi, look over there are even twin little girls who are so pretty. When they grow up, they will definitely be as beautiful as you, Teacher Yi. If Ning Shuyu is the iceberg goddess, then Yi Qing is the sexy goddess. Both are beautiful women of the same caliber. De Bao, Bao? Upon closer inspection, these are not her 2 nieces. Yi Qing's face changed as she watched her 2 nieces working. You go ahead, I have something to do, so I won't be there. Now, no cocktail party is more important than her 2 nieces. Yi Qing said hello to her colleagues and turned to go over. What happened? Teacher Yi just had a strange expression. Li Xiangtong was standing next to her, so she saw Yi Qing's expression change. I don't know, are we going to the reception, or? Chen Jing suggested, if we hurry now, we can still make it. Besides, the taxi driver is already impatient, if he didn't see that they are beautiful girls, he would have driven off already. Forget it, I'm not going, there's nothing good about going to that reception, it's all about increasing interpersonal relationships, and I don't need that. Another teacher, after thinking for a moment, looked at Yi Qing again and said, now that it's just the 2 of us, what do you think, Teacher Chen? Li Xiangtong saw that neither of them wanted to go, and her interest instantly died down like a flame being extinguished. Here, if I want to go the most, it must be Chen Jing. She wants to meet more people, and her boyfriend is not in business, so she might be able to use it at that time, but now it's just the 2 of us with Li Xiangtong, and from the look on her face, she doesn't want to go anymore. Why don't you go over there, Miss Chen? If you're not going, what's the point of me going alone? I'd better go and see what happened to Yi Qing. It's not cost-effective to go alone, as the fare for a round trip is more than 200 yuan. Sorry, driver, we've been delayed and have some things to take care of, so we won't be taking the bus. I've kept the driver waiting for a few minutes. Li Xiangtong went over to apologize. It's fine, beautiful girl. The driver, a middle-aged man, was a little disappointed to see that the passenger had not boarded the bus, but in front of a beautiful woman, he could not lose his poise. Let's go. At the same time, Auntie, Debao is here. Debao, who had just looked up, was stunned for a moment, then jumped up excitedly, shouting loudly, and ran over to Yi Qing. Auntie? Bao looked at her sister with a puzzled expression as she ran out, and soon saw Yi Qing as well. The same expression appeared on her face. Yi Qing, you're here too? At this time, there was only a little bit of ingredients left, but there were still many guests. She had miscalculated. At this time, she heard her daughter shout and quickly stopped what she was doing. It really is her. Seeing Yi Qing, Qin Mo's expression changed. Chapter 38 You son of a bitch, hiring child labor. Qin Mo, you son of a bitch, how dare you hire child labor? Seeing her two children, Yi Qing's anger instantly exploded. At home, her sister would never let her two daughters work, but now Qin Mo has done just that, taking her two young daughters out to work in a business. What's going on? Yi Qing's appearance immediately attracted the attention of those around her, especially her loud yell. It seems that I was right. Sending your two nieces here was a mistake. When Yi Qing walked over, the customers in front of the stall made way for her. Sorry, everyone, that's it for today. Come back early tomorrow, I'll have more stock. Qin Mo looked at the ingredients and saw that there was only enough for 5 or 6 people. With Yi Qing there was no way to do business, so he might as well close up early. I really can't, this student, you can see the situation. Yi Qing's expression was now terrifying, and she wanted to kill Qin Mo. After this student turned around and saw it, he hurriedly said, Boss, I'll come back tomorrow. With the first person leading the way, everyone could see that the situation was not right, and under these circumstances, the boss really couldn't do business. Everyone dispersed to the sides, leaving only some curious customers who stayed to see what was going on. Auntie, how did you know we were here? Debao ran over and directly hugged Yi Qing's thighs, and began to act spoiled. Yi Qing still wanted to properly question Qin Mo, but seeing Debao like this, she crouched down and picked her up. At this time, she looked at Qin Mo's expression, which was cold and indifferent. Debao, why didn't you stay at home and run here? Seeing the sweat on the faces of the two nieces, Yi Qing's heart ached and she took out a tissue to wipe it off. Daddy needs to make money, so Debao and her younger sister came to help. After hearing these words from Debao, the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees, and Yi Qing looked at Qin Mo with anger on her face. Qin Mo, you are such a father, bringing your two daughters out in the heat. If something happens, can you take responsibility? Yi Qing did not give Qin Mo any face at all, and accused him in front of everyone. Auntie, you can't say that Baba came out with air Bao. Listen, your daughter is so sensible, she's even making excuses for you. I can't understand why you're so stupid. Yesterday, Yi Qing exploded with complaints about Qin Mo, and every word she said was particularly harsh. Qin Mo didn't say a word, just quietly looked at Yi Qing. After a while, Shen Jing and the other two also came over. Teacher Yi, what's going on? The three of them couldn't imagine that Yi Qing had such a side. The scene just now shocked everyone. It's nothing, you three have made me look bad. Yi Qing flicked her hair with her hand and was about to continue, but at this time, Qin Mo also spoke. Are you done? Not yet, you. Yi Qing couldn't believe that at this time, Qin Mo still dared to respond, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. You didn't finish, but I have something to say. Qin Mo interrupted her directly and continued speaking. At this time, he was also full of anger. If he hadn't seen his two daughters standing right next to him, he would have lost his temper at the first opportunity. If I don't come out and set up a stall to do business, how can I support my two daughters? It's fine to come out and do business, but you can't bring them along and expose them to the elements. In this weather, if they get heat stroke. Yi Qing saw an opportunity to speak her mind and directly retorted to Qin Mo. Ha, if I don't bring my two daughters out and leave them at home, are you going to watch them, or who else? And don't try to flatter me, I know more than you do. It's very shady here, and as for heat stroke, ha ha ha. Qin Mo was no vegetarian, he sneered in response. It seems that he doesn't want my two daughters to stay with you. When Yi Qing heard such mockery from others, everyone around her was full of flattery and kept on sucking up to her. Hearing this, her anger flared up directly, but Qin Mo was not someone to be trifled with either. He didn't care if you were a beauty or not. I'm not finished yet. Interrupting someone while they're talking. Haven't your parents ever told you that this is an impolite act? At this point, Shin Emo stopped, gave Yi Ching a cold look, and then said, since Shi has sent her 2 daughters to me, she trusts me. Even if you are her younger sister, you have no right to interfere in our affairs. Just go cool off over there. Shin Mo's words directly made Yi Ching speechless. She stared at the other person in shock, thinking to herself that he had guessed correctly. That was what her sister had said at the time. You. I what? You're speechless because I got it right. When Shin Emo was about to continue, Erbo held onto his thighs and shook. Daddy, stop fighting. Auntie, don't call Daddy that, he's very good to Erbo. The quarrel quickly attracted the attention of passers-by at the subway entrance, especially Yi Ching's stunning outfit, which made everyone stop in their tracks. Auntie, I'll let Baba cook something delicious for you. It's so delicious that it made DeBayo's tummy bulge. Yi Ching was about to speak when DeBayo's little hand reached over and directly covered her mouth. DeBayo, I'll listen to you, Auntie, and let him off this time. After taking DeBayo's little hand away, Yi Ching glared fiercely at Shin Emo. Hee, little aunt, what my sister said is true, what Baba makes is really delicious. Erbo's big eyes rolled around, looking at the little bit of ingredients left on the stall, swallowing, and licking his lips with his tongue. Teacher Yi, are you okay? Just now, they saw Yi Ching and Shin Emo arguing fiercely, which scared the 3 of them, and they were afraid that the 2 would fight. Now that they saw that the 2 had calmed down, Li Shangtong dared to speak. Phew, it's fine. Yi Ching took a deep breath to calm herself down, her towering mountain peaks rising and falling with her breath. It's good that everything's fine. Now, are we going to eat? It's now 6:30, and they'll be late for the reception. None of the 4 of them have had dinner yet. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, we'll all be late. Seeing that her 3 colleagues had come down to keep her company, Yi Ching hurriedly apologized to them. It's fine, we didn't want to go either. Since you just started working here, we thought we'd go out with you to get to know some people. I never thought that this would be your niece, she's really understanding. The 3 of them heard what the 2 girls just said very clearly. At this age, where would kids know so much, but the 2 little girls just did. Auntie, you guys are going to dinner? Yes, Erbo, do you want to go too? After calming down, Yi Ching didn't even glance at Shin Emo again, and reached out to rub Erbo's hair. Erbo won't go to dinner. Erbo wants to eat the food that Baba makes, it's very delicious, if Erbo gets fat in the future, will Mom not recognize him? Erbo's finger was about to reach his mouth when he saw Shin Emo looking at him, so he quickly withdrew his finger. This phenomenon surprised Yi Ching for a moment, and she took another look at Shin Emo. Her little niece had never been able to break this bad habit at home, and she never thought that he would be able to do it in just one day. Chapter 39, Sell it all to me, 10 times the price. Auntie, why don't you stay and eat the food Dad makes together? DeBayo looked at Yi Ching with anticipation. Dad, can we ask Auntie to eat with us? Erbo said crisply, coaxing Shin Emo. Boss, do you still have mala tang? Just as Shin Emo was about to speak, someone interrupted, and a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. This beautiful woman was about 24 years old, slim, with big eyes, snow-white skin, and black hair. At this time, she opened her eyes wide, a smile on her face, looking at Shin Emo. You want to buy mala tang? Shin Emo looked up and down at the other person, dressed in casual clothes, with designer brands all over. This was obviously a rich kid, but why did he like eating from street stalls? And it seemed like she was coming straight at him. Yes, boss, I drove more than 80 kilometers from Huadu. Yi Ching only remembered at this time that this brother-in-law seemed to have a good business. When they first met, there were several circles of customers inside and outside. Now, customers are appearing, but they have come from 80 kilometers away just for a bowl of spicy soup? If she didn't know Shin Emo a little better, she would suspect that he had hired someone to put on a show. For some real foodies, no matter how far away, as long as it is real food, they will rush over. This beautiful woman in front of her has obviously come for Shin Mo's spicy soup. There's no way it's not here, is there? This beautiful woman is the child of a certain rich man in Huadu, named Nie Xiaoxia. She noticed a post in her circle of friends last night, which was posted by one of her university classmates. I feel so lucky. I never thought there would be such a delicious food in the university town. After eating it once, I have been obsessed with it. Foodies, I have already explored the way for you. If you want to come and taste it, here is the address. After seeing this message, Nie Xiaoxia did not hesitate for a second and took out her phone to make a call. After finishing work at the company today, she rushed over here as soon as she could, but she still arrived a bit too late. As soon as she parked the car, she saw the customers at the stall dispersing, and then she saw a beautiful woman arguing with the stall owner. Instead of walking over immediately, she stood on the side and observed for a while, until the two calmed down, before Nie Xiaoxia walked over and asked. Seeing that the owner was beginning to pack up, Nie Xiaoxia still held on to a glimmer of hope. She didn't want to drive all the way here and not even get to taste it. There was a lot going on at the company at the moment, and she didn't have much time to spare. She came all the way from Huadu. Qin Mo never imagined that his reputation for spicy food had spread to the other side of the city. There's still some left. Qin Mo was going to take these ingredients back for tonight's supper. But before he could finish speaking, the beauty hurriedly said, "Boss, you sell it to me, price is not an issue, I'll pay double, no, 10 times the price." Nie Xiaoxia didn't even give Qin Mo a chance to speak. Hearing that there were still some left, she immediately beamed and directly raised the price tenfold. "Beauty, no, I mean. 10 times is not possible, then 20 times, or else boss, you just sell me one." Seeing Qin Mo speak, Nie Xiaoxia thought that the other party was unwilling to sell, and doubled the price again. Instead of reserving the whole place, she just asked for one. "Beauty, can you just listen to me for a moment, okay?" Seeing the beauty so anxious, Qin Mo shook his head in silence. If he met any other stall owners and saw her like this, the price would definitely go up even more. "Sorry, boss, for making you laugh. You go ahead." At this time, Nie Xiaoxia finally realized the problem and quickly stopped, looking at Qin Mo apologetically. "It's rare that you take such good care of my business and come all the way here from hundreds of kilometers away. How about this, I'll sell you the rest at the normal price. You can't lose your integrity in business, you should get what you deserve." Just a moment, I'm still on fire. In the past, Qin Mo would definitely not have gone back on fire again. The temperature of the soup was enough to cook the ingredients. Previously, obtaining the advanced skill caused his thinking to change. He must do his best to make the food even more perfect. "Really, thank you so much, boss." Nie Xiaoxia could not believe that there was someone who was not interested in money. This was a voluntary payment, so it was no wonder that the other person was not interested. He had bought the rest of the food at 20 times the price, and he probably did not earn that much money in a day. "He is so handsome." Qin Mo entered his state of mind, and Nie Xiaoxia's eyes widened at his serious attitude. Qin Mo's appearance was one that could be looked at for a long time, and at this time, his serious appearance made everyone's eyes light up. A serious man, especially when cooking, really has a special charm. Not just Nie Xiaoxia, but Yi Qing and the others next to her also felt it. Just now, Qin Mo had rejected 20 times the price, and that had already made everyone look up to him. With his advanced skills, he already had more than 10 years of rich experience in the malatang industry. How much soup to use, the temperature of the ingredients, how long to boil them, and how long to hold them up, all of these are controlled within a few seconds, so that the texture is kept in the best condition. "What is this smell, so fragrant?" As Qin Mo added the delicious seasoning, the rich aroma spread in all directions. Nie Xiaoxia's nose kept twitching, and she thought to herself that if the aroma was like this, the taste would definitely not let her down. "It smells so good." Chen Jing and the others, smelling the rich aroma, felt their stomachs start to rumble, and it was just about dinner time. They felt their stomachs and looked at Nie Xiaoxia with envy. Everyone had just heard that the rest of the malatang was sold to this beautiful woman. "Hee, Xiaoyi, Dabao didn't lie to you. Isn't it delicious? Baba's cooking smells so good, and it's also so delicious." Dabao closed his eyes, smelling the aroma in the air, and a comfortable expression appeared on his face. "Hee, Xiaoyi, your stomach is growling." Dabao, leaning against Yi Qing's bosom, heard her stomach growl up close and blurted it out, causing her face to turn slightly red. "Dabao, what nonsense are you talking about? My stomach is not growling, you've heard it wrong." Yi Qing would never admit to such a shameful thing, especially in front of Qin Mo. "Hee, you're blushing, little sister-in-law." Dabao really brought up the wrong pot, and Yi Qing was trying to muddle through, but she didn't expect her to continue pursuing the matter. This time, she couldn't think of any other excuses to muddle through, but fortunately, Qin Mo's mind was on the food. Phew! Seeing that Qin Mo did not notice her, Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief. "Hello, there are 5 servings in total, which comes to 82 yuan." Qin Mo packed the 5 servings of malatang and handed them to Nie Xiaoxia. "Fortune wealth, 200 yuan has been deposited. This beautiful lady, you gave the wrong amount, it should be 82 yuan. Hearing the sound of the reminder from the app, Qin Mo quickly said. Handsome guy, I didn't give you the wrong amount, this is a little something from me, and the extra is for your labor. Nya Xiaoxia took the package and turned away. She couldn't wait to try the taste of the mala tangsu, but it wasn't convenient here. Beauty. Qin Mo wanted to say something more, but the other person just raised his hand and waved his right hand. If the taste is good, I'll come back in the future. Everyone looked at Nia Xiaoxia's back and revealed disappointed expressions, as they would not be able to try the delicious mala tangsu. Auntie, I'll ask Daddy to cook something delicious for you, will you go and eat together? Erbo walked over and grabbed Yi Qing's finger. Well, I'll reluctantly do it. Yi Qing nodded. Chapter 40, when Babier cooks, Xiaomei goes over to eat. Babier, go back and cook for Xiaomei. Qin Mo hadn't even agreed yet, and his daughter had already made the choice for him. Okay, let's go back, but what about your sister-in-law and the others? The tricycle can barely fit the three of them, and there's no room for anyone else. Even if there was room, they still have to agree. If you don't mind my cooking, why don't you all come over together? His sister-in-law was going with 4 people, so Qin Mo politely asked the others for their opinions first. He didn't expect Shen Jing and the others to have wanted to try the spicy food for a long time, but they had just been unable to find an excuse. Now, having heard Qin Mo's invitation, they agreed without even thinking about it. Sure, since Handsome has extended such a gracious invitation, we'll bother you then. This. Qin Mo never imagined that just because he had been polite and asked, the others couldn't wait to say yes. What, Qin Mo, do you have a problem with it? Yi Qing also didn't expect that her colleagues would go with her. Qin Mo's place was just a rented rundown house, and she would be embarrassed to bring her colleagues there. No, as long as everyone doesn't mind, I'd be very happy to have you. Since it had come to this, there was no way to refuse, so Qin Mo could only agree. Then please go back and get ready first, we'll be there soon. Yi Qing spoke politely in front of her colleagues. De Bao and Air Bao, come here. You can just give me the keys, we'll take the bus there now, and De Bao and Air Bao will follow us. Yi Qing held out her hand, her meaning was clear. Okay. After receiving the keys, Yi Qing and the others got on a bus that had just arrived, leaving Qin Mo alone to clean up. In contrast, the first person to return must be Qin Mo. The bus stops at every stop, and he is heading straight for Changzhou Island. Your name is Erbao, right? Come over to your sister, I'll hug you. After getting on the bus, Li Xiangtong held out her hands and was about to hug Erbao. None of the other women could resist the 2 little girls. Pretty sister, you're amazing, you can recognize Erbao. Erbao sat on Li Xiangtong's lap, sticking her head out to look at the scenery outside. This was the second time she had taken the bus. The last time was the day before yesterday, when she had come with her aunt to find Baba. Teacher Yi, will we be bothering your brother-in-law? Yi Qing couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard Li Xiangtong say this. When Qin Mo asked before, she was the one who responded the quickest, but now that you're asking, what were you doing before? There's nothing to bother him about. He lives alone. Yi Qing's impression of her so-called brother-in-law was even worse now. She really couldn't understand why her sister had done this. If it were her, she would have severed all contact with him a long time ago. However, in front of outsiders, she still couldn't belittle him too much. After all, he was still her brother-in-law. Is your brother-in-law really a good cook? Chen Jing asked curiously. She had missed the reception and had originally wanted the 4 of them to go out for a nice meal, with everyone paying their own way. It's okay. Facing her colleagues' questions, Yi Qing could only respond with a stiff upper lip. She now regretted why she had just come over. It would have been better to go straight to the reception. If Qin Mo's food was bad, he would be embarrassed, but so would she. He had sold delicious spicy food just now, but unfortunately she hadn't tried it. Li Xiangtong was teasing Erbao, and as soon as he heard about food, he looked up and joined the discussion. The 3 colleagues were curious about Qin Mo. From Yi Qing's appearance, they could tell that her family must not be poor, so they wondered why she had a brother-in-law who worked at a stall in the university town, doing hard labor in the sun. But they couldn't just ask about it. It's strange. We've all been teaching at the university town for a few years, but how come we didn't know about this popular spicy food stall? I just saw it myself, and it was almost sold out, with a crowd of customers lining up inside and out. Li Xiangtong found it impossible that such a popular stall would not have been spread throughout the university town. Before, I thought there was something wrong, but now that you say so, I realize that this is the problem. If it's so popular, it must make a lot of money a day. The salaries of university teachers generally range from 8,000 plus, but for example, these few women are just ordinary university teachers, and their take-home pay is only about 7,000. How can they make 400 to 500 yuan a day? After Chen Jing finished speaking, she looked at everyone and wondered if she was right. A daily income of 400 to 500 yuan is net income, I think. Li Shangtong thought about it for a moment and said with a serious face that if they really earned that much, what was wrong with setting up a stall and selling spicy hot soup? The monthly salary of a teacher like them, before deductions, was more or less the same. 400 to 500 yuan a day? Yi Qing expressed her doubts about this income, but she didn't say anything. If he really earned this much every day, the house he lived in didn't even have a decent piece of furniture. The only small dining table was second-hand, and there was a shabby second-hand refrigerator. Just thinking about it, she wanted to turn around and go back. Little sister-in-law, Daddy. Bao, who had been looking outside the car, pointed happily out the window at this time. A tricycle swished past, and when Yi Qing looked out the window, she only saw a back view. He was driving so fast and didn't even look, even though he has a child of his own. Yi Qing rolled her eyes as she watched Qin Mo go away. Teacher Yi, you have an interesting brother-in-law. On the outside, he looks younger than Yi Qing, but he has a pair of twin daughters who are about 3 years old. With all these factors combined, Li Shangtong couldn't help but think whether Yi Qing's sister was a cougar. When Qin Mo passed the bus, he didn't slow down, but accelerated and passed it. There wasn't much time left. When they arrived at the market, it was almost 7 o'clock. At this time, they didn't know if they could buy the vegetables. It took half an hour to go back from Shanghai College by bus. In the past, it took half an hour to ride a tricycle, but now, after the renovation, it took only 20 minutes, a full 10 minutes less. 15 minutes later. Qin, you're not at your stall, so how come you have time to come here? You didn't go today? That's not right. As soon as he entered the market, Qin Mo ran into Wang Dehui. I'm all sold out. I want to buy some food to cook at home. Wang, I don't have time right now. I'll invite you out for tea when I'm free. After saying hello to Wang Dehui, Qin Mo went straight to the seafood area, leaving a shocked Wang Dehui behind. You're all sold out? If he remembered correctly, every time Qin Mo set up his stall before, he didn't close it until almost 10 o'clock. He had even bumped into him a few times when he returned. It's barely 7 a.m., and he's already sold twice as much as he did before. Qin is going to get rich, he's finally made it. Selling out twice as much in half the time, Wang Dehui knows what this means. He's only happy about it, not the least bit envious.